under Income Tax Act 1961 and GST. I welcome the today speaker, Advocate T.N.C. Sridhar, to occupy the dais. I request you all to rise to the motto song.
सुप्तेषु जागृति एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामुषो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदुनाद्यति कश्चन एतद्वैता
All of you requested to take your seat. A short video about UFA program will be conducted by ICA on January 13 and 31st.
Arthashastram, Dharmashastram cha. We, economic principles, earth, and ethical considerations, dharma, which are central to the work of accountants. The entire world is deliberating about the impact of climate change coupled with disruptions of artificial intelligence. India has given philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam to the world and successfully hosted G20 summit on this theme and also launched Global Biofuels Alliance. The accounting profession also has an enormous responsibility to guide the work where accountability meets innovation so that vision can be converted into solutions. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, being the world's largest accounting body after the successful hosting of WCOA 2022 and GLOBAC, proudly presents before the World Forum of Accountants 2025. Where accountability meets innovation for a sustainable planet. The world's brightest minds will exchange insights, explore emerging trends, and unlock the possibilities for the profession, where foundation will be laid to shape the vision for the future of accounting profession. Hosted at Yashobhoomi, the largest convention and exhibition center in the heart of India's capital, New Delhi, inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is all set to host the congregation of accountants from around the world. And while you're here, experience the vibrant culture and heritage of New Delhi, a city where history meets modernity, offering unforgettable memories.
World Forum of Accountants, an experience of 3 days, insightful discussion, groundbreaking innovations, and unparalleled networking opportunities.
With immense pride, we invite you to WOFA 2025, taking place, happening from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025, at the magnificent Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. Experience 3 days of insightful discussions, groundbreaking innovations, and unparalleled networking opportunities. World Forum of Accountants 2025 is where you need to be, where accountability meets innovation, AI for a sustainable planet. Join us at WOFA 2025. from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. For more details, visit wofa.icai.org.
I'd like to introduce the current session speaker, Advocate T.N.C. Sridhar, Indian Revenue Service. He is a Science BSc graduate, Diploma in Labor Law, LLB, Postgraduate Diploma in Sanskrit, MA Sanskrit from Karnataka Sanskrit University, Bangalore. He is also a practicing advocate at Karnataka High Court Taxation Council. Sir held the following posts: Joint Commissioner of Income Tax, Standing Counsel for Income Tax Department at Karnataka High Court, Member Regional Direct Taxes Advisory Committee, Government of India, Chairman of Income Tax Department Employees Cooperative Bank, Mumbai, Chairman of Maharashtra Employees Cooperative Banks Association, Mumbai, Director of Birhan Mumbai Cooperative Banks Association, Mumbai. Sir also having the following experiences: served Income Tax Department at Mumbai, Bangalore, Tumkur, Hubli, Mangalore, Udupi, Panjim and Madaga and Goa in various capacities as Inspector, IPO, AICIT, ADIT, DCIT, DDIT, JDIT and JCIT. Experiences in various formations of income tax departments such as administration, acquisition, assessments of corporate, non-corporate, salaries and central circle, intelligence, investigation, prosecution and training. He also involved the following special works: member core group of investigation of stamp scam and assessment of stamp scam cases, 25 appraisal reports of searches conducted on various types of businesses to credit. He also involved in the special areas like associated with the training since 1986 as a faculty at various training institutes of both inside and outside income tax departments, guest faculty at various educational institutions and forums such as Chartered Accountants Association of India, Values Association of India, Lion Club, Rotary Club, Ramakrishna Ashram on various topics relating to income tax and other laws, soft skills and personality developments. He also talks on various TV channels. He knows Tamil, English, Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, Kannada, a bit of Konkani and German. So with this brief introduction, I welcome the today's speaker, Advocate T.N.C. Sridhar. Welcome, sir. So over to speaker. I like to call CA Narayana Murthy to present the memento and salt to the speaker. Over to speaker.
Good morning, everybody. I would request to please come and occupy the front chair. People who come later can occupy the behind, because of one main reason is that while talking, I may have 50 slides, but I have not come here to make a slide presentation. I have come here to share my experience and my perspective. And my talk will progress on the basis of feedback given by you. And you can give a feedback by your body language or by your eye contact, how you do. That is easier for me to grasp it when you are nearer to me. Okay. If you are far, then I can't see your reactions to that. That's the main reason why I request you to come in the front and occupy the chairs. Okay. Unless you want to walk away in the middle, that's a different issue. Okay, I'm not on that. So, first of all, I'm thankful to the ICA to give me an opportunity to share my experience in this field here with you. Just I was walking down from the hotel to your institute. The board caught my attention. Indian Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. set up by the Act of Parliament. Set up, Tamil set up na vera irukkum. Adu pathi na solladana. Okay. So, this is English set up. Okay. And the Act of Parliament has created that one Chartered Accountants Act, just like we have got Advocates Act. To implement that, just like they have made an Income Tax Act. To implement that Income Tax Act, they have created a department. And to enforce the law, you have got a judiciary. But they need someone who can be given a license to be the technical officer of Government of India. Just like advocates are referred as officer of the court. The responsibility of an advocate is that he should present the matter to the court in a manner it is required to be presented. They say a good lawyer is the one who knows the law well, and a great lawyer is the one who knows the judge well. So depending upon what kind of a judge is there, he has to present, because he knows what is the knowledge level of the judge. Suppose the judge is not conversant with the taxation law, and you talking about sections under this section, that section. Judge, wait. Don't talk about numbers. Tell me what does that section mean. So you are only quoting your sections have got no meaning. The judge does not understand what you are speaking. Similarly, as a chartered accountant, you are an officer, you are a technical officer of Government of India. And Government of India cannot simply dole out the certificate just like that. So it has made the Institute of Chartered Accountants as a body, just like Bar Council, who have to test your knowledge, your competence, and they are permitted to issue a certificate of practice. So having issued a certificate of practice, it is like a taxi driver who has been given a license to drive a transport vehicle by the RTO. Just because a person, you engage a taxi and you are paying for it, you cannot ask the driver to jump a red signal and move. You cannot ask him to enter a no entry, because he may be reached his destination, and once he pays your money, he is off. But you are in trouble because you have broken the law. Your certificate is at stake. So my primary before starting this talk itself is that your responsibility as a technical officer of Government of India. Having worked in the department for 37 years, we are from different fields. I am a graduate in microbiology. Number was never made. I was afraid of mathematics. That's why I jumped into the biology side. But question is that once you talk about income tax, I used to say that you go to a sweet meat shop, pick up any sweet. What is the basic ingredient of a sweet? Sugar and milk. Without milk and sugar or derivative of milk, no sweet is prepared. So now, whatever may the economic activity, there has to be some gain, and whatever gain is there, on which you have to pay the tax, the income and the tax. That's what is there. And if everybody who understood the meaning of the word income tax, there was no need to have 298 sections. Because the moment the government said, I am going to tax you, the taxpayer said, I am not going to pay tax. Because nobody would like to part with the money which has come into their pocket. So that is where you people come as a role, as an intermediary, to help the department to understand the business of the SSC, and the SSC to understand their legal requirements to be presented before in a manner it should be done. That's the primary responsibility of your people. I am not coming here to give you a sermon. No, please don't take it that way. I am only sharing my experience. Because I have come across all kinds of people. I have come across chartered accountants who have told me, sir, please don't make this order like this, sir. You don't worry. You make additions, sir. Because I don't want you to take a risk on this issue. Because once your order is made, it is subject to scrutiny at various levels. And at different level, people may start questioning you, even though your intention was good. But intention is a mental state, it is never put in writing. And when it is put in, it cannot be put in writing, anybody can read it in any way they want. And depending upon that person's agenda, your future will be decided. Why take chances, sir? We go in appeal and we'll decide what is to be done in the appeal. You don't take chances at your end. So that's why I used to ask a simple question. Before we start any scrutiny assessment, I used to ask only two questions. Is there any issue which was there last year, on which additions have been made? The same thing is in this year also? Yes, sir. Okay. I would not like to be wiser than my predecessor. Whatever action you have taken on the earlier addition, you continue to do it for this year also. Second, are there any new issues wherein you have taken a stand on the basis of some interpretation given by somebody, which has got both to the revenue side and also the other side? If you say both sides are available, then I will take it on the revenue side. Acceptable to you, we'll proceed. Third, I am not interested in it. So as an officer, as a technical officer, the chartered accountant helps me to understand the business of the SIC. So with that, what happened? It helps both ways. In fact, one chartered accountant told me, sir, I want you to give a departmental perspective of an issue. I said, what way it will help you? But sir, it so happens that as a technical person, we find that this particular stand that we take is perfectly technically correct. But still we find that the assessing officer makes an addition on that. I said, yes, because there is another perspective, because which he will take another stand. Then what happens? Then what happens, sir? Then we have to go in appeal, we have to go, but client is not going to pay for all those things, sir. Ultimately, net result is that money has to come now. That's why you are doing a profession. So I said, that's why you have to let the assessee pass through fire on your table. If you just put a bandage over the wound, a nice looking bandage, clean bandage, one white color bandage, you put it and send it without putting any medicine, it will catch septic, tomorrow it will lead to surgery. What happens is septic detected at the officer's table. Not only the liability will come on him, but penalty and prosecution will also stand behind. Those things can be avoided if you take this stand right at the beginning itself and tell the client what he has to hear and not what he wants to hear. If that thing is made clear to the client, then your job will also be simple. You are able to do more productive work, more better work and all those things. Now, coming to the processes of these searches, why does department invoke these powers of 131 or 132 or 133A? Why these powers are invoked? Because there is a reason that there to understand the thing better. That's why you call, issue a summons, call for the documents, for the things and all. But if you are a chartered accountant with credibility, look, what is that? No. Wrong what? If your credibility is established, your signature will speak. Oh, the signature is from so and so. You don't have to put a finger on this report. But if credibility is questionable, your every report will be torn to pieces. There are some impediments. There are areas where you can give your disclaimer. For example, there is a voucher. The assessee has said, I spent this money for these purposes. You can rely on the voucher. You have no mechanism to verify whether the signature put there is of the same person. That is your impediment. To that extent, you can put a disclaimer. Now, I came across a 144 AB report. It started. I disclaimed to comment on the financial statements submitted before me in the absence of books of accounts. I said, when books of accounts are not there, what did you audit? And if you are not audited, then why the audit report? 44 AB, what is 44 AB? It's an audit report. And very often I find that as certified the management. If you say as certified management, what you are doing? If you have any difficulty, you have to come out with that and see this what is the reason why I have disclaimer over here and all. Disclaimer is not a thing which has to be utilized, for just to cover up the things or hide the something. No, that is not the purpose. Your job is to sit on the chair of the assessing officer and see that how this work is done. Because I have come across all kinds of people. Normally I tell, Ulti Ganga Bahana. That is, you start the Ganges from the Bay of Bengal and take it to Himalayas. Ganges starts from Himalayas and goes to Bay of Bengal. You determine how much refund the assessee should get, and on the basis you work out the tax, on the basis you declare the income, on the basis you start your process backwards. That is not the job of yours. The job is to present the things in a manner to present it to the department. And the moment your signature is there, the credibility should be there to take care of that. That is where it stands. So now, where a person, by the way, before I start off, there anybody who has already handled such cases? Anybody has handled such cases? Okay. Anybody? Okay. There are different levels I am coming to that part also. Search sometimes, the CAs are involved in the search premises itself. From there it starts. Sometimes everything happens and then the assessee comes to you. Know what I should do. Then at the investigation stage you get involved. And then you come on to the assessment stage. Or you got the appellate stage. These different stages your part comes into the play. So, I will be talking to you on these aspects primarily. What is the purpose for which these particular provisions are existing? I will not be going into the detailed gimmicks of the word by word sections. And if you are getting involved in the process of the search proceedings itself, then what should be your attitude at that point of time? How you should be go ahead with that. And if you are coming at a later point of time, how you will handle it, then and the assessment is how you go about. This will be the gamut of the entire process if we can talk to you for this hour and a half. So now, coming. Yeah. The topic that has been given to me, the procedural aspect of searches, surveys and seizure, detailed examination of the procedures, post-search survey seizure, protocols and best practice. This is the title given to me for today's session. So the entire thing will be working on this topic, and I will devote some time, 10-15 minutes for your questions. In fact, I requested the institute to collect if you have already any queries on this, so that what happens, my talk can be more focused. As I told you that if I make 50 slides, I am going to present all the 50 slides and I am only making a presentation. I have nothing to do. It's like a cinema. You go to a cinema hall and you see whatever is available to see and then you get going. But if you are able to question that beforehand, I know what kind of audience I am going to face and what kind of questions I have to address to it all. Like that will go on. So now, that's why I would like to be that more interactive and how we can go about this. Let us first finish my talk on this. Okay? Now, if you talk of section 132, what is the genesis of this section? The invocation of 132 starts to ascertain whether there is any undisclosed income. Entire thing is revolving on undisclosed income. Nothing on disclosed income. Disclosed income are dealt with in a separate chapter by itself. We are dealing only with the undisclosed part. Now, for this provision to take effect, first of all, there has to be a reason to believe. The reason to believe should exist, and it cannot be vague. It has to be specific. But the reason itself may reasonable or unreasonable is a different issue. The court can go into the existence of a reason. It has no jurisdiction to go into the reasonableness of the reason. But if the reason is vague, suppose they say all chartered accountants paid a lot of money, they are not paying taxes, to search all the chartered accountants. That is not a valid reason to start a search action. There is a case in Patiala, it happened. When an advocate was searched, When the proceedings were going on, one room was locked. The officer said, open this room. He said, this room can't be opened because it belongs to my guest. I said, no, you have to show everything. I got warrant for the premises. You have to open this. He said, sir, I'm sorry, sir, I cannot open because this belongs to my guest who is gone out. Let him come. Later on, we'll open this. No, nothing doing. I have got a warrant. He said, nothing doing. This room does not belong. Whatever it is, that does not belong to me. If you want, you have to take a separate thing onto this. This particular premises was 4 hours drive from the head office. So what the officer told is, okay, you get talk to somebody on phone. Those days mobiles were not there. Somebody on phone. He said, okay, we'll get a warrant. No problem. So he went. After 2 hours, that was okay. He got a warrant for the room. And then they brought that warrant issue. He said, stop. This is not a valid warrant. How do you say? That running time between the head office and here is 4 hours. And you have come within 2 hours. So obviously your satisfactions have not been recorded. I have every reason to suspect that without any authorization or application of mine, this warrant has been issued. I will go to the court. And he went to the court and he won the matter. Found that this person carrying a blank warrant. It happens. We used to carry blank warrant because there could be some mistakes can be rectified. So, but the question is that while issuing those things, reasons are recorded. Some factual errors may be there somewhere, some spelling mistakes may be there, some addresses may be a little here and there. For the safety, or something happens and the thing gets destroyed because of any reason, something may be there. Safety measures are always kept. So what happens? When such thing happens, the reason existence is there. So reasonableness of the reason comes into picture. So the court has to only ascertain, because this reason is also a confidential document, it is not available for public domain. But court can be given in a closed cover, the court can open and see a reason is there or not, that's all. Yes, reason is there, that's all, nothing more beyond that. So a reason has to be there. First of all, the reason has to be there that there is an undisclosed, I have reason to believe that the assessee has not disclosed certain income. And the assets representing those incomes is lying in these premises. I have reason to believe that. In the business, the money comes from one door and goes out through 3 doors. I have not come across the 4th door. If you are aware of the 4th door, kindly enlighten me, I will be very happy. The first door is, the money that comes in goes back into the business. I sell certain article, I buy some article, so buying it goes. Maintenance of my shop. Whatever money that goes into the business for the purpose of earning this business is one door. Second door is, khaya piya khatam kiya. சாப்பிட்டாச்சு, எவிடன்ஸ் கிடையாது, போயிடும், ஃபினிஷ் மேட்டர்ஸ். ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணதுக்கும் எவிடன்ஸ் கிடையாது, வந்ததுக்கும் எவிடன்ஸ் கிடையாது, வந்த எவிடன்ஸ் எல்லாம் போயிடும். So now the third, it is lying in the form of an asset. An asset can be cash, it can be some jewelry or some property or some asset as per the balance sheet. It can be some asset part, it could be a loan given to somebody or money lying with somebody else, your money. Then asset. So in income tax, there are 2 types of assessments. Number 1 is called as income-based assessment and second is called as asset-based assessment. So now, A, money which has come in, minus B, which has gone through the door toward the expenses of the business. A minus B will be income-based assessment. And the second door, where there is no evidence whatsoever and the money goes off, that is taken out, the balance which remains as asset is called asset-based assessment. So in this section what we are dealing with is part looking for evidences. Evidences which can bring forth the undisclosed income. So the reason to believe should have 2 elements. One element is existence of an undisclosed income and the existence of the assets representing the undisclosed income to be present in such and such premises. then only the warrant is issued to that premises. The premises may belong to that person to whom that income belongs to, or it may not. That is why in the warrant there are two parts. One, it says warrant in the case of X to search the premises of Y. So in Y, when you are searching the premises of Y and you get the assets of X, then the purpose of this warrant is satisfied. But in the process, you come across undisclosed assets of Y. You are not permitted to seize under X's warrant. Even if you happen to seize by any chance, you are not able to ascertain at that point of time, that will become subject. Then another process will start, wherein this thing has to get handed over to that officer who is dealing with the case of Y. Y's asset cannot be assessed to the as income of X if there is a distinct part. So these are the aspects that need to be considered before going into the issuance of warrant. So for this purpose in the department, it starts with various processes. One can be in the form of an information. Informant can be anybody. I have come across daughter coming and information in the case of the father, because the father did not approve the boy whom she wanted to marry. So both that boy and the girl came to my office and said, "Sir, my father has got so much of money, he doesn't keep in such and such place and all those things." I said, "Why you are telling me? Because this father got a lot of money, but he does not want to give us." I said, "He doesn't give us, but he should not keep his black money with him. You please trade and take this money from me." Information comes from there. Information can come from accountants also. I have come across such cases also. I came across a case in Goa when I was there as a DDI. There was a diary, and the accountant was acting very smart. There were some entries, 23/6, 29/11. Only date and month is put, and some amount is figure is written there. Year was not there. So when the author was examining the statement, said, "What is this?" So these are the dates, but they are old entries, more than 10-year-old entries there. The officer also recorded that and sent it to me. I was not in the premises. So the diary was seized. Came to me. First thing I looked at is, what is the period of this diary itself? And the diary itself was only 5 years old. See how the investigative mind starts working. So first thing I saw was the year which is only 5 years old. How can you give a statement that these entries pertain to the period beyond 10? It's got answer for that also. Sir, we are carrying over it in this, but this pertains to that. I said, you give me one good reason. Why should I not presume that it belongs to this year only? Unless you are able to establish that. Then what happened? In one of the entries, it was written CH. Some written CS. CH. So it thought it could be checked. So I got out of all the bank accounts, then verified in the particular date which year this particular thing prevails. So I got the year for which that particular entry prevailed. Then he called the assessee. I told, "Sir, how long this accountant has been working with you?" Because to my knowledge, according to my information, this fellow was thrown out of the job earlier because he informed income tax at that point of time. You are already keeping a person who is in trouble to you. I said, "You please come, I would like you to come to my office, but don't bring that rascal before me. I will throw him out of my room." He came, I told him, "This is the diary. This is what the statement given by your accountant." And his statement is deemed to be your statement because you are the assessee primarily, you are going to pay tax for that. Then when I told, the assessee told, "Sir, give me 5 minutes. No problem. The assessee came back after 5 minutes, "Sir, this is, I tell you the truth, these are the things." So the facts come before that. So the evidences don't lie. But how the evidences are to be built and how the evidences are collected, that becomes very important. When new officers, newly promoted, newly recruited people go into the investigation wing, in investigation wing, when evidence comes before you as a piece of paper, it's just like a child. It has to stand so many tests, legal tests it has to test. It has to stand the test of court of law. This evidence, first of all, has to be an admissible evidence. Mere piece of paper is not an admissible evidence. But how to castle it and also protect it from counter evidence that is prepared. So many responsibilities are there in that. All these things will come into this process of doing this work. So first is coming by information. Second, it will be a suo motu cases. The assisting officer himself might have found during inspection that there are some glaring things in there. Ratio analysis is another aspect. You all must have come across ratio analysis. Suppose an assessee is manufacturing 10 metric tons of items per year, for which the electricity bill is 5 lakhs. And suddenly the electricity bill expenses is the title is changed from electricity expense to fuel expenses or energy expenses and made to 15 lakhs. What is the difference? Electricity and energy expenses. Electricity is power drawn, which is recorded in the meter. Well, power means you can generate a generator in which you can put petrol. You can say I ran the generator so much and all. Suppose it's showing 15 lakhs, 3 times increase. Whether your production has gone up by 3 times. Prices must have gone up, but whether prices have gone up to that extent so as to give for a 5 lakh power money, 10 metric tons are produced, for which sale 50 tons to 15 lakhs. Any reason? It gives a reasonable reason to suspect why it goes on. So these are the aspects that come into the play. So those things will have to be taken. Then secreting of assets is possible. Today I may have an information that an asset is there. And when the team goes, they find an asset is not there. Because the asset has moved. There is a time lag between the coming of information or the informant may himself double cross. See the constraints under which the department functions. Things go off. But if fate is not, stars are not powerful, then things may come out from odd places also. Like in one premises, there was a loft. So the inspector was trying to see like this, he could not see. He said, can you give me a stool? He said, okay. That fellow brought a ladder. So he put the ladder and he climbed. Then he found, if he had climbed on the stool, he would have seen only one loft, he would not have seen the second loft. Now with the ladder he went on to the second loft and then he retrieved the unaccounted books from there. It's a question of his fate. So all these things. And statement on oath which is recorded. 132 oath. 131 is a statement on oath. 134 is a statement on oath. 133A is a mere statement. Oath word is not there in that section. Now, what is the purpose of that section? What is the importance of understanding the statement on oath? What are the legal implications? And if the assessee has given a statement in the under oath certain things which has to be retracted, that I will deal with it during the course of this session. Under what circumstances a statement can be retracted? How things can go about it. So now, in the statement on oath, first one general statement will be recorded, then specific questions will come on to that. As to explain these things, how it is there, he has to explain. But ultimately a statement is not an evidence. It is only a means to lead to an evidence. Very often officers feel, I have taken a declaration, 50 crores declaration, 100 crore declaration. What does it make? Assessee does not know the meaning of the word declaration. Whether he is talking about turnover, or he is talking about income, or he is talking about the tax. These three are distinct figures. As an accountant, you will understand, but you cannot expect an assessee to understand these things. For him, anything that comes in his turnover is his income. Whatever is coming in is his income. But whatever has to go to get that in to be reduced, he may not be aware about that part. So these things will happen. So, seizure of assets and documents, that should have a relevance to the undisclosed income. I have seen many times officers seize 5-6 Xerox copies of a document. I tell them, why you are seizing these Xerox copies? 3 Xerox copies yesterday. Why you are bulking this? If you build a hashtag, the data will be lost in that. Original documents sometimes. Property documents are seized. I think what you are ultimately trying to get is that this property is representing undisclosed income. You have got other methods. Once you find this there, you can always prohibit this transaction by writing a letter to the registrar that this property should not be transferred without getting a clearance from the income tax department. You can stop at that point of time. But original document you take into custody and suppose it is lost, then who is responsible for it? So many things. And the seizure, assets. When you talk about seizure of assets, money is seized. Assessee does not have that much of difficulty. But when they start seizing the jewelry, there are some what you call sentimental issues in that. The wife will say, this mala was given by my grandmother. How can you take it away? This was given by my husband when we met first. Sentimental value. How can you take it away? So many things are attached to these things. Now, in a search, when a question of seizure of documents comes, I came across one case like that. In a doctor's case, the jewelry was seized. He said, no problem, sir, we'll get the tax, we'll pay the taxes, we'll do everything, admit every income and we'll pay. They admitted the income, they paid the taxes also. But the department was not releasing the jewelry. They say, no, let the assessment reach a finality. Penalty, everything can be collected, then we will see, then we will release it. Otherwise you give bank guarantee, then we will release. What is the cost for bank guarantee? 8%? Some percentage is there, no? Bank does not just dole out a letter of bank guarantee just like that. Everything costs money. No, you go to court and say, what does it cost? You want to go to, we'll file a writ petition in High Court, we can talk. But how much does the writ petition cost? All those things will have to be made aware to the client. Now in this case what happened? So what I suggested is that CA should have told very simple to that person at that point of time, sir, please don't seize this jewelry. Whatever the value of jewelry, I will substitute it with cash. I'll beg, borrow, whatever I will do, I will borrow and I will see that this amount is given to you and receive that cash, no problem. So what happens, jewelry does not go out of the house. Whatever the value determined at that point of time, we try to explain. Now what happens, the money that has been seized, that is credited into the bank account under the assessee's name to be utilized under the PD account for to be adjusted against the liability of the assessee. Now whatever undisclosed income he declares and whatever tax liability comes out of that, for payment of that tax also he can request this money may be transferred over there. So what happened, that money which is there is being utilized for these purposes, but only gold jewelry does not help you the benefit of that. That helps these things. I came across another matter where it happened before demonetization. Somewhere in 2011, some 20 lakhs cash was seized by the police. And the commissioner called me, I was in Hubli that time, called me. Told, sir, we have brought sales, we want income tax people to come in and say what they have to say. So I went, I talked to that person, I said, what do you want? What is this cash belonging to? He said, sir, is your business money? No, sir, you have been gambling, so we are going to booking under the Gambling Act. I told, sir, if you have to book him under the Gambling Act, then we have to deposit this cash into the court, because these currency notes become evidences as a part of the case. And once the case is over, you have to return that currency to him. If you let me enter the picture, I will see this amount, I will put it in the bank. This will lose the character of an evidence as far as your Gambling Act case is concerned. So he thought for a while and said, okay sir, what you will do? We'll make a case of Gambling Act against this fellow. Take it, go ahead, you have choice. The moment came, this was fixed and money was deposited in the bank. I got a 132 warrant, 132A warrant, and gave it submitted on the court and said that whenever this matter is resolved, kindly give that cash to the department to examine its aspects. Legally, no problem. The court took 5-6 years. Meanwhile, demonetization took place. Now, what is the value of those currency notes after demonetization? No effect. Now what happened? That fellow is a double jeopardy. First of all, his cash is in the bank, and if the department takes over that cash and levies a tax of some amount on that, he has to pay out of that other currency, not this currency he cannot pay. But if that money would have been given to the department, would have credited in his bank account, that still had the validity for that part. These are the very final aspects of the things which you have to understand in this part. Now, when the books of a third party, things which are there, that is being dealt with in the 132A. When the books of accounts belonging to, or the evidences belonging to some third party is found in these premises by some other agency, then how you issue a warrant and have that thing passed on to you at a later point of time. And this 132B talks about application of the asset that has been seized, in what way, how you are going to apply this income to that part. So now, you may be called. So, as a representative, attend, assist and advise only when called upon. Don't poke your nose unnecessarily. There was a search that was going on in Mumbai, and one chartered accountant, very senior chartered accountant, he claims a lot of contacts. So even department are afraid of talking to this fellow, because if you talk anything, he will go and complain to the commissioner. And those days commissioners were ready for, then you are in trouble. And he will have talk like that. You know, talk off his head. He walked into the room and started. Sir, what happened, sir? The officer with whom I was posted as inspector there, he said, sir, why you have come? No, I was just going for a walk. So I thought to say hello because his health is not alright. I came to inquire. I said, you go for a walk with a suit and shoes, leather shoes. Then he said, okay sir, welcome. Please sit down. We'll record your attendance here and request you not to leave till the search is over. No. See, you see, I got a meeting with the commissioner, and you know that member, some name you quoted, and name droppings, is coming. And I will have an appointment by this time, and all these things. I don't know, whatever you want, little I can, it will run away from the situation. If the officer would not have told this, he would have sat there and would have created problem for us, misguiding the person at that point of time. Because we knew this fellow was capable of doing it. So immediately, the moment we said you will write your name and will put your signature, I will come from this point, because as a part of proceedings, there is a column which says that people who have attended during this course of search, their name and their signature will be there in the Panchanama. They will run away. So if you are required to be present at the request of either the department or the assessee. If the assessee request my chartered accountant has to be there, then it will be permitted by the officer, authorized officer over there. Then only it can be permitted. Because then it is be seen whether this particular chartered accountant is a helpful person or is a person to create problem. Credibility travels. Your reputation travels much faster than you. So when you attend, don't run away from the situation. Because ultimately the client, you have to help him out because it helps you in the future processes also. You have to infuse confidence on both the parties. Normally, I used to say to the people, now that I am out of the department, when somebody comes during any search takes place and they seek my advice on that, I tell them that in the course of search, 3 things happen. Number 1, evidences of undisclosed income have been found. Second, number of evidences of undisclosed income are there, but it is not apparent. Little bit of digging will come out. And third, there is absolutely no evidences whatsoever. So when it comes to the question of admission, you have no option but to admit the evidences which are representing undisclosed income. You have an option to include in your declaration those items also which may be discovered by the department at a later point of time. And you need not make a declaration in respect of assets for which no evidence is found. But how do you word your declaration is very important. First you say, this is what I am declaring, plus I am declaring some more income to cover any act of commission or omission which may be taken into consideration if any further evidences are found in this income. So you have found an evidence to the extent of say 20 lakhs and you declare 50 lakhs. Now, even little digging, that evidence is not found. Or assessing officer finds another 20 lakhs in some other head. Then 20 plus 20. It is not 50 plus 20. This kind of a thing you should be very careful in wording your things and all those things. So now, the confidence of both searching and search parties is very important. Once you infuse the confidence of the client opens up. There are some clients who think they are very smart. There is no problem with smart people, but there is problem with the people who think they are smart. I came across a case in which, it was a case of a hotel, and there was a software. At the end of the day, when the business is to be closed, when closing thing is put, one screen appears, percentage of transactions to be retained. Suppose he puts 10%, then the software will color those bills to come with exactly 10%, spread over the entire functioning hours of the day. Not that first 1 hour, first half an hour, no. Because bills will also generate with the time. So it will pick out such things that it will bring 10% of one and it will put it in the accounts. Remaining and it will take it out in a protected file. But while doing so, the software also takes of the inventory adjustment. Because you are selling 100 chapatis and you are going to account for only 10 chapatis. But what about that godum maav which is purchased for the 90 chapatis? Are you going to tuck in all the expenses into that? Then you will be caught, because there is something called fiscal adjustment and inventory adjustment. If you are not able to visualize the inventory adjustment and you are only looking after the financial adjustment, then where do you go? There is another case where the SIC went on booking bogus purchases. No problem. Purchases inflated. But problem came with the closing stock. Closing stock was bloated. So then, if closing stock bloated, GP will bloat, similarly NP will bloat, liability will bloat. So then what this fellow did, Before the closing stock, he put one entry, stock, and put the corresponding entry into capital. I said, what is this? I said, I'm a student of microbiology, I'm not a student of accounts. But I have not understood this. Can you explain to me? The CA ran away, the accountant, everybody ran away. And the SSD comes and says, sir, you are God, please save me. I said, what is there? Kalyanam Pannindachu, Kodanda Petachu, Nara Mundi Naprana, Asirana, Munavarana. I said, it doesn't work like that. You have to admit that you will pay tax and then we will see what is to be done. So, the person who made a financial adjustment did not make the inventory adjustment. I'm not trying to, I'm not running a school of scoundrels to teach you the East account. No, I'm not on that. But only I'm telling you is that some people who don't do the work professionally, they only look at one aspect, they don't look at the other aspect. We had one chief commissioner in Bangalore. When the voluntary disclosure scheme came, people disclosed a lot of money, gold to gold. That's the common thing. Gold, they declared now I will be sold and all those things like that. So all accepted. After they said gold sold now, all these things and all those things. She only asked one question. If you have so much gold that you have got, you are declaring that income today, have you filed a wealth tax return? Because in those wealth tax was there. And the accountant who advised the gold procedure, he never thought in his mind that wealth tax will come into picture. Even though tax is only 1%. So department look from which angle you really don't know. So you will have to get it, see all those aspects and see. And furnish the called for document to ensure updating of cash book and stock book. Invariably I have said the search party goes, stop taking stock, take stock. Cloth merchant, one inspector will count the items from here to here. Another inspector will start from here to here. One will start from bottom to top, one will. So, what is the stock? 4 times. Oh, so much of undisclosed stock. I want undisclosed stock. Same stock you are counting A, B, C, D, D, C, B. So, first of all, the books have to be updated. Then only reference point has to be there. Na? The length of this table is say 20 feet and you are given a 6 feet tape. You have to hold it somewhere and start counting. Na? It goes to 6 feet. Then say, count it. Then go there. Otherwise, that fellow keeps on pulling. I will also go from there and say, yes, 6 feet. Barabar. Some reference point has to be there. Suppose you disclose that this is the stock of you, then you will manipulate the books again subsequently. So books have to be updated, cash books have to be updated. Wherever items received but bills not received, make a record of that. When bills received, item not received, that also have to be taken. All these aspects will have to be considered before arriving at the excess stock or shortage of stock. If excess stock is there, undisclosed investment. If shortage of stock is there, undisclosed sales. Both will come into the scheme of things. So these are the aspects. So ensure that the updating of the stock book and these things take place regularly. Any difficulty in that? As an accountant, you have a problem. As a chartered accountant, you have a problem. The account closes in March. They are going to do audit somewhere in July, August. Records are not available. But how do you go about those things? You can't visualize, oh, it was there and all. And sometimes certain stock is there which can't be counted. A heap of mud is there. How are you going to count it? How are you going to take the stock into that? So you have to prepare the inventory in the same manner in which the books of accounts are, the stock book is maintained. The same format. You can only compare the comparables. You cannot compare the uncomparables. Systems have to be like that. So that is how these things have to go. Then the post-search income says, after the dust of settles on a search income tax, the real battle begins. In search, all that thing, whatever happens, you don't know, associate a tremendous stress, so many pressures are there here and there and all. Sometimes they may admit you will say mental pressure. We had one fellow who will keep on drinking pig. In his house, every window will have one glass. He'll go like this, he'll sip one and then he will go. And night 3 o'clock when you ask him to sign the statement, he could not hold his pen, he is just zooming like this. Then he will say, sir, I was drunk, I didn't know what I was saying. Then where do you stand? So many aspects are there. So every statement, every decision can turn the tide in favor of the compliances and the consequences. So, the search proceedings have a constitutional validity on that. The cogent information I told. Reason to believe should be based on the information that is there. And the information which is there may not be credible. That is different. It may be correct or it may not be correct. But a prudent man should be able to arrive at this particular thing. Reason, existence of reason, that's what is important over here. And the search can't be rumors and gossip. As I told you, chartered accountants are all making money to search all chartered accountants. That is not a thing that is acceptable. So essential guidelines for post-search do's and don'ts. Number one is that advise the client to make notes of the proceedings. Whenever a search takes place, after the search party has left, he may be mentally very much disturbed. It does not matter. But ask the client to sit and write whatever he remembers of that. Because what happens, sometimes he might have told a certain thing which he may not remember. Because you have to guide him properly in the sense that tomorrow the assessment should not get struck down by the court of law. Your responsibility is double. Your responsibility is that the undisclosed income to be brought to tax, that is one. And assessee should not be made to suffer when there is no income at all. Both responsibilities you have. So you have to take care of both the things. I'll work on that. So Panchanama is the inventory. At the end of the day, the copy is given to the assessee. The assessee may ask for a statement of copy also, but normally department does not give the copy of the statement because it has got further investigations to be carried out. So it should not, suppose I have lied here. When somebody asks, sir, I want a copy of the statement. I tell him, Baba, very simple. What have you stated in your initial oath? Whatever I have told you is, whatever I state shall be the truth and nothing but the truth. What is the first question? Please identify yourself. I am Mr. T.N.C. Sridhar. I am so. Why you require a copy of that? If you have told me my name is Ramakrishna, when your name is Sridhar, you have to remember which name I told this person. As long as you have spoken the truth, you need not have a copy of that because that will remain in your hard disk forever. And you are entitled to say you don't remember, if you really don't remember. And you are entitled to say I will verify, provided you have something to verify. But you cannot tell, I don't know, I cannot answer, even though you know the answer. That's where the problem comes. That is the job at that point of time, how to break the assessee. That's a different issue. That's another topic. I give a talk on introduction techniques for 3 hours. That's a different issue by itself. So now, copy will be given. It gives, what is the Panchanama content? It says, who all came, officer's name, all names will be there. What time they came, what time they left, who are the Panchas who are there. Pancha itself is a misnomer. What is the meaning of Pancha? 5 people. Why 5? Why not 3 or why not 1? Because if the number is even, the possibility of both parties being equally divided, one telling yes, one telling no. But if the number is even odd, then one party will get a higher marks. Out of 3, 2 can say yes, 1 can say no. There is no 1.5. Then why not 3? Because if 2 people come together, 1 plus 1 can become 11, force of 11, and you can influence that one who will become singled out. So that fearlessness should be, that's why they kept force of 5 is kept. If 2 people are together, they get the strength of 11 and they can stand against the force of other. So that's why the word pancha has come into picture. Panchayat to சொல்றாங்க இல்லையா? பஞ்சாயத்னா என்ன அர்த்தம்? 5 பேர். So this is pancha. So if you say panchasya nama panchanama, but this is not panchanama, it is a dviyanama or it is a sakshi nama. Sakshi nama means the one who is a witness to the proceedings is giving a statement. Sakshi nama. But by practice, this name has been given as panchanama. Like hot potatoes. Hot potato vada. Sir, Vainappa, suda potato vada nu solreenga aari perukna. Sir, pandrache suda irundhu sir. Adnala per suda vada. But aari perukkinga adu vera vishayam sir. Ana per suda vada sir. Anmari. This panchanama is itself a misnomer. But anyway, now it contains certain areas. One is found but not seized. Second, found and seized. Numbering done by the department is something like this. Items which are found but not seized, those annexures are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. But found and seized will be given in alphabets. A for account books, B for bullion, C for cash, J for jewelry, O for other valuables. So the annexure itself will indicate what kind of assets are there in this list. Okay. So now the statement is taken, you apply for a copy. Department may refuse that. That's it. They will say, okay, we give you a copy when we are using against you. At this time, we cannot give a statement of copy. We will give at a later point. They may say like that. But is there any factual errors? That you will come to know when the assessee makes a note of what proceedings have taken place. So now, inventory, when you take stock book, LIFO, FIFO, what system you are following, accordingly you can work on to that. That's it. Now, perishable goods. If perishable goods are there, they have to be sold. Because fish, after some time, that whatever joke is there, no? Fresh fish sold here. And the setthi perika adena fresh ade. The fish in the nama dura kade na nar irundadena. Smell varudena. O appadi athare adhe adichudena. Mean virkappadum. Mean thanna vikkare, vera enna vikkareenga nee. And madri oru vishayam kononde irukku. But question is that which items are perishable have to be disposed of because its value, sale value gets reduced accordingly as the time passes. Then books of accounts, bank account will be frozen first. So you have to declare to the department that these are declared bank accounts. So you have to release those because the business cannot stop. If you stop the business, the assessee is very much within his limit to go to court, high court, file a writ petition and get a relief that you cannot make that. Fundamental right will come into picture. Income tax act will go on one side, but fundamental constitution will come on the other side. That will get supreme over this. So those things are there. So ask for release of those bank accounts which are already accounted for. Those bank accounts will be released so that an operation of things will go on. So the recording takes place. Even in shops I have gone for search. I have allowed them to continue the business. They do the business. Record the things, no problem. So then disposal of assets or seized, release of assets or sell by the department. There are the processes for recovery purposes. They can be done. There is no compulsion that the assets have to be sold by the department only. If a question comes for recovery of taxes, you can seek the department permission to sell the assets because the nega vikka podina paisa kadikadha na poi vitana paisa nalla varum. Matter is possible. Retraction within reasonable time before the same official was taken. For retraction, you have to say why you are retracting. You have to substantiate your retracting stand. And there has to be a time. 2 வருஷம் கழிச்சு நான் அன்னைக்கு சொல்லுறது ஞாபகம் நேற்று சாப்பிட்டது நேற்று ஞாபகம் இல்லை உங்களுக்கு 2 வருஷம் முன்னாடி என்ன சொல்லி ஞாபகம் இருக்கும் உங்களுக்கு இன்னைக்கு ரிட்ராக்ட் பண்ண So these are the things which will happen. So if any document or statement is proposed to be used against, upon a copy. And it is the department is bound to provide the copies for that, and then go ahead with that. And further you can go for a settlement commission. Settlement commission evidence is in the department will oppose. So where is the question of settlement? I have already caught him. Evidences are there. Why settlement? Let him pay taxes and pay the consequences. It is only the grey area which comes into this. So what is the grey area? These are the aspects which are to be worked out. And while broadly the application is accepted, then you go into this other things also. So, and cooperate with the proceedings. Sanda about the proceedings. Chumma on the problem create pannaka, only you are developing a aversion to the departmental results process. There are cases I have seen in the court. Some advocates stand up only, immediately the pressure of the office, the bench start going up. They only do the hearing, they don't do the listening. Hearing and listening difference in hearing na sound. You are not applying your mind to listen to what that person is telling. Listening will not take place. Anyone you are patient, you work out like that. Now, goods put on prohibition orders cannot be removed and never mislead the facts. Your job is to present the department managed to be presented. Fact twist panna. That's not your job. Don't try to destroy documents. Only three department. Nowadays, lot of back office work is taking place. Department is not what it was 20 years back. In one of the TV discussions, I was asked by the anchor, "Sir, you admit that the department has failed miserably?" I said, first of all, I am not holding brief for the income tax department. And you are not come here, you are not asked me to come here to tell whether the department has failed or not failed. All I can tell you is that what facilities available today is not available 20 years back. Now there is lot of data mining, data analysis and data consolidation. Back office work, all suspicious transactions are being filtered. People are very happy paying through Google, GPay. The same thing is recorded somewhere, can be retrieved. People cannot run away. Previously what is happened, they spend thousands of rupees in hotel and say that don't take the bill and come away, finish matter and after முடிஞ்சது வேலை போச்சு உன்னை பத்தி சோர்ஸை பத்தி டாக்ஸ் பே பண்ண வேண்டாம்னு. ஆனா இப்ப அப்படி இல்லை. அங்க போய் என்ன பண்றான், கிரெடிட் கார்டு கொடுக்குறோம் இல்ல ஜிபே பண்றோம். அது என்ன கரெக்டா ரெக்கார்ட் ஆயிடுது. Record ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா it can come out at any point of time. Pre-file returns will come very short. It will come last year itself. It will come very shortly. சில சமயம் நமக்கே தெரியாது. Because as a representative, what is the meaning of representative? Representative. You are going to present again as to what has been presented to you. If it has not been presented to you, what will you represent? So that becomes very important on this. Okay? Now, Panchanama I have given the details, talks about all the what all it will contain. Those details I have already spoken to you on this. Okay? Place where the documents are found and seized and all, so it becomes a document and is signed by the witnesses. Now here one interesting case I will tell you. One statement was being recorded. That she told, I will not answer this question. Officer got wild. How can you say you cannot answer this question? I will record here that you are refused to answer this question. He said record. So the officer wrote, the assessee refused, the deponent refused to answer this question. Then officer wanted to doubly sure. He called the witness. You also signed here. In your presence he has refused. So he wrote, the deponent refused to answer this question in presence of the witness Miss Asha Agarwal and took her signature. Now prosecution was launched. The matter went to an advocate. Advocate told a legal luminary. He said, you are not refused to answer this question. He said, sir, but I refused to answer this question. He says, no, you don't understand. This fellow was wondering what happened. He said, you have refused to answer this question in the presence of the witness Miss Asha Agarwal. எப்படி கேஸ திருப்பி போடலாம்ங்கிறது அந்த விஷயம். That is, it is not called responsible representative. But that kind of people are also there because society consists of all kinds of people. Now, the copies of different people is there. Then restraint order. When restraint order is issued under two circumstances. 132(3) prohibition order is there. It is there. Bank account frozen under 132(3). எல்லாத்துக்கும் validity இருக்கு. And the period முடிஞ்சிடுச்சுனா 132(8) talks about the period. Validity for 60 days or 120 days or whatever days is there. I am not going into that amount of thing. But after that, that particular order becomes invalid. ரெண்டு வருஷம் கழிச்சு வந்து நிற்பாங்க, சார் ஒரு லெட்டர் ஒன்று சார் withdrawing of the prohibited order. I said, where is the prohibited order lost its life? No, sir, bank is not allowing me to operate the bank account because one letter from the department. So, officer come to என்ன சார் பண்றதுன்னா, very simple, right? In view of the provisions of such and such, the order under section so and so issued of such and such day is inoperative. That's all. You are only clarifying the position of law. You are not lifting the order. Bank, no, you have to lift the order. How can you lift the order which is not in existence? What will you lift? I said the point, order over, finished. Why is the point now giving a certificate that needs to be discharged? It doesn't work like that. So, this takes. So, now, tampering assessee should not do such things. There are cases where cupboards have been sealed and the assessee opened the cupboard from the back, removed the articles, put it, welded, put a fresh paint. The entire cupboard was sealed by the department subsequently for this purpose. Assessees work in a different platform by themselves. So now, restraint is not put after the officer receives all records. Ella Karchal company cannot continue that. Well, like judicial custody. During the course of investigation, one charge sheet is filed. Where is the investigation further? Why it is left to the court? How can I punish a person before the person is held guilty? So it is only judicial custody is only for the period of conducting the inquiry. Once the inquiry is completed, charge sheet is filed, there is no justification for maintaining a person under judicial custody as per court. I am not flip right point. Everything validity is there, during that period it works, not beyond that period. Then see, I am running out of time. That's why your talk starts at 11:30. Just give me 5 minutes, okay? I am sorry we have to start a bit late because people came like this. The power of 132 cases, seizure and impounding are two different terms. There is one more term called confiscation, which is not there in the Income Tax Act, but it is in the other provisions. Confiscation. Impounding is only taking the documents for a specific inquiry purposes and to be returned after that is over. Seizure is taking control of the asset to be determined and later on need be that can be adjusted against the liability that is coming in. But when you confiscate a property, it is the property of Government of India. It doesn't get anything back. The property will have to be sold and the amount to be credited to the government treasury. That's all. So this is what is the thing it operates. So seizure applies to items specifically for the case and the premises of such warrant. These are the few legal things that will have to be examined in that part. So the AO shall make a list of all things which is seized. Electronic devices can be copied. They can be cloned. But now there is one more source is available because wherever he sends mails, the mails will be available in for which you need to understand a bit of electronics. Suppose they pick up a mobile and give a call and say, hello, how are you? Hello, how are you? 4 pockets. The 4 pockets travel from your mobile to the nearest tower. If the tower is not having capacity to absorb all your 4 pockets, only 2, remaining 2 will search for another pocket where it is available in another tower. go to different towers and ultimately reassemble at the recipient's tower and will give it in the real time. Everywhere the recordings take place. So the electronic data can be taken and can be produced as evidence in the court of law. It will stand. That is how nowadays all this, even when this agitation took place, stone throwing and all, they got rid of all the mobiles which are in the vicinity data. They got all the WhatsApp messages that are gone and tried to zero on the persons who have done it. It's possible, it can be done. So, seizure can be made of stock in trade. Business assets can't be seized because you have to allow the person to do the business. You can't stop the business. That's why fundamental right will come into picture from that. So, gold jewelry limits are there. Up to that is deemed to have been explained. There are some cases deemed to have been explained. That goes. So then, deemed seizure under 132(3). That is, what is the deeming provision? And next comes, what is the one more point in there? Where due to volume it is not practicable to seize, we issue a prohibitory order. Prohibitory order is one and deemed seizure is another. Prohibitory only prohibiting from dealing. Seizure means that is in my custody but I leave it with you. So it's a greater responsibility for the person. It's not his property, he has to take care of that. That happens in kind of when you need to do the steam. CRCA sheets will be there and all. We can't lift it and take it to the department. Leave it over there, issue a prohibitory order on him, or a deemed seizure can also be made on that issues and all. Third party inquiries can be conducted. Ultimately, somebody asked, sir, verification, you have this, what do you call as confirmations. Confirmation you give. The party gives the confirmation. You give a letter to him, as per my account, please confirm. If I am shown as your debtor, is it appearing in your book as creditor? If I am shown as creditor, whether it is appearing in debtor in your books, corresponding entries will have to be there. That is where the confirmations have to take place. Not simply putting a cookie and giving to the department and all. So all these aspects are there which are to be considered. So from different destinations the record will be collected and how things go on. And sorry, I'm a little fast on this. Cross-examination, right of the post-investigation. Where a person has given an evidence against me, I am entitled to examine, provided that evidence is being used against me, I am entitled to conduct a cross-examination of that person. But you should know, there are cases where chartered accountants have come for cross-examinations. Not as a person be cross-examined, but to cross-examine the other person. First of all, you should be clear about the case, how it works. Then only you have to go on to that. Maybe I'll be able, when I get more time on this subject, I'll be able to talk to you on that. Okay? So, then internal reporting is there. After a search takes place, 24 hours one report goes, telegraphic report they call it, to the board that such and such person has been searched. These are the important people, these are the assets files, these are the proceedings is going on. Like within 24 hours one message goes to the board in Delhi. So they are aware as to what is happening. Because tomorrow somebody raises a question in parliament, they should know what is happening. So there is a system in that. Then subsequently, of course, the appraisal report comes, which gives the details of what are the properties found, who are the associates to be involved, who are the cases which are primary cases, who are the secondary cases, what are the third party cases, how those things will have to be taken, what is the estimated undisclosed income. Appraisal report is only a guide, it is not a direction. AO sometimes may accept, may not accept. It can come less, it can come more. It all depends upon the evidences ultimately. So these are details it will contain, and broad analysis of each document will be taken accordingly and it will be done. So it's a big exercise. Some 8 chapters are there in appraisal report. It is a confidential documentation available for the representatives present. But that is the basis which will form for this purpose, and on that within the AO will work his cases. Because I work both as ADA as well as assessing officer. Sometimes we say, AO may look into, AO may look into, AO may look into. What he will look into? Does he have the influence? At least the ADA has got 2 inspectors working with him, for him he has got a half inspector. Where will he work? And that fellow may also be a sportsman who will come for only 2 hours in the office and again go for his sports. Different department has got its own problem. We are not concerned about that part. Okay? There are various appraisal report and role of the SST to reply all queries issued by the assessment. Whatever query is issued to the top, your effort should be to see that matter is closed as early as possible. And where injustice is being done, fight it out. Make it very clear on that. And recording of statement is explained in the documents that you all recorded. Whatever done in such premises is 132.4. Whatever done in department is 131. Then under 131, summon proceeding is there. Then surrendered income. What way you will examine that part? Whatever surrendered income is there, whatever evidences are there, they have to be fixed accordingly. You have to ultimately explain in your thing as to translating the evidences into undisclosed income and the taxes thereon. Simply raising a demand is of no use. I did the assessment of 10 ERA 212 crores. When the assessor did not have an asset in his name of not more than 7 crores. All other were in Pagdi. You understand the meaning of word Pagdi? That is Vadaga எடுத்துக்கணும் இல்லையா வாடகை எடுக்கிறச்சு ஒரு பைசா கொடுக்கும் டெபாசிட் கொடுக்குறோமே பைசா வாடகை வீடு ஆனா in Bombay it is as good as a ownership because ஒருத்தர் டெனன்ட் கொடுத்துட்டு அந்த டெனன்ட் கையில அவன் சிப் பண்றதுக்கு அவன் பைசா வாங்கி அந்த மாதிரி மணி போட்டு அதுக்கு that money is not in his name. There is no question of seizure of those things because they are not recorded things that happen and all such situations will come. So verification. Retraction. Retraction, when you are going to retract, you have to give reasons as to why that matter is being retracted. Whatever is untrue or mistaken identity, as I told, turnover income tax. I given a declaration and one doctor was there, he declared 1 crore. Sir, 1 crore I have no money. I said, what have you declared? Income, no? Tax comes to 30 lakhs. How is it? When I should pay? Can I pay tomorrow, sir? Can I get 1 day time? I said, please do. Because the fellow did not understand the declaration means he thought he has to pay the full tax. Make him understand those things. So, then admission of retraction, timing of consequences and all those things are there. So then in this the DSA has come now. Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam, which is the new name for the Indian Evidence Act. Admission is not a conclusive proof. The matter admitted, but they may operate as estoppel under provisions herein. Estoppel means once one admitted, tomorrow you cannot deny. There is this one, what they call principles of estoppel. And then jurisdiction, transfer of cases will come into that, and assessment, preparation of assessment before, all the prepared documents, is material, etc., will have to be taken out, and we'll have to, need be, may be required to go to High Court if the matter is not available for you at that point. And post-search authorized officers, various aspects, how the applications are made, and make available this in your, I told the madam, with the short of time I am not able to explain all the things. Please have it shared with the participants and go ahead with that. So, validity of search have been explained. Court has held, I told you, wherever the reasonable reason is there, it is there. They have no reason to suspect that. Although, if any high-handedness is there, then it is to be explained how that officer has behaved over his jurisdiction. And there are sometimes at that point of time. So, on the situations, upon the time you cannot tell officer behaved in an extrajudicial manner. But some people are, some officers are very hyper, but sometimes the assessees are hyper. It all works both ways. Then you want to go to writ petition, other than legal aspect, another aspect is there. You will have to examine, court like please stand on. Or if the venue is available in the department, court will simply say, go to the department and sort out, exhaust your venues over there and then come to me. Don't come running immediately by the writ petition of the That provision of writ is a very limited on that limits. And CADAG reports have given certain facts. So many cases are there and all. I am not going much on to that. And this is how I want to conclude with keeping in time. I'll give you 2 minutes if any specific query is there. We'll be glad to answer those things. Or you have my number, you have my email ID. You are free to call me at any point of time. It will be glad to be. I planned this session to conclude by 1.5 hours, starting late because of the rain god. Things were there, so I would not like to stand between you and the next speaker. With that, I thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
He is actively involved in consulting on matters relating to search and survey under both IT and GST laws. He also consults on matters under corporate taxation, transfer pricing, international taxation, and handles litigation and representation matters at various levels. He is engaged in advising businesses on matters arising under PMLA and Binami and black money laws. He has presented more than 150 papers under the above laws in various seminars, conferences, and other professional platforms. He has served as a member of the Finance Advisory Committee of the Karnataka State Cricket Association and as a member of the Banking and Finance Committee of the Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Currently, Prashanth is corporate member of the Direct Tax Committee of ICI New Delhi, member of the Regional Direct Taxes Advisory Committee, Karnataka, constituted by the CBDT under the Ministry of Finance, member of the Central Taxes Committee of the FKCCI, member of the Fee Fixation Committee at Adi University, Karnataka, occasional faculty at the Fiscal Policy Institute, Government of Karnataka. He is a life member of the Bangalore ITAT Bar Association and is presently serving as its secretary. With this brief introduction, SIRC of ICA welcomes the current session speaker CA Prashanth and also thanking him for accepting our invitation for this knowledge sharing session. We would like to request CA Ramachandran to adorn the hall and present the memento to the speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I thank SIRC of ICI for having given me this opportunity to share my views on the comparative analysis of search under income tax and GST laws. We are indebted to our parents for life. We are indebted to our guru for the way we live. I take this opportunity to place on record my deep sense of respect and gratitude to my mentor, C.A.S. Venkatramani, who has been a guiding force and factor in my endeavor of profession. Also, my respects to C.A.D. Devraj and C.A.A. Shankar, who mentored me at various stages of my professional career. To say beside and set the tone down, when this conference was envisaged a few weeks ago, saying that how the search mechanism is now back under the GST laws, because people who practiced in VAT and service tax would not have had the experience of handling a search, because right from Central Excise and Customs, probably it's in now GST. The VAT and service tax regime did not have a search provision per se directly into it. Now, where does it start and what is that? We're going to look at it. I'm sure Sridhar sir has given elaborate details as to how the search is conducted, and from dual perspective, I would still hold that he is 51% department and 49% assessing. You can't take away the department from him. So I will rebut a lot of positions that he has taken, saying that no sir, we will still fight it out. Because I can take the liberty with him, because when he was, I can still remember that when he was Income Tax Office, DC Circle 3-1, DC Circle 3-1 in 1-1 in Bangalore, I had appeared as a intern before him first. I was assisting my senior. Then as a newly qualified CA, I appeared before him. So we have that rapport from the last close to 20 years now. So I will definitely take some liberty to, what do you say, puncture some of the issues that he has taken pro-assessee. What he has stated pro-department, I will not want to bring it as pro-assessee. Now the meaning of search and other things, I'm sure it's gone on, but still, is it a violation of privacy? Does it lead to that? Because after the privacy judgment which has come out, whether this is invasion of privacy, whether this is permissible, definitely yes, the ingress into the premises is a violation of privacy, but it is within the reasonable restrictions placed in terms of Article 14 and 19 in respect of your freedom of speech and what your fundamental rights are there. It is permissible under the Constitution to have suspend your rights for a while in the overall interest dispensation, because it is being done as a measure to find out if there is any tax evasion going on. So therefore, that particular ingress onto the premises to search, though in the normal sense it may be an invasion of privacy, but it will definitely be upheld because it is being done in the overall interest of revenue to the extent it is proved. Because what happens? Why is the search happening? On one occasion you have unaccounted income, undisclosed wealth, to unearth that. And the powers of the authorities are huge, I would say, and there is equal responsibility upon them to do the duty that government has bestowed upon them. But now, one issue which came up about is, in one of the last slides is, even a bad evidence in a bad search is good evidence for the department. So, that is what happens is, even though the search is held to be illegal or invalid by the courts of law, or various facets of it, the evidence collected during even an illegal search is permissible to be used by the department in subsequent proceedings. That is settled position of law, Puranmal versus SIT 93 ITR 505. But now, what does it intend to achieve? The twin objectives: to get hold of evidence which has a bearing on the tax liability, and to get hold of assets representing income believed to be undisclosed, and applying so much of them as may be necessary in discharge of the existing things. So the law has evolved over the last 60-70 years in terms of how the search has been conducted and how the taxation has been brought in. Because search was not there initially when the 1922 Act came in. Only in 1938 there was a bill moved in, and only in 1956 that search was introduced in the Income Tax Act of 1922. Till then it was only under the reassessment provisions under 34 of the 1922 Act where assessments were being conducted. That was the historic background of that. One more important facet is the doctrine of arbitrariness in a search. Whatever is done in an unreasonable manner or at pleasure without determining properly what has to be done, it suffers from the doctrine of arbitrariness. So therefore, when you are wanting to challenge a search, when can you challenge it? Can you challenge search at the time the search is being conducted? Or should you challenge it the moment it concludes? When is the time to challenge the validity of search? And what are the facets? And who has the power to challenge the validity of search? This aspect was elaborately dealt by the Karnataka High Court in Ramay Reddy's case, 339 ITR 210, wherein the Karnataka High Court held that the appellate authorities have got the authority to look into the validity of search. So, does it mean the CIT appeals and the ITIT have the power? Yes, after the judgment came in, yes, the power was bestowed. You had SD Aluminium Supreme Court to say, yes, CIT appeals can look into validity of search. That resulted in administrative anarchy. Why? Commissioner of Income Tax Appeals, though a quasi-judicial authority in certain nature, is much lower in rank than DGIT, who would have authorized the conduct of a search. So, a CIT appeals will be now required to examine whether his superior authority had applied his mind in authorizing one more peer officer of him to conduct a search. So that was, though he is sitting donning the hat of a CIT appeals, at the end of the day, he is a department official, he is bound by administrative law, and he has to report to his boss. At the end of the day, I remember when we were doing an audit 20 years ago in a mining company, you had an MD's chamber and one small board over where he sits says, boss is always right, rule number 1. rule number 2, refer rule number 1. So this is, and when anybody enters there, the staff are telling, see, this is how it works. So the CIT appeals could not have done anything, and you had various suggestions. Then what happened? 2017, the law was amended, 132 and 132A, they said, the reason to believe or reason to suspect, as the case may be, need not be disclosed to any authority, including Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. They kept courts away from that, which means the court still has the jurisdiction to look into the validity of such. At what point in time? If you look at the old Supreme Court judgment in State Weather 74 ITR, they said the SSC can approach the court on the issues that he feels are not being properly done, and the court has to look into the validity of search or can look into the grievance of the SSC. You also have Southern Herbals, wherein the Karnataka High Court had an occasion to say what is the stage at which the materials will be given to the SSC, not during investigation but during assessment they can produce it. All of this culminated into the Karnataka High Court coming to a decision that operate authorities have got the authority to look into validity of search. Now that is no longer the law valid because they will not produce it now. Which means, what is the aspect on which you can challenge search now? Is it satisfaction note? What is recorded or purportedly to have been recorded by the department authorities before the search is authorized, which now will not be given to the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal? And for you to go in a writ jurisdiction, there are judgments who say writ is an alien remedy for challenging the validity of search, which means on one hand you have courts consistently holding that you can't merely approach the courts on suspicion. What is the proof that you have got that the search is illegal or that there was no authorization? You will have to seek for the copy of authorization, which will not be given to you, so you will not know. Then can you request the court, say, look, produce it to the court? Court will say, why? They have done their duty, prove the arbitrariness or action which is being high-handed in nature. So it becomes very difficult to prove that there was no authorization given, because now it's not known unless the systems have designed in such a way that the authorization now, if it's part of the ITBA, which means it's a trail. If the authorization still continues to be manual, then we don't know whether the judicial, the search operations are being conducted in judicious manner or not. If it is on ITBA, it will leave a verifiable digital audit trail, then fine. At least you will, whenever you challenge it and some court summons the documents, they'll have an opportunity to look into what has happened. But if not, I'm saying it's difficult to challenge on that aspect. But other aspects of search, like the warrant and the timing, the temporary conclusion or the final conclusion or recording of statements, admission, retraction, deemed retraction, all of that would continue insofar as the validity of search is concerned, because search is not limited to only authorization but multiple facets in it, right from the selection of panchas to how the statement is recorded, at what time the statement is recorded, because in Baba Ramdev's case, the court has held right to sleep is also a fundamental right. So you need not be intoxicated at 3 a.m. to sign a statement. You can say your frame of mind does not permit you to sign a statement at 3 a.m. because there is a anatomy of human body which goes through its cycle in a routine manner, and you cannot be expected to stay awake for say 24 hours at a stretch to sign on a statement. So, which means you must be given adequate time to rest. Why is now off late? I'm sure Sridhar sir will agree with me on this. Off late when searches are conducting, they are staying continuous for 3 to 4 days. They are not coming out, though with adequate rest being given. Why? Again, one important facet which the court observed in Ramareddy was a search warrant is a one-way ticket. It is not a season's pass. You cannot use it to enter like you want to enter your in-laws place. Of course, in-laws place you may not be allowed to enter whenever you want. That's another note. But you cannot enter whenever you want. It's like a one-way ticket. You enter, finish and come back. Therefore, now if you look at the Panchanama very closely, you will have the search commenced on so and so time, temporary stroke finally concluded on so and so time. What is this notion of temporarily concluding a search in a particular day? If you want him to come back again, you need to again come back with a warrant. You cannot say, I came, I finished my 9 to 5 job, again see you tomorrow, which means you are going to place a lot of documents or a particular room under PO, under 132.3. Then what happens? Assuming they have come, they have temporarily concluded, one room they have locked saying PO. Technically speaking, they cannot enter any other room when they come the next day, because the PO is only for that particular room and almirah which is marked. Is the assessee made aware of those things? Definitely not. Assessee officers would walk in like they own the place and say, want to check everything again. So those are safeguards which are there in the CBDT charters, 208 ITR Statute 5, which has come long time ago. But whether it's being followed in spirit and principle, you have to also question the SEC finding out as what happened. One more important facet in validity of search and how the search has taken place is, with the evidence available now, the presence of CCTVs. Can the department officials insist on shutting down CCTVs? The answer is no. They have no right to not to record it. Because if they are conducting their duty in accordance with law, within the ambit of the Income Tax Act or the GST Act as the case may be, what stops them from it being recorded? When you have a CCTV recording going on of all the business affairs of a daily, say for example a jewelry store, it is under 24/7 surveillance, which means every stock item that comes in, goes out, every customer that walks in, goes out, payment, whether in cash, card, GPay, whatever it is recorded in the CCTV. Only when the officials come, why should you switch off the CCTV? Why? The answer is for the world at large as to why the CCTV would want to be switched off. Department may have a viewpoint to say why they wanted to switch it off. Assessee also may have a point to say, okay fine, switch it off. Let's talk behind closed doors. See, this is practically what happens. But if you are on law and on technical points, department does not have the right to switch off your CC cameras. So one advice should be that have one CC camera outside which shows that them entering, which access is there outside of the premises, which department will not have control. The entry will be recorded. Have one more certainly placed, technology is available, where they switch it off, then be happy. That is enough. That is enough to say the action of the department was not in the right spirit. There is no reason to believe, forget reason to suspect, to say why they had to conduct this particular action. Now we'll come to what happens in terms of the new law, which is the Goods and Services Tax Law, which is coming. A lot of terms definitely has been borrowed from the income tax terminology, especially the term reason to believe. Under 132(1), I'm sure it's been explained as to what is information in his possession. We will deal with it. But under 132(1), where the authorized officer in consequence of information in his possession, this is the key word here, has reason to believe. Reason to believe, I think we can talk on reason to believe for one whole day. And you still have issues to cater with, because it's been there from 1922 Act, right from Shivanath Singh to Narayanappa's case to Chugmal Rajpal. All those are treatises on how the reason to believe has evolved over time as to what is reason to believe. So the first thing is, a person to whom a summons is issued or 142(1) was issued, or has failed to produce the requisite books. Fine, it satisfies 132(1)(a). Second, person to whom summons or notice might be issued will not or would not produce. Here the discretion of the officer is coming into play. First one, it is a matter of fact that you have issued and he has failed to produce. Second, you are presuming that he will not produce, therefore I will search him. So there is an element of arbitrariness or discretion which is being exercised here, which is why the recording of satisfaction by the authorizing officer is very important. As to what prompted him to presume that so and so will not respond to a notice. There must be something. Maybe the informant's phone call, or all the pre-search recce they have done, fine, it's all secreted, it need not be disclosed. But when it is being used upon 132(1) clause B, it has some element of arbitrariness or discretion which is already built in here. 3. Any person in possession of money, bullion, jewelry or valuable article, it represents either wholly or partly income which has not been or would not be disclosed. Again, what has not been disclosed is a matter of fact. What would not be disclosed is presumption. So once you are presuming that a state of affairs is real, the corollary also must be presumed, saying something will be disclosed. So can you now say, after the search is conducted and you have produced records and you have given the information in 142(1) that the authorization given under 132(1)(a) or B or whichever fails the test of reason to believe, saying that look, no, you presume that I will not produce, I have produced it now. Is it sufficient? Because under 132(1)(a) you have a much wider term to say has reason to suspect. Here we have no escape route because it is he is merely suspecting you and therefore the department has been given the powers. You suspect and you then come under 132(1)(a) for under requisition. Whereas under GST law, under 67, where proper officer has reason to believe that a taxable person has suppressed any transaction, here see in GST it is very specific. In income tax the search is very wide in terms of what happens even in when the search takes place. Even in your Panchanama or whatever in Form 45 authorization, it doesn't contain as to what you have to check. But whereas in GST INS 1, specifics are mentioned as to why they are conducting a search. So therefore, in terms of income tax search versus GST search I would say is more specific in nature and income tax search is general in nature. Because income tax, the ambit is huge because there is no restriction. Whereas in GST INS 1, it is where information has been presented before me and I have reasons to believe that the dealer or assessee has suppressed transactions relating to supply of goods or service, has suppressed transactions relating to stock of goods in hand, has claimed input tax in excess of his entitlement, has claimed refund in excess, has indulged in contravention of the provisions of this act or rules made thereunder to evade tax. The moment you say thereunder to evade tax under this act, even in the GST, when you look at penalties under GST, 122(1) has got 21 subclauses. In that 21 subclauses, one clause stands out against the other 20. 122(1) clause 10 is in contradistinction to 122(1) to 21 minus clause 10. Because clause 10 talks about the intention to evade tax. The moment you talk about intention to evade tax, mens rea comes in. You go back to the old penalty law, 7680 or 696 Anurali's case, what the Supreme Court said in terms of mens rea, and whether after the omission of the word deliberately concealed the particulars of income in the Income Tax Act in 271(1)(c), whether the concept of mens rea has gone away, definitely not, because it is inbuilt. To say that if you are stated to have concealed something, it is inbuilt that there is mens rea. So the concept of mens rea comes in when you talk about the intention to evade. And continuing in GST, or you have the second clause wherein is engaged in the business of transporting goods that have escaped payment of tax, or is the owner or operating of a warehouse or godown where goods are there which have escaped payment of tax, or has kept accounts or goods in a manner as is likely to cause, here this is reason to suspect. In GST also, though the section starts with proper officer reason to believe, in the form which authorizes for inspection or search under GST INS 1, it talks about in such a manner as is likely to cause evasion of tax payable under this act. Therefore, there is an element of reason to suspect, not in the act, but as part of the form and rules. So therefore, what is not in the prescribed in the act, can a form bring in? Can the form enlarge the mandatory condition of 67(1)? In my opinion, no. The form is only a direction for the officers to follow, saying what are they supposed to check. or which is a box that has to be ticked. Now take a case under GST. When the officer comes to inspect or search, when you have these sub-columns specified, go back to the income tax law in terms of 271(1)(c) penalty, concealment or furnishing of inaccurate particulars of income. Courts have now consistently held that if you don't specify under which limb you want me to charge to tax or penalize me, such a notice would be invalid in the eyes of law. Manjunatha Jinning, Karnataka High Court, which has been, SLP has been dismissed by the Supreme Court, and various courts have followed that. Which means the department has to be sure as to what limb or of the particular provision they are using against you under the penalty and income tax. Now, use it here. Also, the parity of reasoning in Standard Chartered Finance 381 also comes to our rescue there. Now, if you bring that provision here to say, the department officials who, when they come and present this form saying, I am authorized to enter your premises, they can't bring a blank form. It has to be ticked. What is the aspect on which that the officer has reason to believe that he is coming to you? It is so possible that they can tick all clauses and come, saying that you may fall here, you may fall there, but that again leads to non-application of mind, which means you are not sure as to why you are authorizing somebody. Because the form prescribes 5 or 10 columns, you are saying yes, you might fall into all of that. So how do you deal with that? That's a legal issue when you want to challenge a particular provision. It is permissible right from the authorization stage itself, because income tax does not have the provision of inspection. It has got survey and search, whereas GST has got inspection and search, because all searches are inspections, but all inspections are not searches, because inspection is a power which has got narrower power than the term search. So therefore, it's a softer provision. So it's more like a survey. You come, you examine records, you find out what is there, and they issue whatever form to say pay tax in protest. And again, the penalties under GST, whether the state, most likely in my experience, the state officers are issuing notice under 73, the central officers are issuing notice under 74 under GST for either for time limit or for higher penalty. So it depends on how it has to be looked into or when you can challenge. What are the rights that you have got to challenge? They come with a warrant. Can you ask for the copy of the warrant? You can ask, they won't give. But please ask, please give me a copy of the warrant. Next, are you entitled to search the officers? Yes, you can search the officers. Because in the digital era today, earlier when they are talking about planting evidence, they had to bring books. Now, a pen drive is enough for elected governments to fall. So where does one tax evading assessee stand? So therefore, the right has to be exercised, saying that please search, because you don't know what is incriminating in nature, what is not incriminating in nature. Because in a search proceeding now, Supreme Court in Abhisar Builders has said, if there are no incriminating materials found during the course of search, which means you cannot proceed with the assessment for that, you cannot make any other additions. So the existence of incriminating materials is very important. So as a right of the taxpayer, please search the income tax officials or GST officials when they come to search you, because they will offer. They will say we offered ourselves for search, and they say assessee politely declined this one. You need not be polite. You can say I will search you, come, because you know what's in store for the next 12 hours or 18 hours to you. So therefore, unless you're wanting to have your daughter being sent to their house as daughter-in-law, getting their daughter into your house, there is no reason to be extra friendly with them. It can be a good rapport to say, you have come to do your duty, we will fight out our case. See, cases which are exceptional, where bundles and bundles of cash have been found, the sources, explanations, that's a legal procedure. But in so far as the legal rights are concerned, see, what is permissible legally and what happens practically are two different things. The law may permit a particular thing, because the law is clear. If a statute requires a particular thing to be done in a particular way, it has to be done in that way and that way alone. Read in Taylor and Hughes, followed by SPL, Siddhartha and 345 ATR 223. So those principles are there. But what what is the element that the assessee has got to the extent that he has got control. Now if you look at 67(1) and 1A and 1B here, is 1A talks about suppressed transaction, claimed excess tax, stock, and then as indulged in contravention of any of the provisions. This is a very wide term. Contravention of any of the provisions can be probably not issuing an invoice, not issuing a credit note, not recording something properly, because this is a very wide term. When in the, sometimes the Act uses notwithstanding anything to the contrary, it is a very wide term like this. Contravention of any of the provisions, it is not limited to something with suppression and evasion. It can be an innocuous provision which department still can use it against you, saying you violated, so I have reason to believe that you have done more of this. Because under the sales tax, generally they fall back upon the golden principle, saying if they found something for 1 day, they extrapolate it for 365 days, usefully Abdul Ali. So therefore, sales tax, they have been that habit, saying we have found suppressed sales for 1 day and we are not able to collect data for a lot of things, but the presumption is that into 365. And Supreme Court upheld that in Yusuf Ali Abdul Ali way back, I think 1955 or 56 the judgment came. So therefore, that is part of 67(1), and 2 is about transportation of goods and where it's kept in the godown. These are covered, 67(1) clause A and clause B are covered in the form GST INS1 under 2 separate. So my opinion is that when they come to inspect or search, that must clearly mention why they have come, or else it will suffer. You can challenge it, because this form, the authorization, because I have shown it to you, you will know what is present there. You can make a affidavit before the magistrate saying, look, I can now watch that this was not ticked or this was there at this point in time, and you are willing to depose, which means department also will be put to strict proof as to why they came. So therefore, it is very important to know the legal rights as to what you can challenge and what you cannot challenge. 67(2) is proper officer either pursuant to an inspection or otherwise. The emphasis here is on the term or otherwise, which means under the GST law, you have 2 limbs. First, you want to only come and inspect. Inspection converting into search will happen under 67(1) itself. If directly they have reason to believe that you have suppressed and they have evidence which they have gathered during the investigation proceedings earlier, they can directly conduct a search on you under 67(2). The law provides for it, because either in pursuant to an inspection it should be converted to search, like how in income tax a survey will be conducted to search. What happens then? Your jurisdiction in DG may be different. Then the territory where you are conducting a survey and you want to search, that particular commissioner will be given the territorial jurisdiction to authorize this particular officer to conduct the search, saying yes, now your survey you want to convert it to search, and he will authorize, and the board has got the powers to do that, because you will not have time for a person saying now Madras, no, it's called Chennai, I've grown up calling it as Madras. So Chennai, and you are conducting a survey, you conduct it as convert it to search. Your DG is in Chennai here. You are conducting a business premises in Andhra also, bordering. So the commissioner there will be able to authorize, saying conduct a search there, and he will give the warrant there. And based on that warrant, you will search. So similarly, under GST, they can directly search you under 67(2), and when they again the terminology used there is reason to believe. Under 67(1), on specific instances. Under 67(2), it is not specific but it is general. But again, it qualifies by saying directly search but has reason to believe that goods liable to confiscation or documents are secreted in any place. This secreted in terms of income tax is used elsewhere. Under 132(1), when they talk about the powers of the officer, when you can search any person who in the vessel who is able to get into the building or coming out, or he has reason to suspect that. So similar thing they have used it even here. Under 67(2). This is what I spoke about, what is information, this is there. reason to believe, go back to Indian Penal Code now, we have a different name for this, but this is there. The reason to suspect in 132 is here, and under 67 there is no reason to suspect under GST. GST still continues to be reason to believe only. So it is restricted, still I would say, the search, inspection and search under GST are much narrower in scope than a search under Income Tax Act. Because GST, though it talks about secreted, what do you call as something which is secreted? How do you slide? Excuse me. Which is the way to go back?
Small one.
Okay, yeah, small one. Okay. What is 132(1)(a and 67(2)? We have to now look at as to how each one operates in terms of the powers of the officer and how we will continue to fight out the issues in terms of. And one other important facet is under 132(13) you have the Code of Criminal Procedure Code to the extent so far as may be applicable to search. What is under 165 of the Code of Criminal Procedure? What is that? You can take a help of a police officer. Now that the tax statutes are not strictly bound by the Evidence Act, they need not follow all of that, but to the extent applicable they can make sure that it is part of the search proceedings. One important difference is that under income tax search there is no power to arrest. Under GST there is power to arrest, because they have substituted the term magistrate wherever it appears by the term commissioner. What power should have been or could have been enjoyed only by the magistrate to order for arrest now is in the realms of the commissioner, which means to the extent he will have the powers of a SHO, the station house officer, to arrest. And they have also given guidelines as to 1 crore, 2 crore, 5 crore and when you arrest. So depending on the monetary consideration transaction involved, GST is proceeding to arrest. And once the arrest takes place, then the game shifts away from being evasion, taxability, excess input to bail and other provisions. They operate differently. Just because you have agreed to pay the taxes does not mean you have to be released on bail. Supreme Court is very clear on that. The prosecution will be for a different thing and the payment of tax is another. So whether the power to arrest GST authorities, is it arbitrary? No, it can't be said arbitrary because the statute provides for it. The statute has provided the power to arrest. But for an economic offence, should you arrest is a larger question. What are the steps you can take to? That's for the law commission and how the lawmakers have to respond to it, saying should you give a power to arrest to a tax official at all? Isn't it an economic offence? Yes, it is against the state. It is revenue of the exchequer is at stake. But do you want to put a person behind bars for an economic offence? Before it is proved. It's not that the law provides for prosecution after conducting everything, search takes place, he pays taxes, penalty. Does not mean that just because you have paid tax, interest and penalty does not mean that prosecution should not be launched. Prosecution can be launched, dehors payment of taxes. Just because you have cooperated with the department does not mean prosecution should be dropped. It can continue on a different footing. So therefore, when the statute itself provides for 3 different regimes, tax, interest and then penalty, and then you go to prosecution. Is it mandatory to follow all this? To say unless you have been charged with penalty, you can't. No, the courts are very clear to say that penalty proceedings are independent of assessment proceedings or others. If the ingredients required to prosecute are present, it is sufficient. So you need not go on to the sufficiency of the or adequacy of the reasons for prosecution. The courts will have the way in that. Now, considering that both statutes have got provisions for prosecution, should this contain, it's for the larger question to be raised and representation to be given, saying power of arrest in GST, which is little draconian in my opinion. Because probably when the Central Excise Act came in and you have this salt tax and all in 1913 and 1944, the reason arrest was brought in for a different perspective rather than what it is being used now. The requirement then was different to what it is now, the salt tax and when it came up. But nevertheless, it is continued to remain on the statute book. And coming to the aspect of secreted in any place, when do you call something as secreted? Is there a place, they have come to your business premises, they search, so I was giving examples of loft 1, loft 2, they search. In a normal search, if they search everything. More beyond that, can something be secreted? Can they say the books of accounts are secreted? So, if something is not available in the regular business premises or your say proprietor's house or wherever, which normally, like how a theory of human probability works, where the accounts or records are likely to be kept or will be kept in the normal course of business if they are not kept, and if the department officials cannot by normal diligence find them, if they have to really use different tools and find out the investigative techniques, that's when you call it as secreted. And even under that, under the Central Excise also, you had the power to enter into vessel and find out where it is secreted and to confiscate. Such a thing will exist even under GST in terms of confiscation. We've been talking about information. This is one Supreme Court judgment which I found, which talks about what is information by itself. When they're talking about wherein the Act has used it in various sections, information. What is it? A fact or particulars or by law? So therefore, most of these have been tested at various points in time as to what constitutes information. So if something does not constitute information, can that be reason to believe? If it is not reason to believe, is it deemed to be reason to suspect? If it is deemed to be reason to suspect, whether directly you can come to the 132.1 and say I have reason to suspect without following upon 132.1a and b and c. Therefore, when we talk about validity of search, how can you now challenge validity of search? You can write a simple letter. I'm not sure whether how the court will look at it, saying, fine, you conducted a search. Please inform me the limb under which you have searched me. 132.1 has got 3 sublimbs. Please inform me of which of the sublimbs that you have used against me to search. It is not any information which is secreted or we are not getting on to the whistleblower who has informed. No. There has to be a reason that you have come to me, whether was they falling under clause 1, A or B or C. Should or shouldn't the department disclose that? We are not asking them for the satisfaction note. We are not saying who informed you about this. No. Which limb of the law have you applied on me? Isn't it my natural right to know, like in the criminal laws they say, you are supposed to be made aware of the grounds of arrest and only then you can be arrested. If you are not made known of the grounds to arrest, there are umpteen number of judgments where courts have released the person immediately saying the arrest was illegal. Similarly, as a person searched, aggrieved, shouldn't I know why they have come to me? When you may have reason to believe or suspect. How? The law provides only certain instances like A, B, C. Which of that have you followed? We should try to challenge it now. Instead of now trying to give a challenge, a satisfaction note, which now will be in the exclusive jurisdiction of the courts after the amendment in 2017. That's again retrospective amendment for 132 from 1962 and for 132 1 year from 1975. Retrospective amendment was brought in to say it will not be disclosed. Why? The tribunal, especially in Bangalore, was calling for the records based on jurisdictional high court judgment. So we know the records are called for what happens. Sridhar sir will say 51% to department, but 49% assessors will still win in terms of and like the C&AG report which said 76% of the cases additions have not been sustained. So if the satisfaction note was probably made available, maybe that 76 might have turned to 96%. So therefore, they have amended the law. But should you give up? Definitely not. We have other avenues to challenge the search and it continues. Wherein how we can challenge it. Reason to believe has also been defined in Indian Penal Code 1860. This what I was talking
Is there
about.
any code is there that under which limb you are coming for such?
So what happens? Till now we were using Seth Brothers, Southern Herbals and Ramay Reddy and SG Aluminum to say validity of search is challenged. Please give us a satisfaction note based on which. Now they said they will not give the reason to believe or reason to suspect. This aspect we will test out. We have been trying in some cases. It is still in the initial stages of fighting before tribunal to say which limb have you used under chapter 14, which is the thing you are using against me, please tell me. So far they have not replied. Maybe at some point in time somebody will decide, saying that, like one of the commissioners had observed, saying whether the notice is issued under 153A or C does not matter, as no prejudice is caused to the assessee and it's a curable defect under 292 BB. Courts do not agree with that view, saying it is definitely a jurisdictional issue in terms of whether you are assessing under 153A or C is definitely a jurisdictional issue and it goes to the root of the matter. So similarly, this is one of the challenges that you can make to say, tell me which limb. Does not mean the search will be made illegal. Understand that it's only to enforce your right to say you're supposed to be made aware as to why you have come to me. It's only one step in the litigation to say you will challenge that, they will not give. Then they will say, we are not asking for reason to believe. Tell them, please let the department inform which limb they use against me. Maybe some court may entertain the writ to say, okay, produce before the court. So which of the limbs that you have used against him? D has satisfaction note. Well, satisfaction note still can be called in by the court and they are bound to give it. It is barred only for income tax authorities, including appellate tribunal. That's all. But high courts and the courts above, the Supreme Court, still can call for any record and examine to decide on the validity or otherwise of the search. In GST, there is no provision for non-disclosure of reasons recorded. So far, because it is a new law, most people would not have. Now that the GST tribunal will be formed in the next 3 months to 6 months, now, whenever the appeals will be filed to the GST tribunal, one of the grounds should definitely be taken, say, reason to believe. And applying the principles laid down by GK and drive shaft, even under the GST, it's not for filing the return, but you can say, fine, you have come, you have searched, now give me the reason to believe. As to what led you to believe that I have contravened or I have fallen under 67(1)A and B or under 67(2), because they only use the word reason to believe, not reason to suspect. By inference, we are saying in one of the conditions that it is likely to evade, we are trying to, by inference, say that it is suspicion, but otherwise the Act uses the word reason to believe. So under the GST now, the field is open for litigation to say reason to believe, and then all the principles that the courts have brought about for all these decades as reason to believe will be useful to fight GST cases now. Because in income tax now you have hardly anything to fight on reason to believe. It's only now inference, deemed reason to believe, all of that, because it's getting changed by the year. But under GST, unless now the amendment comes in this budget to say they will not give that, we don't know. But subject to that, reason to believe can be sought for, and there is no provision not to give it. The department cannot deny saying I will not give it, because it's not because it is not based on some whistleblower information. It's reason to believe, which means after independent application of mind by the highest authority which prescribed under the Act, which under the GST will be a JC, Joint Commissioner or somebody, his application of mind is being questioned. So therefore, he has to produce it whenever it's being questioned. I would at least definitely start questioning it. The moment GST tribunal is formed, the first of the appeals will contain the first ground saying the 67(1) or 67(2) is void ab initio because reason to provide not given. They will say, did you ask for it? We will make an application. They will refuse. So then they have to call for records. They have to check. If they don't produce records, what happens? There is a very old Supreme Court judgment, Rai Singh, Dev Singh, Bis, 88 ITR 200. When a department is asked to produce a particular record, if they don't produce that record, despite several opportunities being given to the department, the presumption is that either they don't have it or by producing it is against them. So the adverse inference will be drawn that such a document does not exist in the eyes of law. More so for satisfaction under 153C, under 148 reason to believe, such a parity should be used for GST now. When you ask for a reason, if they don't give it repeatedly, adverse inference must be drawn, and courts are fairly following it because it's a Supreme Court judgment. So therefore we have some leeway left to challenge reason to believe and ensure that the records come to us, and then of course the legal challenges and how you tackle that goes on. This is secreted what we were talking about. Again, the similarities here would be where income tax has got a host of authorities now, because they had too many IRS officers, so they had to fill up the gap saying commissioner, then principal chief, then so the designations increased in the last 10 years. Principal Director General, all of them, again has reason to believe that he may authorize. Here it is not below the rank of Joint Commissioner. There are some similarities which the GST law is borrowed from the income tax to say how the search will be conducted and other things. But what is very important is the search warrant is not issued by the competent officer, it would vitiate the search. It has to be, and it's again Madras High Court decision, SRS mining, wherein the search warrant has to be issued by the competent officer at no point in time without assuming jurisdiction. Like I said, say Tamil Nadu and Andhra border and the other commission authorizes, there needs to be that board which comes in and gives territorial jurisdiction to the other commissioner to operate there. Unless he assumes territorial jurisdiction there, merely issuing a warrant for search would vitiate the entire process of search as such. And one more important facet always would be when you are granting an approval for somebody, saying that look, I am telling you to do a particular thing, there are two ways of looking at it. One, the officer comes to you under the erstwhile 153D, where the Joint Commissioner had to give approval to the order being passed under 153A or C. The officer would come to the higher officer, the assessing officer will go to the JC and say, look, give me approval for this particular order to be passed. Like in transfer pricing under 92CA1, the assessing officer may refer to the matter to the TPO after previous approval by the commissioner, which means the assessing officer would make a request to his superior officer to authorize him or grant approval to conduct a particular investigation or assessment, or as the case may be. Which means the emphasis is more on the person granting the approval than the person who is receiving it or who sought for. So there is enough and more emphasis laid on a particular authority to say he is granting approval, which means granting of approval, in my opinion, presupposes application of mind. It has to be with complete application of mind, that is approving a particular proposal. Though under the transfer pricing regulations, one of the views the department takes is, look, there is an instruction or a circular which says that AO has to refer mandatory. Fine, a circular is binding only on the department authorities, not binding on the assessee, not binding on the courts. It's for circular and instruction issued for the benefit of the officials. So therefore, when the law says that you are supposed to obtain previous approval as a commissioner under 92CA1, which means the AO has to give his proposal saying why he wants to refer the matter to the transfer pricing officer. He merely cannot say it exceeds 15 crores as held by in my circular, please grant approval. And if the commissioner says I am approving, my opinion based on the Supreme Court judgment in Goenka line, it amounts to mechanical approval. Such approval is bad in the eyes of law. So therefore, the granting of approval assumes a lot of significance in terms of what you challenge. Whenever the JC has now authorized, and then under 144A, under income tax, if the officer has taken help of the JC to finalize, it is again his approval and his opinion which is being called into question. So those things we have to keep in mind and we can challenge it. These are the forms, and one important thing is warrant of authorization is for the premises and not for the assessee. If you have seen a Panchanama, it says warrant in the name of so and so, premises to be searched. The warrant can be in my name, premises can be mine, Sridhar sirs or Prakasa sirs, anybody. But the warrant is for the premises and not for the assessee, because the person searched may be different and the premises to be covered may be many. It may not be belonging to the assessee at all. It may be his business partners or business rivals or his suppliers or his creditors or anybody. So it has to be clear that whose name the warrant is there and which premises is getting covered there. Is joint warrant permissible? Courts had held not possible. Then law was amended with retrospective effect from 1976 to say joint warrant is valid. Otherwise, Allahabad High Court in Mandana Varma 330 ADR said joint warrant is, because they were saying, Sridhar is definitely aware, Prashanth, Sridhar, Prakash and others. Who are the others in the warrant? Can everybody in this room be covered under others? Because the general species used was, it was generally being used, and others, because internally they were referring to the associates whom they wanted to search, all of the names which they didn't want to bring out. But courts were saying joint warrant is bad. Law was amended, so now to say it is. But when can you challenge? If they say others, it is arbitrary. If it stops at Prashanth and Sridhar, it is joint warrant. They will search whichever premises based on what is mentioned in the Panchanama. But when they use the term others, that is giving rise to high-handedness, arbitrariness. To that extent, they may say, who are those, without even mentioning how did you even authorize. Then the satisfaction of the DG will be called in question. How did you authorize somebody to go and search others? Which means you don't know who they are. Which means you wanted to fill up the form later on. You went and searched Prashanth, you went and searched Sridhar, yes, you had reasons. Then you have carried blank forms, then you written 3 other names. Then you want to go back and say, these were the others. That is not permissible. Without knowing whom you want to search, how can you give a blanket warrant? Which is why the terms, if at all any warrants contain Panchama says and others, that will be not in accordance with the provisions of law, because you cannot be expected to act on the public at large. Saying any income tax officer or GST official cannot roam about in common streets holding a blank warrant to say, okay, it says one and others. Catch out of one fellow and others, meaning to say the whole of the business community. That arbitrary nature cannot be done. So it has to be questioned. If the warrant is wrong, it is wrong. No problem. Please question it. And believe me, most case assessees win. Department success ratio is very poor. Department success.
But they are not producing in the court also, sir.
In the court they have to produce, sir. Because in the court, if you are able to establish that this has happened, in the court they will produce. Which is why when the amendment came in, they specifically stopped at tribal. If they said before anybody, court would have stuck it down in 1 second, saying it is arbitrary. Because now the courts feel they can call for records, they are not interfering in the. Anyway, still, you are also aware, the constitution validity to that amendment is still pending. It's not been adjudicated with the Karnataka High Court, it is still pending. The constitutional validity to the amendment by Finance Act 2017 is still pending in the Karnataka High Court. It's still not been adjudicated upon, but what happens now we don't know, but it is being challenged. There is a challenge to say that amendment is bad in law, but now 7.5 years have passed by that law. Now that they have again gone back to block assessment. What was there from 95 to 2003. And if you look at, I'm sure Sachin will answer that in the second half of the day. Why they went out of block assessment and why they are coming back now are the same reasons they are giving. Remember, when they shifted to 153A, the reasons they gave why they are shifting to 153A are similar to why they are coming back to 158 after now going back upon 153A. So therefore, that happens. Like if you do what your grandfather's father did, it will be successful. They were all landlords then. Today, landlords are probably the biggest like that. So it happens. We have to now see as to how the challenge has to be done, how we have to fight. See, these powers again are common. The powers of the authorities under 132(1) and 67(4) of the GST Act. They can enter and search, break open the lock, require any person who is found to be in position to afford necessary facility to afford. Now they also have the law has been amended to say to take help of experts, not only limited to goldsmiths and locksmiths, but they can also take forensic experts, technical experts on valuation, because now how do you value art? Again depends. So therefore now department can utilize services of experts in that field, subject to being prescribed to the board, authorized by the commissioner, they can take. But one other important aspect will be, now in the electronic era, the passwords. They can break open Almira, they can break open, but electronic devices they can use their systems, techniques and break open. But if it is encrypted or password protected, can you be forced to share the password? Like when they have come to search, they will tell you, please open this lock. You will say, no, I will not, I don't know the lock, where it is, I forgot. It struck me that this is a magical lock. It opens whenever it wants and it closes. You can give any fancy reason. Nobody can stop, because here it's a figment of imagination. They will break open the lock and say, look, we opened it now, and find out what articles are stored there. What happens to digital devices?
I guess for 2 days he was unwilling to give it. Then they wanted to move to the court. Then finally he gave.
Which one for?
For not sharing of the password.
Again, see, it is that fear probably saying court will say no. Had they explored that option to go to the court, court could not have said give the password. What is your duty as officer? You can break open. Break. You can make use of experts. Bring them. Get the experts to. No, cloning is one thing, but after cloning it must still be capable of being opened. Because when you clone also, now the admissibility of evidence is under 65B of the Information Technology Act, a certificate has to be given saying this is done in a particular manner, the hash value has to be given. Otherwise, that evidence is inadmissible. Though it is digitally present, it is inadmissible. I am not on that aspect. On the aspect of passwords, which may be biometric or numeric or designs, as the case may be, multiple options, can they force you to give? They can't, because Article 20 subclause 3 of the Constitution, you cannot be called upon to incriminate yourself. So therefore, anything which you believe will be against you.
You are fulfilling the condition of secreting the information.
Fine, I am secreted, you break open.
No, you cannot.
I am secreted, you break open. When the law has given the power to break open almaras, enter vessels, check everything, what cannot be done by your intellect, you cannot force me to follow it.
No.
Therefore, if the
this technology wasn't there, hence you cannot say that the law when it was written,
Sir,
they did not.
no, sir, answer that. No, I understand where you are coming from. Like when the Telegraph Act first came in, when they had used the word handwriting, the law further when the typewriter came, courts held that because there was no typewriter when the law came in, it must be in the handwriting. They said even if it's in the typewritten document, it's fine. I am not disputing the proposition at all. My opinion is that you cannot be forced to give something. Okay, if it amounts to secreting something, so be it. What happens if you have secreted? Officer has got the powers under 67(2) to break open under GST, under 132(1) he can break open. Now you have been empowered with various officers whom you can take, experts or forensic experts, digital experts, crypto, whatever name called. You should let department explore all of that. You should not fall in the trap saying I'll go to court. Let them go to court. Court cannot say open that, because you know it is against you, you will not give. 20 subclause 3 of the Constitution definitely would save you. You should challenge it. Ultimately what happens? The court will say give it. Give it then. Then you are honoring the court's judgment and not giving it by yourself. Then you are following the directions of the court and you are a judicious citizen. The department must work hard for every penny that they want to collect from you. Apart from their salaries, if they want to edit, they must work extremely hard, learn technology, learn evidence, find out how they have to encrypt and decrypt, and then go on. Because again I said, practically what you can do is different. But the law empowers you not to give it, and department has to fight for it. It is not easy for department to say, we searched him, we know something is in this mobile, but I don't know what is inside it. And we are not competent enough to open this. Then who is now before the court saying I am not competent? Then the next question would be, if you are not competent to know what is inside this, how did you authorize a search on me saying I have secreted something or you have reason to believe? Which means that cannot be reason to believe at all. You don't even know how to use this particular thing, so you have to extrapolate it. This is what I will do. 9 out of 10 people may not agree, but how you challenge in legal proceedings to counter department will be one of this. lot of people may not agree, but unless you explore, you would have never got a judgment on a lot of things if somebody had not explored a particular ground. Like adverse inference or reason to believe. Somebody challenged it and the courts in their wisdom said yes, like right to sleep, a fundamental right. Baba Ramdev was being chased away from the Ramlila Maidan ground, filed a writ petition in the High Court. High Court said you could not have chased him in the night because right to sleep was a fundamental right. Unless he challenged it, we would not have got the judgment today. Unless somebody challenged Aadhaar, you did not have the Kutswami Gowda vs Union of India case on privacy. So therefore, you have a duty to challenge, to fight for your right. Let the department respond. Anyway, in most cases there will be respondents at the High Court level and Supreme Court level. They are rarely the appellants. At the High Court and Supreme Court level, mostly department is the respondent. The department is the appellant in High Court and Supreme Court in most cases. Only in the first two stages they are respondents. From the High Court and above, higher the wisdom, we know that how the law is evolving. Like the wisdom of the higher court, wisdom of the lower court must yield to the wisdom of the higher court, Dunlop rubbers. Similarly, we have to challenge it. This aspect was touched upon by Sridhar saying sealing of business premises is illegal. I agree with him to that extent, saying yes, sealing cannot be done. I agree with Sridhar sir on that proposition. I am not disputing his proposition there. This is what I was talking about in terms of the taxpayers charter. Allowed to go to schools, 2 witnesses, and probably this has not been brought in as much in GST, but I think the same thing, guidelines would come in when no formal charter exists in GST to the best of my knowledge, but something similar definitely would come up. CBDT circular or instruction in 2003 states that confession cannot be extorted, so they cannot force you to confess to something. One important aspect where about retraction, where I would also to a certain extent disagree with Sridhar sir's view on saying when can retraction be made. There is something called deemed retraction which is not made available anywhere. You admit, you retract before the same officer immediately is one straight retraction. You retract during the course of assessment saying, look, you have given some answers, but you are able to prove with evidence that that is wrong. You had said your stock was missing or your unaccounted sales, but ultimately your documents are reconciled, it is one thing. Third thing is you admitted to a particular income during search, and nowadays they also take one confirmatory statement after a few days saying that whatever is stated in that, the first statement is correct. They do that. Nevertheless, how to challenge it, we have been challenging on different things, because the first statement would contain, apart from your name, father's education qualification, you will have a question saying how many bank accounts do you have? You will say 10, fantastic. Next you will say what are the bank account numbers? And the assessor would have told all of that. It is impossible for somebody to remember 15-digit account numbers of 20 banks, which means they have produced the documents to you and then you written down. That is not in the question. The question says, tell me the bank account numbers. It is humanly impossible for anybody to remember if you have 30 bank accounts, account numbers of all the 30 bank accounts immediately. They will say, have you filed returns? The answer is yes. What is the income? You will say assessment year 14-15, 7 crore, 37 lakh, 96,414, assessment. It is impossible for any assessee to give out that list, which means the question is wrong. The question is, I am showing you these records. What are they? Are you agreeing? If they are asking you what is the income return and if you have declared all of this like this, you can always say the statement is not actually the statement which is recorded. This is what has been finally typed. How will you infer this like this? How could I have told this without having access to all the records of the past 10 years? Is it possible for me to remember all 10? Then you would have asked questions about sundry creditors. You will tell the names. They will say their PAL. You will tell that. You will ask their address. These are the type of statements that are being recorded now. It is good for the assessees because when the statements are challenged in the higher forums, the statements should be struck down. Because it can be made out that it could have never been a voluntary statement because it contains all information which department wants and nothing that the assessee wanted to express. And talking about deemed retraction, once you have declared a particular thing during the course of search, admitted, you have confirmed in the statement, then you get a time for filing return under income tax to offer that. In that return, if you don't admit that particular income, you can say your statement made during search and further confirmations during post-search is deemed to be retracted on the date you file the return. The day you file the return without including that particular income which you confessed during search, it is a deemed retraction. Thereafter, it is for the assessing officer to say why your retraction is right, wrong, accept, not accept, but it is not forming part of a return. So he has to make addition. If the addition is made solely based on your statement, it is not sacrosanct. You can't pick and choose my statement, which means I would have also given a statement saying I am the greatest human being ever to have lived on this planet Earth. So therefore, Income Tax Act does not apply to me. That's also one of my answers. You can't selectively say I will not take this answer. When I say income tax does not apply to me, you will leave it. But when I say I am offering 100 crores, you will accept it. Which means you have to accept the statement in toto. So therefore, the deemed retraction, then the additions which have to be made will have to be made based on evidences only. It can't be made based on the statement you made. Your statement may be true also, I am not even disputing it, but the addition cannot be made. Because it has to be based on tangible material with live nexus to the facts. It can't at any point in time be an estimate. And wherever you are estimating, the law is different. You either reject the books of accounts, then estimate. Whether you estimate net profit, you estimate gross profit, you take weighted average. Again, it's a question of fact of each case as to what applies there. But this is what we have to keep in mind in terms of retraction. And here's one again. Consent does not confer jurisdiction. So therefore, just because you have consented to something does not mean the officer has got the power to this. Again, I quoted sales tax case also on this, and also the income tax Supreme Court judgment, so that the law applies in both the laws. In terms of just because you have consented to something does not lead to automatic inference that the officer can assume jurisdiction on that particular thing and proceed to assess or reassess or tax you in accordance with the VAT law which existed then or the sales tax law. And delay of retraction can be explained. You have to explain. Again, the courts will take a view, assuming that you have declared something and you are able to prove. Just because you have declared and gone back, the timing merely cannot be the reason. You may say yes, after 5 years you can retract. Courts will consistently say it is not valid because there is a long time gap. But if you are able to prove, then the time gap doesn't matter. The delay of laches would not come to the rescue of the department when you are able to prove. If you are not able to prove, then you have no case. You have to fight it out on other technical aspects which I was talking about. 132(4)(a) talks about a presumption. Where any books, documents, money, bullion, etc. are found, it is presumed that such books belong to the person, contents are true, signature or in the handwriting of a particular person are signed. Under income tax, again it's wider in aspect because they can presume, and then again it will put forth to you for rebuttal. When they presume, you can rebut their presumption saying, because such a presumption is rebuttable, it is not a final one. But there is no such presumption under GST. Say whatever is found, they cannot say it is yours. They cannot presume. They have to give you evidence to say that it is yours. Under income tax, they can presume. The burden of proof is on the assessee to say your presumption is wrong. Whereas under GST, they cannot presume. So they have to present facts to you. Whether you accept the facts or reject it is another matter. But the presumption is not available for these documents or contents of the records similar to 132(4)(a). Nothing exists in GST. Provisional attachment of property. 132(9)(b) recently came in to say, during the course of search or seizure, now they can provisionally attach. Earlier, the law was only after the assessment was completed, which means only after the liability was crystallized, department could have attached a particular property. What was happening? You searched, they know, assessee knows something is going to go wrong. He will transfer or gift or sell it. And then department cannot say you sold it because we are fixing a liability. They cannot make that statement because if department makes such a statement, which means they had a preconceived notion that they will affix you with liability, which means they were not wanting to look into law, but they wanted only to tax you. They cannot say that. Now, which is why they said during the course of search or seizure, they can provisionally attach the property. So it will be there for initially for 60 days. So by which time they would know what is the statement you have given, what is the evidences they have gathered against you, and then so far they will extend it to 6 months for the attachment. By then they will be in a position to ascertain as to what is the nature. By then the assessment proceedings could have started, and during the pendency of assessment proceedings they can say in the interest of revenue, these assets may not be parted with. They may lift the attachment, but they may give a restraint to say not to part with the assets. If the assessee parts with the assets, then knowing very well that the assessment is getting framed, that transfer may be treated as void by the income tax department. But under the GST under section 83, there is no provision for provision attachment during search or seizure. But 83 allows attachment after initiation of proceedings, that is under inspection search, to protect if it is necessary to do so. Again, the moment they have used the word if it is necessary to do so, like in income tax, for reasons recorded to be in writing, you can challenge this. The moment they say necessary to do so or reasons recorded in writing, the moment they say reasons recorded and necessary, which means it has to be after full application of mind, again with documents, all of the presumptions and assumptions which the department want to use against you cannot aid them. They have to positively act to say this is the basis on which I am attaching a particular asset. It can't be based on presumptions here. When they want to attach it, presumption does not work. Though under 132(4)(a), they can presume a lot of things, assets are yours. But when they want to attach your real assets, that presumption will not work. They cannot say, under 132, I have presumed that these assets are of the assessee, there is a lot of income. Therefore, under 132(9)(b), I will attach, not permissible. You presume under 132(4)(a), it's for assessee to rebut or not. But using 132(4)(a), you cannot presume under 132(9)(b). 132(9)(b) acts separately. They have to again record reasons in writing. You can challenge that saying these are not valid. The particular reason why you are giving may not be right in law, that your interpretation is different. So again, there may be a possibility for a litigation there in terms of attachment here. Similar under 83 when they say if it is necessary to do so, who will decide the necessity of it? How did they come to the conclusion that it was necessary to attach a particular property? So this goes on to question the nature of reasons recorded, and then you can also ask for the copy of reasons recorded. Say, please give me the copy, why you felt that it was necessary to do so. They will give a list of reasons. If you are able to rebut them, then can you now question the attachment procedure itself? And 159 of the CGST rules provides that any person whose property is attached may file an objection. After attachment, obviously you can file objection. I am saying when they initially say they are attaching and they give you an order saying they have attached, one is filing objection here. Next to ask for not merely objecting to the attachment. Why they attached, that must be questioned. The reasons for attachment also must be questioned to the extent that you are also questioning the attachment itself. So we can't let go of the revenue to say, fine, I'm only questioning your ultimate action, but I'm letting you go off your reason why you did so. The reason why they did so forms very important and integral part as to when we question them. And what I said is upheld by the Supreme Court also to say, not merely because it is explained to do so, but because it should be necessary to protect the interest of the revenue. They cannot merely say, I cannot practically do it, it will not be profitable, which will not really help you. And the provision order continues after the prescribed period of statute. It is violative of 300A, 14 and 19 1G of the Constitution. This is again Telangana High Court in KMC Constructions. If under income tax it's for 6 months and then under GST for 1 year, it cannot continue beyond it. Let them file applications, again they have to move the court as to why they did not complete the assessment or what they have found. But the moment it crosses the threshold, before that if the department doesn't act, it is in straight violation under Article 300A of the Constitution. what we have already spoken about, saying that Code of Criminal Procedure. Because one important distinction that we always come across is these cheats what we find in income tax. Loose sheets, notings, diary notings. Are they evidence? No. V.C. Shukla and L.K. Advani, the Supreme Court has said, those cheats do not constitute books of accounts. They are merely pieces of evidence that they have to gather and then apply law of evidence to say why it had to come in. Under the GST now, a lot of transactions are getting moved. The e-way bill is mandatory. They are recycling the e-way bills. The goods passes on time. The fast tag would not have noted because you would have made the payment in cash. The lorry comes back, second time transports the goods again, which means the goods are getting transported twice with one e-way bill. They are recycling the e-way bills. So what happens under GST? The law applies differently then, saying they have definitely moved goods. They can confiscate under 130 wherever they find out that such recycling has happened based on, again, they are gathering digital evidence. They said you have given this vehicle number, this has passed this check post at this particular point in time, it's come back to its destination, again return to Y. Unless you are able to prove the contrary, they are giving you the screenshots of the vehicle passing the toll booths also now under GST. To the extent that cash payment is being permitted in FASTag, some extent assessors are able to flay the rules, which is not right. Which is not right. They cannot say, I cannot say my intent is to evade the taxes. I can avoid taxes in accordance with law within the framework of law. I agree and I concur and I would also propagate that aspect. But to say that I want to evade and then recycling of invoices is one thing, recycling of e-way bills now. So as the technology is coming up, even the criminals are they're thinking much faster, saying okay, you're catching me on invoices, now I will recycle e-way bills. Now department has come back with that to say with the data about FASTag. You have to see the next method now. It's about the rat race, who's ahead. So generally department is doing the catching up game, but believe me, especially with GST, they are on top. Because they have more information than what we presume they have. It's just that they are not using it. It's like they have harvested it, they are waiting when to reap the benefit of it. It is definitely, like Sridhar has said, 20 years ago, what they were empowered to do and what they are capable of doing now is completely different. When you had manual books of accounts, you would say books were planted. If the book is lost, evidence is lost forever. Now the moment we used to ask for copies of seized materials, they used to say, bring your photocopy machine, pay to the department, electricity charge, all of, now nothing. They are giving you seized material digitized in a week's time. In fact, in a better format, you have given some cheat is found, they are enlarging it, glorifying it, making it legible for you and giving you a larger copy. So that it's clearly visible what is written there. So technology is being used equally by the department. It's not that only the assessees are at the forefront of using technology, but you never know. For confiscation here 67.2 and 132.1 which we already discussed here. Goods liable for confiscation is not defined under the Act, but section 130 subsection 1 envisages situations as to when you can confiscate. Where you supply goods in contravention of provisions with intent to evade payment of tax. Again here, the moment intent to evade comes, department has to prove the mens rea, that your action was only to evade taxes. Without that, 130 subsection 1 subclause 1 does not apply. Does not account for any goods on which is liable to pay tax. Again, this is subjective. When do you have to account it? Whether is it enough if you enter it in the inward register or outward register and then you post it later to the accounts a month later? Is it enough? Is that particular writing in the outward or inward register treated as accounting in the books? Can that be agreed to be accounting, or is it being spoken in a sense to say, when they say account in the books, in a manner that your intention is not to evade but you've written down, which means ultimately it will get posted to the ledgers. That's how you have to understand it. You cannot say that the ledger account has to be there, or the journal voucher has to be immediately found in the accounting system, not necessarily. If the intent is to pay tax, you would have recorded it inward, outward, and it would have taken its normal course of file moving from one department to another. That would be sufficient not to confiscate. Supplies any goods liable to tax without having applied for registration is a straight case, wherein there is no case to fight here. Only if and only if you can find that you are not liable to register for the nature of goods on the classification issue of a particular goods, because classification issue has to be challenged, only then you can challenge it. But under GST you have to pay the tax under protest, the goods will be released and then you fight out. Contravenes any provisions, again mens rea. Uses any conveyance as a means of transport for carriage of goods in contravention of provisions unless the owner proves that it was so used without his knowledge. What happens if they hire lorries? The lorry owner may be different. He would have only given it for trips. He will not know whether you use 2 trips in a day or 3 trips. He might have given the lorry to you for 3 days. You might have done 10 trips and given 3 e-way bills. So if the owner is able to prove that he was not part and parcel with your transactions of evading tax, the owner of the conveyance will be let off, but the person whose goods were being transported, the goods will be liable to be confiscated and action in accordance law will be taken. But if they are not liable under 130, you cannot seize those goods under GST. If you are not able to ensure that it falls under 130 subsection 1 situations, then the goods cannot be seized. Can you say currency notes are goods?
No. Now it is seized by Supreme Court recently.
Yes. So, does not include, this is Karnataka High Court. In the normal income tax search, they can definitely, as I said, cash found and seized and then go to the personal deposit account of the commissioner and PD account and process begins there. But somebody in the past, when after the demonetization happened, questions arose as to what happens to the old notes which are found after the date of search. What value do they really hold in terms of?
They wrote evidential value.
Evidentiary value is one thing. Whether they, like in one of the searches they had found a 1,000 rupee note, I think of 1945 or 46, which was then banned and you had to give it back. He said it is not definitely income or whatever because it's the old one. He said it's a piece of art or historic importance and they had shown it as income from sale of historic thing and shown huge amount capital gains. He said, how did you get this? No, I sold this old note which was 1945 bearing some signature. So ultimately the law was that it was not, you had it through your generations, you are showing that you sold it, you got money, it accepted because it had to be, because there was no, but otherwise we know that is not something that you can give those answers. I can't paint something and say that will be equal to what Ravi Verma's painting would fetch, which is why they can now bring in the art surveyors and people with knowledge in that to say, what is this scribbling that Prashanth has done on this piece of paper versus a painting by an accomplished artist. Otherwise, how would you value that? It is not like goods to say, okay, standards of weights and measures and you add, it's locked like diamond and gold and jewelry, say, okay, this value is found, this is 22 cut, single cut diamond. There is some value, but how will you now value a painting? You are getting in experts. Can you challenge the expert's valuation? Yes, you can challenge. Again, it goes on to on the litigation mode for that, but we can't really guarantee success there because you are questioning the work of an expert. Unless you are able to rebut his presumption as to how we came to that basis, we will actually fail. I would put myself on the assessee side and say we will always fail. 132(1) under the second provision talks about constructive possession. So deal with it saying how they can seize it. This is called deemed seizure. In a way to say that, like he gave an example of the steel and other things, this is deemed seizure. 67(2) talks about under GST, the government having regard to the perishability or hazardous may specify the class of goods which shall be disposed of immediately after seizure. So They also have a notification saying which goods can be disposed of. Retention of books of accounts. Again, reasons recorded for extension to be communicated to the SSC. I am stressing on these principles of natural justice because whenever you have to question something, ultimately if it's able to fall within that realm of principles of natural justice, reasonableness, fair play and equity, you will succeed. If it is not falling within this ambit, how much ever you want to question the department on that, you will rarely succeed on that. It has to somewhere fit into that particular, those 3 or 4 phrases, which are wide enough to win many cases, but you need to have sufficient material to prove to the contrary also. Under 67(2), books can be retained until such time it is necessary for inquiry proceedings. Like income tax will be produced for 6 years, 7 years, and in some such cases, department still holds documents which have been seized under 2010. One instance I can tell sir in the break, which he has seized in 2010 as DDI. That case is still going on in tribunal, sir. Sir was the DDI who conducted research and seized the document. That document still under department. Every 6 months we get one more letter saying extension under 132(8) being sought after. That matter is coming up in tribunal now after 15 years in January now. It was posted yesterday after multiple hearings. It's so how the law evolves. When on the other side, what he has seized, we know what he had seized, what has happened, how the law has progressed, how we are fighting it. We have succeeded partly, we are not able to succeed partly on certain things. So that's in the game, what you succeed, what you don't. But understanding the law, knowing your rights, what to fight, because like they say when you're interpreting a statute, regard must be given to what has been said, but due regard must be given to what has not been said also. Tara agencies, 292 ITR 444. So therefore, we cannot presume that something is not there. We have to also understand what has not been said here to find out where we can fight on those issues. Specific cases will be there. Application of assets. Any existing liability out of liability on completion of assessment will be recovered under GST. So far they have not brought about those things. Maybe shortly they may incorporate for application of assets. Like can department attach FDs and they can attach the FD, but they can't encash the FD. You have a fixed deposit, they can attach the FD saying that you can't get the proceeds of it, but department cannot liquidate the FD and say transfer it to the PD account of the commission. That's not permissible. For release of seized goods on provisional basis, there is specifically nothing in income tax to say on provisional basis to release. You either release based on whatever, like I said, bank guarantee and payment of tax and other things. But under GST, you have a provisional release of goods by giving a bond, which is again statutorily provided in form GST INS 4. In income tax, you have to now go by the custom, saying, okay, it's happening. I am willing to give a bond. I am willing to give a bank guarantee. I am giving you security, so please release it. So it's more like the discretion. There is no law under the income tax to say you have to. But under GST, statutorily provided under form GST INS 4 that on a provisional basis they will release, because the tax, interest and penalty which has to be computed for the contravention of the act, either supply of goods or service without invoice or with an intent to evade, all of that will continue, but the goods should be released. If the owner fails to produce the provision at appointed date, then the security will be encashed against the amount due. So after they will release it and then they will not bring it for verification. So what will they put? They will encash it. Then you will come running to say, no, look, this has happened. No, don't charge me with tax, interest and penalty, because under the GST laws, the tax and interest automatically come. Tax, interest and penalty is automatic. At least under the income tax, tax and interest is there. Penalty you can fight for separately. But in most orders in GST, penalty automatically follows. It's more like tax, interest, penalty. In income tax, at least you are tax and interest. And there are powers for the principal commissioner to waive off 234 ABC in cases where they deem it appropriate. I don't think there is any provision under GST to waive off interest. Installment is fine, but at least in income tax you have the power of a highest authority to waive off some interest in deserving cases for 234 ABC. But in GST, nothing of such sort exists. So, though it's a new law, some of the important pro-assessee measures which are there in income tax are not there in GST. Anti-assessee provisions like arrest is there in GST. So, some good things in income tax have not been incorporated in GST, but which were good for the department, they have incorporated in the GST. So, that's how it's happening. That's the only way we can conclude that. 131 and 70, that is about summons. How does the law work? It's like the powers under the civil code and the civil procedure code. Again, it is every inquiry will be deemed to be a judicial proceeding with the meaning of 193 and 220 of Indian Penal Code. So therefore, there is a lot of emphasis being given to how the proceedings must happen both under GST and income tax, especially when dealing with summons, because you have the Hague Convention on summons as to how you can issue summons, on what basis you can enforce. India, based on the United Nations framework, Hague, you had a convention in Hague many years ago, wherein the reason agreed upon worldwide saying on certain principles of enforcing attendance on oath and summons, which has been by and large followed. Unless it is being given the judicial meaning, it can be misused by authorities. Therefore, you can always approach the court for that. CRPC defines judicial proceedings. The moment you say it is judicial proceedings, and 196 of Indian Penal Code now changed, whatever the new one comes in, 193 of IPC spoke about intentionally giving false evidence in any stage of judicial proceedings should be punished with imprisonment up to 7 years. So you also have now abatement in income tax also, falsifying entries in the books of accounts are also penalized, it can go for prosecution. So therefore, when we advise that, we are extremely careful in what you are advising. Because even a false entry in the books of accounts, if it is based on an opinion by a qualified profession, even a qualified professional can be prosecuted under the law now. Right of summons, right of silence, Article 20 of the Constitution. How long, what is the time limit available for me still?
130.
We have already exceeded that, okay. We exceeded the jurisdiction vested for lunch. So I'll try to cover it maybe in the next 5 minutes. I'll just rush through these things. 132, I spoke about this. Office of Central Government or both. And the usage of police officers, way back in 1974 itself, Supreme Court said, if you are searching influential persons, police can be present and you can't say police should not be there. This was said to this. Supreme Court said, department is right, they can have police officers because the assessee being searched is a very influential and strong person. Under 72 of GST, all officers of police, customs, of state, tax, etc. shall assess the in the implementation of this act, which means during summons, search, survey, inspection. In income tax in 2023, they brought about saying any person or entity as may approved in accordance with procedure. This is for the new things I told you, experts in cryptocurrency, experts in art valuation, because everything is not permissible for an IAS officer. Like Sir said, he is microbiology and doing investigation. A lot of things you will not be able to even get the basics of it, but once you are assisted by an expert, you will have the benefit of that. This is why they brought about. And foreign assets is one such thing which department is also equally working upon, saying gathering data from various sources, credit card spends outside the country, the liberal remittance scheme and the spending there which is getting linked to the transactions here, which is why the PMLA, Black Money and Benami Act now are moving in tandem at a, I would say, a rapid pace compared to what it was a few years ago. The gathering steam. These are under 79 of the CGST. Any taxes to be recovered, they say it has to be after following the due process of issuance of notice and subsequent confirmation of demand. Otherwise, you cannot merely say paid under protest and they confirm it. So the process has to be followed and instructions are laid out for GST officials. We'll not get on to those things. I spoke about the human rights and late night statements. Depending on how the assessee is able to controvert, saying that he was not in a position to give the statement or evidence, we will be able to. Again, it's a double-edged sword as to how you, at what stage you take on the department depends on your ability to fight. Are you wanting to fight from day one, or you want to start the fight after the appraisal report and then during assessment, or do you want to start the fight after assessment? You have to decide based on your ability to, the durability of your fight to determine what steps you would take in what I have told you in the last 90 minutes. Some of them might have been extreme. Some people would want to take those extreme steps for their own interest. Some would wait till the assessment and then take all grounds before the CIT appeals and ITAT because it is permitted, excepting in case of jurisdiction of the officer under 127, 292C. Those things you have to challenge it within that time frame. Otherwise, you will not be able to go back on that because you would have deemed to have accept jurisdiction. How do you overcome that? In every letter, start writing that I am not accepting a jurisdiction. Then the officer will say, why are you appearing? Why did you appear so many times? My lord, I appeared on first day to tell you have no jurisdiction. I appeared on second day again to remind you that you have no jurisdiction. I appeared on third day to again bring to your notice that you have no jurisdiction. I do that. So you would have appeared also in the proceedings. Every time you would have taken a proceeding saying, without prejudice, you have no jurisdiction, I am filing these details. So when the matter reaches the courts, you can always prove you have always disputed the jurisdiction, but you have cooperated with producing details. You are not the one who are wanting to get away from the proceedings, but you are following the law, at the same time wanting the enforcement of law by the department as well. So you need to know which side to fight and how to fight. Trial by media, now all of us are aware what's happening. News is flashing 100 crores seized. Ultimately, he would have given a statement saying, I will pay, asset is there, I will pay tax in accordance with law. Ultimately, capital gains will be 20%. 20% will be collected. But day one, 100 crores declaration. So ultimately, it's actually 20 crores. Such a thing, what is happening? It's not, no DDI would want to do that. It is probably some inspector level who would have seen that and said, okay, I'll give some bite to the media. Because everybody knows that you cannot immediately quantify on the day you search that 100 crores will be taxes. And nowadays we know what's happening in the 24/7 media. So therefore, good that there are certain things. Tape recorded statement. Now, obviously, now this law has gone on. Tape recorded statement. Now you have digital evidence. Why samples can be sent for? When this judgment came in, probably that was not there as to how do you get the samples, forensic testing. Now, this will be enabled in accordance with the Information Technology Act. That evidence, that statement by the concerned official there. New claim, these are legal issues anyway. In assessment, I would not touch upon that. Reward for informers. I don't know how many of them have got rewards really after having informed. They also say that an informer can enforce his right of reward in a court of law. That's the best part. He is informed about legal thing, and income tax is not giving him reward, so he can go to the court and say, look, I was the one who informed, which means he is exposing himself to the world at large. Saying, I informed about a potential rate, department is collecting taxes, and income tax has to give me the reward. So, quality of search I already spoken about. Probably the most important session between the 4 sessions now is awaiting us. It's lunchtime. So thank you for a very patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Sir is going to speak on an overview of income tax provisions, understanding block assessment under Income Tax Act 1961, key changes and the implications for taxpayers. So BP Sachin Kumar is a fellow chartered accountant of our institute. He is currently an independent director in Tech Mahindra Serum Private Limited, a subsidiary of Tech Mahindra Limited situated in Bangalore, and a non-executive director of London-based multinational company Infosite Consulting Services Limited. He has a wide range of experience in advising leading Indian corporates and MNCs on various domestic and international tax matters. He has represented large corporates and government undertakings before the Income Tax Department and appellate authorities in India. He is a regular speaker at various prominent forums and is a visiting faculty at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. He is a Vice President of the Bangalore ITAT Bar Association. With this short introduction, SIRC of ICA heartily welcomes the current speaker, CA BP Sachin Kumar, and thanking him for planning the today's session. On the way to honor his contribution, we would like to request CA Suresh Kumar to present the memento and adorn this hall.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we will say good afternoon one more time because Good afternoon, everyone. Just to ensure that all of you are awake. In fact, I was just watching some of the proceedings. I mean, in the sense, the discussions that was going on. I thought two things I thought I'll bring it to your kind consideration, and this is my view on this matter. The first thing I would like to bring it to your kind consideration is this. See, when a search happens, whether it's GST or income tax, it is an invasion of a privacy. So this is a very, it doesn't happen in a normal this thing. In entire India, if you were to look at, possibly last year it was 741 cases, such cases has happened of a population of this size, 741 search of a group cases. Before that it was 689 and before that it was 569. This is a group cases search. So when search happens, the SSC will have two broad approaches. I think this is the first thing that as a consultants we have to understand as a chartered accountants advising clients. So when a search happens and subsequently during the course of assessment, SSC has two broad approaches. The first approach is that as a litigation, as you litigate on everything, you be aggressive, is one approach. Second approach is being a defensive. See, which approach is good is not there for you and I to decide. It is for the client to decide whether he wants to take an aggressive approach or he wants to take a defensive approach. Because what happens is, a person, when a client is, let us say, very passive, he says, okay, Baba, I just don't want to litigate on this matter, but then I would like to pay taxes and come out of it. But if you were to tell him go aggressive, and if you were to advise from your perspective that he has to be aggressive, the things will not gel well, because that is when maybe how much ever right you are from your perspective, but client may not be able to appreciate your advices. Similarly, if the client is very, very aggressive and you say, sir, by paying only this much of a taxes, you will save on penalty. So therefore, let us end up paying. Possibly he may not even agree to that, because his mindset is that he wants to be aggressive. And that is what has brought him to where he is today. So therefore, the first thing I thought, we will all have this sort of a dilemma, or clients when after search, they'll go around scouting for consultants, they go around talking to many people. So I think the first thing as a chartered accountants we have to look at, understand our client is that what type of a person he is. Is he a person where he wants to litigate, he has that wherewithal to litigate, because litigation comes with a cost. The cost is not only monetary, but also mental cost that he has to. Because the minute you say search is, illegal, so I'll go to the High Court writ jurisdiction. You think the department will keep quiet? Department have its own remedies, and the way they start treating the case, assessee is going to be very different from possibly if assessee is, let us say, defensive, and where he thinks that, okay, Baba, let me say 60% of the taxes, but I don't have any interest or penalty, which otherwise earlier 115 BBE, if you look at such 127% used to be the taxes. But then considering that, no, let me end up paying this. If he were to say, possibly he end up paying taxes, there is a cash outflow, immediate cash outflow, maybe a span of, let us say, 18 months, there is a cash outflow, but there is a permanent peace of mind. Aggressive approach, there is a possibility of a cash tax reduction, possibility, but then you have to keep that mental trauma, the cost that you have to pay by way of a mental trauma is going to be entire litigation. So this is what one has to do. One has to look at it before you take a call. This is the first advice, first thought that I wanted to share with you. The second thought that we have to, I thought I must share with you is that while if you look at now, the kind of data analytics capabilities that are there with the department is phenomenally. You cannot even fathom the sort of a capability they have. I'll give you a simple example, which they have not exercised, but there is a possibility for them to exercise if it is in case of a search matter. For example, let us say. So, morning you have to go to office, you don't have a car, what you do? Uber, right? And then you have not brought your lunch and you have to order food. Swiggy. Evening you want to chill out, want to go for an entertainment. A good movie has come now. PVR. So how do we book my show? Right? In all these things, if you look at, there's one common thing that you have given all the places. What is that? Your phone number. Officer having your phone number, don't you think he'll be able to find out your all the transactions, your drawings, so to say, your drawings to the last rupee? Are they capable? No, certainly they are capable of, especially in a such situations. Have they done it? That is a different matter, why they have not done it at all. Can they do it? Very much. Do they have the capability to say that this chartered accountant, how many times he has represented before which officers, and what is the outcome of his representation? Can it be done? It can be done. Have they done it? Possibly not. But what I'm trying to say is, you need to understand that every place that we leave are digital traces, digital footprints. You have to be careful about it. It's not that, okay, I had something, I deleted it. I had, the balance sheet, version 1, version 2, version 7, and then version 7 is sent, and rest of the versions are deleted. Will not help, because today when somebody goes on a search, the retrieval capacity that department has, whatever deleted files also can be taken out. So if that being the case, if you were to say that version 1, version 2, version 7, and then you have filed that version 7, in fact it happened in one of the case, transfer pricing matter, the additions, what had happened during the course of search, not even course of search, during the course of assessment. Because it is voluminous, they asked in a pen drive, and it was given, pen drive was given, and they inserted the Excel. The first sheet of Excel had all the numbers that were tallied with, that form, that particular form, and the return. And you know what? The next couple of pages, what they had, were all, linked to the first page, and all the adjustments, whatever were done, it was there on the platter given to the assessee. You didn't have to really do too much of a, exercise in this matter for him to come at a undisclosed income or, make an addition. So therefore we have to be extremely careful as to the digital evidences, digital footprints that we are leaving behind. Or for that matter, client may come back and say that this is what is the final thing. But then, you know, how is that? For example, if one of the search that happened, hardly department found anything in that search, hardly anything they found. And it was a steel manufacturer, hardly anything they found, because, you know, the assessees become smart. Because that gentleman has seen 3 searches and 2 surveys. So he knows exactly how to manage the things. So therefore when they came, hardly they found anything. And it so happened that department came back to the department with, I mean, literally nothing. And what happens after that is what you should know, the capability, the data analytics capability the department has. They came out with one research material of one of the universities, research material, which said that to produce so much of steel, so much electricity is required. It is a research publication. To produce so much 1 ton of steel, so much of electricity is required. And the simple thing the department did was, they looked into the P&L, the electricity bill, and with that electricity bill, they estimated what could be the production of that steel. And then they saw that correlated with the production, which is what we give in Form 3CD. And you know, they could easily come out with what was the undisclosed income. It's a different matter whether it is sustainable or not sustainable. Let us discuss it later. That is not the subject matter now for discussion. But what is important is the data analytics capability of the department that we have to understand. So it is phenomenal. So that is something which we have to keep in mind before we venture into the subject matter proper. So therefore, so this is what I was trying to mention, and let's look into this history of the department, assessment in case of search. In fact, in 95, if you look at the block assessment, that was when I had got into my CA, articleship. I think that was the time where this block assessment was there, and it was there for a period of 10 years. And on the block income, the tax rate was at 60%. So that is how it was there in 1995 when it was introduced. Later on, in 2001, the amendment took place, and then the 10-year period was reduced to 6-year period. Later on, again in 2003, there was an amendment which they thought, for the reasons they said, that it was for various practical reasons, they said the block assessment concept is not okay. So therefore, they came with effect from 1/4/2003. They introduced section 153A, 153A, B, and C. That came up, and again it is for 6 assessment years in case of a search or in case of a requisition. So this came up in 2003. Later on, this 2003 153 was amended in 2017, and the period of 6 years was extended to 10 years in those cases where there was an undisclosed income more than 50 lakh rupees. So that is what was there. And now, of course, in Finance Act 2021, again, if you look at, they said that 153A, that was not okay, and then they merged all these things under 147, wherein they said, later on they said that, you have to have a reason to believe, and reason to believe need to be communicated, GK and drive shaft, Supreme Court decision, so many things happened, so therefore so many litigations that were around, so they said, okay, 148A, before making an assessment, let an opportunity be given to the assessee to say that what is that the material assessing officer has, and assessee were to respond to that. Considering giving a speaking order, then assessing officer would go ahead either accepting it or rejecting it. If it is accepted, the matter ends there. If it is not accepted, then possibly then he will take up the matter for 148. So that is how the scheme was there, and that is how it was there for many years now. And then now, of course, what we had at that particular point of time, it had many challenges. One of the challenges which we are facing in some of the cases is in earlier cases where, in fact, in the same case where we were talking about that electricity, in 1 year it was accepted. For assessing officer, accepted that it is not a right thing to do. Probably we got a relief. But for the second year, the new assessing officer has come and he is not ready to agree to that contention. And he says he would like to deviate from the preceding or his predecessor. Now look at the irony. One same set of facts, same client, only different assessment year, two different officers taking two different views. This is one of the, and it prolonged the litigation, it prolonged the assessment process, which ideally should have happened in a year or so, but it is now getting extended to many more years, which has its own. Of course, there was earlier settlement commission was also there, which within 18 months you used to get a finality of those things. Now that even the settlement commission is not there under Income Tax Act. So the litigation, if a person is searched, then it is something, the issue is going to be for more than 6 years, 7 years, and including the year of search, possibly it would go to a decade. So things like this and harassment, therefore there has been a huge harassment to the department, into the assessees, and then there was disruption in the business. Considering all these things, they thought it is better to come up with a new set of assessment proceeding, block assessment. And when we looked into this, it is same old 1995 what block assessment was then, with small, of course, modifications here and there, small, minor, very less. But then you can literally say that the same thing they have cut and pasted to an extent that what Manmohan Singh said at that time while introducing, why they were introducing that, same reasons were given, same reason, verbatim, same reasons were given by Madam as well, saying that why they are introducing here. To that extent, the similarities are there. So, when we were looking at, this block assessment, one thing they say, right, as a professionals, we have to learn, unlearn and relearn. So, learn, no doubt. Unlearn, we unlearned. Again, we went back to the same thing, again to learn the same thing, which probably for my CA final, I read this block assessment. Probably again after that, after so many years, 25 years, now I'm back again, reading the same provisions. And now perhaps for a different reason I read it. At that time it was only for clearing my examination. So anyways, that is what our block assessment is all about, and this is how it looks. 158B talks about the definitions, BA talks about assessment of total income in pursuant to search and procedure of block assessments and undisclosed income of a third party, 158BD, and BE talks about time limit for block assessment, and penalties not applicable in certain cases where penalties are applicable, that is being made, and who are the authority who are competent to authorize this assessment of block assessment. This is something, and other application, other provisions of this act, applications of relating to other provisions of this act is under 158. So now coming back to the definition of this block period. So the block period, very interesting definition we have here for the block period, which the block period shall consist of April 1st of the previous year in which search was initiated or requisition was made, and ending on the date of execution of the last of the authorization. So therefore, let us say it is started somewhere in 12th July, 12th of December. First, let me say 1st of December it starts and 12th of December it concludes today. So the block period is from 1st of April of 2024 to 12th of December 2024 plus 6 previous years, which is up to 2018-19. So that is 6 years plus a broken period. This is fine. This is very easy to understand. 6 years plus a broken period. Broken period is the year of search. There are two aspects we have to understand here. Here it says that April 1 of the previous year, where search was initiated or requisition was made, ending on the date of execution of the last of the authorizations of the search. Let us say a search was authorized in March, let us say 21st of March 2025, it is authorized. And it gets concluded last of the authorization, means they come to release your PO, last of the authorization. That happens in the month of April. So 2 financial years get involved. Now when 2 financial years are involved, how do you compute the 6 years and broken period? So possibility therefore is that it is not 6 plus broken year, it will be 7 plus broken year in situations like this. There is a possibility that we can never say it is only 6 years, it could be 6 years, it could be 7 years plus a broken period. Right, this is one aspect that we have to keep in mind. There is another aspect is, in the broken period, which is, let us say in an example first where it gets concluded on, let's say 12th of December, it gets concluded. So the broken period is 1st of April to 12th of December is the broken period. Always in the broken period you will have 2 assessments. This is something which you have to understand. There will be 2 assessments. One is block assessment, one is regular assessment. Block assessment to the extent of the income, undisclosed income up to 12th December. So that undisclosed income comes under that block, that is 6 years plus broken period. And for the remaining, that 13th of December to 31st March 2025, it's a regular assessment. So this is something which we have to keep in mind. Right, and next, undisclosed income. This is another thing that we have to keep in mind, because this is where I think 2 changes that has happened, which I would like to highlight considering what was there earlier. Undisclosed income includes any money, bullion, jewelry, other valuable article or thing, or any expenditure or any income based on any entry in the books of account or other documents or transaction where such money, bullion, jewelry, valuable article, thing, entry in the books of accounts or other document or transaction represents wholly or partly income or property which has not been or would not have been disclosed for the purpose of this Act, or any expense, exemption, deduction or allowance claimed under this Act which is found to be incorrect in respect of the block period. So if you look at this minutely, if you dissect, they have not left anything to chance. Everything possibly that they can think of, which is not only disclosed, but there is a likely that he might not disclose. Likely that, there is a possibility that he is transferring, sending some courier package to, overseas, so that should not be available or something like that. A laptop is being sent, so that possibly it is not going to be disclosed. I will include that as well. So all possibilities they wanted to ensure that they. And another aspect that you will be looking at in this undisclosed income is, earlier the word used was, which is found to be false, which is I have highlighted there as incorrect. It is now they have said incorrect. See, false means there is something you means here. What I know that it is wrong, but then I have still claimed that exemption. I know that it is wrong. I have wrongly claimed certain benefits. false is incorrect is not false. Incorrect is there could be a mistake. I never intended to do that, but there is a mistake, but it happened, clerical mistakes or anything. So by replacing that, false to incorrect, I think the scope of block undisclosed income, they have tried to widen it. So that is one aspect that we have to keep in mind as far as this block undisclosed income are concerned. And if you look at, very interestingly again, in some of these cases, which though we have discussed, but then that aspect I wanted to substantiate with some of the case laws of Karnataka High Court, Bombay and Delhi High Court, that search initiated, they have held in all these cases. Search initiated means the person should have entered, the officer should have entered the premises, not that it is authorized. It's just because it is authorized, it is not a search. They ought to have really taken an entry into the premises. Why it is important? Again, it is important for one of the reasons is when we are looking at whether to issue that matter under block assessment or under regular assessment under 148. We have to look into that aspect. So if it is not a block assessment, it is a regular assessment, you have only 30% less interest and penalty. If it is a block assessment, it is 60%. Right. So therefore, if they have entered the premises or they have not entered the premises, we'll have a lot of, just because they have a warrant, they haven't entered your premises, because there have been many things when in a group cases, it so happened that they have to cover many places. One of the places, one of the assessees have not been covered, but then assessment they want to do assessment under 158. Is it possible? Not possible if they have not entered the premises. So the same thing holds good even in case of when we were talking about this broken period. We were talking about the broken period, 6 years plus year of search is a broken period. Where again the question happens is when it was authorized on first, let us say 21st of March, but they entered only on 1st of April. This is again will have implications. So therefore, considering these things, we have to take into consideration when is search initiated is very important. Therefore, it is not, we cannot go by what is there on the date of the search warrant. It is only on the date when they have entered the premises. So when the search warrant, I mean, as far as the block assessment is concerned, when if it is taken under block assessment, if there is a search, the officer has entered and he has collected all the materials and he has taken the statements and he has to now, the appraisal report has been prepared and the appraisal report has been sent to the Central Circle, and Central Circle has issued a notice for the assessment, block assessment, block assessment, to do a block assessment, a notice has been sent. So when a notice has been sent for the block assessment, the pending assessments, earlier regular assessment or reassessments, whatever pending assessments are there, those pending assessments get abated. So now only block assessment will come into the fore, and that needs to be done. So what happens? Okay, it got block assessment, regular assessment is abated and block assessment comes into the picture now. What happens? Suppose if the assessment, the search is held to be invalid and there is no more block assessment, then whatever regular assessments were there, that gets, again, it takes a fresh lease of life and it comes to, pending assessments, whatever abated assessments, that they get revived thereafter, they get revived. So therefore, as I was mentioning earlier, you can always litigate. If there is a search and you find that search is illegal and all those things, possibly, you have to approach, if it is search is illegal, to the High Court and possibility of looking at writ jurisdiction. But then you have to also keep in mind that if you approach the High Court while the search might be illegal, But whatever the documents, whatever the seized materials that they have, the assessing officer can very much make use of it to do the assessment. He might not be able to do a block assessment, but he may very much be able to do under 147. So therefore you have to do a scenario analysis. If you really want to take a litigate, my humble submission is, which we have done in many of the cases during that time, 95 as I was telling you, that is during my articleship days, we were doing a scenario analysis. What is that scenario analysis? If I were to offer under this block assessment, under 60% comes so much. If I were to do under regular assessment, how much it would come to, plus interest, plus penalty. You know, you have to take a call. Sometimes this could be better, or you have to take a professional judgment out there. So what I'm trying to say here is, going to a writ is one aspect, but if you go to a writ with this particular homework being done, it would be far more impactful for you to do that exercise. In fact, in one of... Sir, please.
Now, in case of warrant indicated, but search was not conducted.
Yes, sir.
At that stage, whether the reassessment will take place, or in respect of the assessment, yes, which were there in regular assessment will be done. Or under what circumstances, 147 will take precedence over regular assessment for a particular assessment.
Sir, in this particular case, what you are saying, there is a search warrant, but they have not entered the premises. If they have not entered the premises, there is no question of block assessment. Now the question is, will they do it under 147? In all probability, they will do it under 147. The reason I will tell you why. The minute you have, there are two reasons. One reason is, of course, 147 itself says that what are the reasons to believe. One comes under that. The second reason is, if somebody has taken a warrant to enter your premises, they would have certain reasons. Therefore, they would have sought that permission and they are entering the premises. Considering these two things, they will certainly do an assessment under 147. So, if there is any search has happened, of course, if any assessments during that time gets abated, but one search is succeeded by another search. What is this one search is succeeded by another search? Is there a possibility? Because we are given to understand, right, if one search has happened, don't worry. We tell clients, no, another 5 years, 10 years, they won't come. I mean, something like this, we tell client, no, there is no guarantee. There is absolutely no guarantee, because a search has happened. One of our own client, search has happened, and search was concluded. It was settlement commission orders have come, were about to come, not even come. Were their final settlement commission orders were about to be pronounced. The elections were declared in 2014. Elections were declared, and during that elections, cash was found. It was linked to the SSC. Again, one more search happened in his premises, and it was settlement commission had to give its final order. Within that, the second search had happened. Anyways, what is important here is there is a possibility. Search has happened, can next year another search happen? Possibility, it can happen. But what block assessment says is, if a search has happened, succeeded by immediately another search, then the previous assessment has to be concluded. Well, whereas in case of other assessments, they get abated, but not in case of a search. So that is one aspect that we have to keep in mind. And of course, you know, taxation under this case is 60%, under section 113, the tax rate is 60%. Of course, surcharge, whether it is applicable or not, was debated just now. To my mind, surcharge is not applicable because this is a special rate of tax. 113 is a special rate of tax. It has to be specifically provided that the surcharge, we cannot look into the surcharge that is applicable for other regular assessees, regular assessments. That surcharge may not be applicable in this particular case. So the new procedure will apply, as I said, as we discussed, it is applicable after 1st September 2024, where search initiated before that but concluded after 1/9/2024. The 147 regime will continue in those cases. And now, question comes up is, what is this undisclosed income? We looked into the definition of undisclosed income. We saw how, the false to incorrect will have an implication on the, undisclosed income. So we will also look into now some of the computation of undisclosed income itself. How do we compute that undisclosed income? Before we get into that, of course, let us look at what happens to losses. So if there are losses and that carry forward of losses, can it offset undisclosed income? The answer is no. Because earlier under 147, under what used to, there was a possibility that a search happens. Let me put it something like this. There is a 139 income return assessee has filed, and he has filed for, let us say, 10 crore. A search happens in assessee's case, and in pursuance to search, they find only technical disallowances. They find only technical disallowances. They don't find anything on merits. So therefore, when asked, assessee files the return, and that return, he files a loss return. Because he files a loss return so that all these technical disallowances can be set off. Is it a possible? The possibility was there earlier. So the question therefore now is that they are saying, no, if there is any accumulated losses, those losses cannot be carried forward to the block period. What can happen? Is it that ignored? No, it is not ignored. You can carry forward after the block period. You can carry it forward after the block period and set it off against the income as it happens. So, and here, how do we compute this total income under block assessment for block returns? So it is something like this. You take total income, ignoring losses, which assessee discloses under 150 and 158 BC. So that is the total income that is considered, and to that they add income when all these things, your losses are ignored, right? Income declared by the assessee in the return filed under section 132, 139, 142(1) or 148. This is added first, and then total income, let us say, assessed in the hands of the assessee by the assessing officer under 143(3), 144, 148, regular assessment, best judgment, reassessment, search assessment incomes are added again. And the total income of the year determined based on the books of accounts and other documents maintained up to the date of the last of the authorization. This is in case of that broken period, where in the broken period there is no the return due date for filing the return is not elapsed. So therefore, whatever is recorded in the books of accounts, that income is taken, that is added. So again, besides all these things, add undisclosed income determined by the assessing officer based on evidences or information found during search. So all these things are added. Let us say that is what it says as E. And then, so the total income therefore is F is equal to A plus B plus C plus D plus E. From this, you have to reduce disclosed income from the block period. What is the disclosed income? B, C and D. That is the disclosed income. So therefore, undisclosed income comes to whatever. That is how they said you compute. This is the formula that they have given. Now, yeah.
What happens? Of course, we have discussed about the formula which we
Yes.
later. But here, with respect to losses, the first column says about the total income to be declared under 115 BC, the return.
Correct.
Now, in my regular assessments, I had in 1 year loss of 10 crore.
Yes.
All other 5 years, assuming we are 6 plus 1 year, that is such year. So for the 6 years, 1 year is 10 crore loss. Another years I had say 10 crore profit. So 50 crores profit, 1 year 1 crore loss, the 10 crore loss. So net should be 40. If you eliminate the losses, what happens? My own regular income which was adjusted in the regular loss also goes up, right, sir?
Correct.
I don't know what is the formula.
No, you are right. That is one. Of course, we were discussing this. Another anomaly which we were discussing, probably that also you could have.
Yeah.
You could have for I mean, for the benefit of everyone, I mean, that is a very interesting thing. You can please
No,
paste it.
you have the copy. See what happens, that section 151, put the manner of computation. It
You
says-
can give that mic.
Yeah. I'm Ravi, Chartered Accountant. There are a lot of anomalies in the new provisions relating to search assessment, particularly which I've been sharing with the speaker. That finally, of course, there is a year conclusion, there is a year conclusion, all these things are procedural matter. When it comes to computation method, they have given a formula in the section, aggregating 1, 2, 3, 4. So what happens if you apply the exact results in the formula? My normal income getting converted into undisclosed income and taxed at the rate of 30%, which the department acknowledged. The matter is with CBDT. I don't know whether they are going to amend it in the next law or something. So anyway, there is a
Yeah, this is the formula what Ravi was mentioning.
Yes. Yeah. Say I have given an example. December 2025, someone gets searched, or no, in some other case. So the earlier 6 years is the block year. Then starting from 1/4/2014 to that year will be another block year. That will be the results will be put it here for aggregating. You see the first one, total income disclosed by the assessee in the return furnished under 158 BC. This is the new procedure where we have to disclose the block income. In my example, 6 years plus another 1 year. For 6 years, I have furnished regularly 5 crores each year. So what happens? 6 into 5, the amount will be 30 crores. Plus from the date of 1/4 of that year till the date of search, assuming I have earned 3 crores, my formula will be 33 crores there. Then next, actually, I think this is not the exact wording what I have given.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
It's not like, this is just to make it.
just to make it. So the second one, what they say is take the total of assessed income. In my example, 3 years got assessed 555 crores, 50 lakhs addition. So what happened in the second formula? 16.5 you have to add. Once you add up and then assuming in the search nothing was found, even the AO is not making any addition. If you add up and then deduct, my regular income of 30 crores plus 3 crores will become taxed at 113 at the rate of 60%. I don't know whether,
That is,
I think speaker should.
No, that is.
There are a lot of anomalies. Then
Yeah.
there is a scenario where the due date for filing the return is still there. Assuming I got searched in the month of April, the new procedure says you have to file the return within 60 days.
Correct.
But my regular time available is, if I am TP up to November, if I am tax audit, it is up to October. So if someone is giving me 60 days notice, I don't know what happened to the last year income because I am unable to file a regular income, then that income will be clubbed into the undisclosed income, which will be taxed at 60%.
Correct.
This anomaly has to be addressed.
Yeah, that is one. And just to address the first one, see, what Ravi says is you have an undisclosed income. They said undisclosed income, then add all the disclosed incomes, and from there what you deduct is again disclosed income you deduct, and therefore what you get is undisclosed income. That 60% is what it says, basically all these things. What Ravi says is if there isn't anything such as happened and nothing has been found and zero addition, so therefore my regular income which was taxed at let's say 30%, now it is getting taxed at 60% is what is his contention. There are two ways to answer this. This of course we had a discussion, and it is where the minute it came up and we interacted with the department, and then department had a very nice way of looking at it. The department said, see, we have conducted so many searches. Our hit percentage is more than 99 point so much of a percentage, close to 100% is what they claim. Having said that, the question you are saying that there is no addition at all doesn't arise, is what they say first. So the question, therefore what you are discussing is not actually possible, so there will be addition. Now I'll improvise on what his question is. Okay Baba, correct, but my earlier is disclosed income is 5 crores. Now I got only 10 lakhs as undisclosed income. Now therefore what happens? Because 5 crore plus 10 lakhs. Now entire 5 crore 60 lakhs on 60%.
There was a representation to TPL team. So they said they are considering.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving them a perspective, different perspective. You're right. So this is one aspect. As I said, they say that the question of that happening is not there, is close to zero. What you are talking about. The another perspective that they gave was very interesting perspective they gave. They said, Sachin, forget about this 60% now, because you are looking at only 60%. You are saying that my undisclosed income is getting taxed at 60%. That is what you are looking at. Now I don't conduct tax searches on people I don't like. There are so much of a processes that is involved, and only 700 cases have been done last year. And so therefore, if we have done, there is a evidence that that fellow has an undisclosed income. It is something like the example what they gave is in court cases. They know that he is only working on. There is a murder that has happened. Possibly on technical grounds they were looking at. Possibly the day the bail given itself is prolonged. Sort of a punishment, right? So what they were saying, suggesting another way of looking at is that they were saying earlier it was 115 BBE. You used to pay 127% in case of a search. Now, you are not asked to pay 127% now, you are asked to pay only 60%. So, when you compare it with that provision, you are in a better position, is what they were saying, but that is a different perspective, as I said.
Ultimately, the tax should be only on the undisclosed income, not on the regular income.
Correct. So, their way of looking at it is, you are right, undisclosed income, because we have that evidence that saying that you have done something wrong. So therefore all these things I will.
That's why I was interacting casually. If they are not liking anyone, I will just conduct a raid, convert into your regular income into undisclosed income.
So that chances, I don't know to what extent that can happen. So yeah. So therefore. What is the procedure that happens is, the notice to furnish the return is given. The assessing officer must issue a notice to the assessee, that is a search document, to searched person to file a return of income for the block period. And the return must be furnished within 60 days. That is very, very important. So earlier what used to happen, they used to give 15 days, 1 month time, and we used to seek extension of that time. Now it is not possible to seek extension there, because there is no power at all to seek that extension. So 60 days, within 60 days of the notice under 158 BC, return has to be filed. If it is not filed, then it is not considered as filed at all. He may go on an estimate basis. That is something one has to be aware of. Plus, there is a prosecution. Without any reasonable cause, if it is not filed, then there is a prosecution of 3 months to 3 years. Plus, of course, penalty. Return, whatever is filed as a block assessment return, it is considered as return filed in this under section 139. Therefore, enabling that assessment process under 143(2). And like last time, earlier, 148 notice is not required in this particular case. SST, once return is filed, you cannot revise the return. As I said earlier, one of the situation I was talking to you about, he files the return and then revises, makes it as a loss return. This was possible. There was another case, he filed it as a return and he claimed it as income from house property. Later on, he files a revised return and claims it as business income. So these are all the possibilities. Not going to happen now. So how determination as a stage 2, step 2, what happens? The assessing officer responsible for determining the total income, including the undisclosed income for the period as per the provisions of 115 BB. And assessment that is concluded has to follow this 143 to inquiry before assessment, the assessment, the best judgment, or 145 method of accounting. All these things have to be taken into consideration while doing, ICDS, all these things need to be taken into consideration by the assessing officer. And if return is not filed, I think we have seen the consequences. And after determining the total income, the assessing officer must pass the assessment order and calculate the tax payable. The provisions of section 144C, that is dispute resolution panel, that is not applicable in this particular case. So therefore, that is excluded from the purview. In case of searched, in case of connected parties, if a group is searched and connected parties, so therefore in case of connected parties, also the assessment year, the block period has to align. So that is why generally all these things are taken and centralized in one place. But then here it is specifically mentioned that it has to align.
Is there any reference in the section? There is no direct reference.
Yeah, there is. I'll give you.
BD.
I'll give you. I'll provide that reference. So then handling of this seized assets. These seized assets are adjusted towards the tax liabilities. So that is how these seized assets are applied. And 143(1), there is an exemption for 143(1). It does not apply to returns filed under block assessment, and exemption indicates that the returns filed under this special provisions are subject to different handling of, because 143(1), the regular assessments, it is now it is not JAO, JAO, it is AO, AAO, right? JAO, I think it has become sort of a this thing here. These assessments, scrutiny, regular assessments are with AAOs. Now, search assessments are with JAOs. And approval as requirement, that I think there were certain issues earlier, but then right now, since we are in now block assessment, I will not get into those issues of approval. Right now, what they say is prior approval of additional commissioner or additional director, joint commissioner or joint director has to be taken for the assessment. Right? And okay. Then identification of undisclosed income. Undisclosed income in case of any other person, undisclosed income, how it has to happen is what is the process here it is given. It is this undisclosed income, this provision applies to undisclosed income pertaining to a person other than the person originally searched for. And since the person who has searched and the directors or DDITs who would have collected the evidences and prepared the appraisal report, and that appraisal report will be sent to the jurisdictional assessing officer, because he has to look into all those things to frame an assessment order. During the course of looking into those appraisal report and the evidences, the assessing officer comes to know that some of the evidences belongs to another connected person. So he cannot assess it. He has to transfer those records to the assessing officer who has a jurisdiction, because again, to avoid sort of a jurisdictional issues, it has to be sent to the assessing officer who has a jurisdiction over the SSC, and that jurisdictional assessing officer has to do complete the assessment. So, and the time limit they have mentioned is time limit, very strict time limits that we have now. One is, of course, for completing appraisal report, you have 60 days, and then after completing appraisal report, it is sent to the assessing officer. Assessing officer issues a notice within 2 months. You have to complete your return. So you will have literally from the date of search close to 4 months that you compile all the details and to file the return. And the time limit for completing the block assessment is 12 months from the end of the month in which last of the authorization has been issued. So last of the authorization, as I was telling you, the last PO that they come to release the POs, last of the authorization, from there you will have close to 12 months, I mean about 12 months time for completing the assessment. So, so what is important here for us to understand is you cannot file the revised return and you cannot take a extension for filing the return, and it is time bound now. So consequence is going to be, see, till last year if you go to the department, except for time barring time, you never used to find professionals there in the department. Now if you go to Central Circle, every month or the other you will have something or the other, some group or the other due dates will be there. So you will find at least in Central Circle professionals being, which we used to do earlier, used to visit Central Circle. Possibly that is something which is going to come up again.
If the warrant is in some 5-6 names, generally, in one of the cases PO is lifted already, or permanently completed within 3 days. In some of the cases in 1 month, another month 60 days, then there is a challenging, for completion of assessment.
Yeah. So last of the authorization.
Say there are 5 institutions. 5 institutions in one search.
One search.
So first one, director of the company closed on the same day.
Correct.
Last authorization closed.
Correct.
Then second institution, within 20 days they have closed.
They have closed.
The last institution maybe 60 days.
Yeah.
So there will be 3 different time limitation period.
Correct. Correct. But I would rather look at it because one warrant you have all the 3 names. So therefore, while different.
No, that's why.
If it's a different warrant, then this question doesn't arise. If we have one warrant where 3 names, then I would still go with the last of the authorization. That third person, last of the authorization, from there 12 months is what I would look at it. For other persons referred to in this connected cases, the AO must complete the assessment within 12 months from the end of the month in which the notice under section 158BC was issued to such person. This is in case of a connected cases. And if a reference is made under 192 CA, that is for transfer pricing assessment, during, then if it is reference is made, then you get additional 12 months period. So that is as far as time limit, and there is the exclusion of certain time limits. What are the exclusions? If there is any period that is stayed by the court, that gets excluded. Time taken for international information exchange. Nowadays they are seeking information. There is a exchange of information treaty with at least I think 123 countries in the world that are happening. So I mean, you must know that the assessees, some of the assessees, because assessees won't tell us, they would say I'll go to Dubai and come. They would give you a copy of the Dubai ticket, economy ticket from here to Dubai, and a month later Dubai to Bangalore, one economy ticket is given. If you see stamping, everything, it is only Dubai. So what they would have done from Dubai, all over the world, they would have gone in the first class. From Dubai, all over the world, they would have travelled in first class, again come to Dubai and come to India. But then as far as India going and coming back, it's only economy. All around the world, possibly it is first class. So you have to understand, now these things are also getting tracked. Because of the exchange of information, the treaty that India has with at least 123 countries, all these informations are getting loaded. And as I said, the data analytics team, the data analytics capabilities of the department has been phenomenal. So you have to, I mean, these are some of the things that one has to keep in mind. In that connection, if there is any information exchange that is required, 1998, which sometimes takes years together, so that period gets extended as far as, for time limit for completing the assessments, and time for reopening proceedings or re-hearing in case of a transfer of the officer, new officer coming in, that period given for re-hearing, that gets excluded. And time taken for any special audits that was done or valuations that was sought, the time taken by special auditors or the valuation officer, that gets excluded. And periods relating to any regulatory approvals or direction affecting the assessment process. During the course of assessment, you come to know that assessing officer is not agreeing to certain reliefs, so therefore you seek the direction from additional commissioner. So therefore the time taken by the additional commissioner to give that direction, that gets excluded here, right? So this is something and levy of interest and penalty, as we discussed. The interest under section 234A BC or penalty under section 270A will no interest will be levied under 234A BC or penalty under section 270A. If it is undisclosed income is disclosed in the return of income, only then it is 60%. If it is not disclosed in the return of income, if assessing officer were to come up with the determination of undisclosed income, then the penalty will be leviable. That 50% penalty will be leviable. If no return is filed at all in response to 158 BC notice, which is not advisable because there is a prosecution provision, so therefore it is advisable but for whatever reason, if it is not done within that time, it is filed after 60 days, then there is a consequence of 1.5% of the interest on the period of dealing. What is the period of dealing that they have? And
when I am asked to file the return for,
yes, sir.
For the block assessment, out of curiosity, can I ask the reasons or the material which he has, based on which he is going to add to the regular return income what I have already filed?
The search would have undergone in assessee's premises. Assessee would know what is that he has hidden, undisclosed. So therefore it is incumbent upon assessee to come clean. The assessment, the search is something.
Certain things he has got hold of. Catch this much profit, some document he has taken. They have not disclosed.
So,
apart from the discussion, something else is also there. He has got a thing of the such authorized officers have got, which they have not discussed with us. But as he is thinking, he has taken these. He might add these in the assessment, something like that. Yes, I don't want sudden surprise.
So
I want to know
therefore,
whether he has got something valid.
No, I understand. So therefore, you have a right to ask for copies of the seized records after search is completed, and even after the search, if you are not able to take it at the time of when it comes to the assessing officer before filing your return, you can always seek copies of the seized records. You have to go through the copies of the seized records. Then you will be in a position to disclose undisclosed income. This is point one. The second thing that I would be looking at is something like this, how we do it. See, there is only, 3 places where assessee can, undisclosed income goes into. There is no fourth possibility at all. What are those 3? Possibility number 1, he would have plowed back into his business. That is when he has a cash, he would have put it in the stock. Therefore, you have excess stock, right? Or cash is found. So he would have plowed back into the business. This is point number 1. Point number 2, he would have acquired immovable properties or gold, movable or immovable properties he would have acquired. This is point number 2. And point number 3, he would have enjoyed that money. Right? Only this possibility. There is nothing a fourth possibility as far as search is, as far as undisclosed income is concerned. Now, this is 3 buckets you put. Then when you go through this seized records, again you will have 3 categories of seized records. When you look into those seized records, you will know that there is a credible evidence available with the assessing officer. So, better not to do anything. So, under these 3 buckets, initially as I said, plowing back into business, asset acquisition, or enjoying personal enjoyment. Now, evidence is found, bucket it now based on what is this. One is evidences are found, where with this evidences the income can be undisclosed income can be determined. This is point number one. Point number two, income evidences are not found, but in further investigation there is a possibility to find that. That is second. Third, no evidences are found. Now if you put all these things, this matrix, if you do it, you will easily find out what is the undisclosed income that needs to be disclosed. Whereas the risk what you have to take is, of course, no evidences are there, you can take a fairly good chances not disclosing it. If you say that with further investigation he can look into it, how much you have to disclose, that's a call. That is where the professional judgment comes into picture. So therefore, I think we have discussed these matters, and I don't see anything new.
But my point is,
yes, sir.
When I am asked for the return, I have to simplify the return. I am not given the opportunity to ask for like how it is done in 148A.
Sir, that is only court's prerogative. They don't even give the reasons even to the tribunal. Only High Court can ask that. What is the reason why you entered these premises? Only High Courts can ask, not even the tribunal now.
So that benefit is not there in the 158.
Definitely not. If suppose if a client, one of our case, you must know this. One of our case, we were discussing a particular a strategic item. How do we disclose it to the, I mean, I cannot even take the name, or let me put it something like this, where the assessing officer was there and assessee, we were there. It is a post-search matter. Search happened and we had to now go and disclose how much. Only request we had was, we said, if this is what is the 100 crores, we have to accept 100 crores based on that there is a tax and interest. We are agreeable to that. Whatever tax and interest comes, which we thought would be around 55%. We said okay, it's about 55%. But instead of taking it in that company name, because of various reasons, then company had to go to IPO and all those things, we said we will take it in individual name. As far as department is concerned, they would not lose anything because tax anyway would come to them. Instead of this company, they would go with that. How much ever we tried to tell them, they did not agree. It was quite, generally it doesn't happen. As far as department is concerned, as long as you pay taxes, they're ready to accommodate anything. In this particular case, it did not happen because this is after many years I came to know that the person sitting beside the father, happened to be a son, was the complainant in this case. So therefore, how do you expect these matters to be discussed? So therefore, they will not give. So I think we have discussed this. So therefore, I will not take up this matter where I think incorrect. This also we have discussed earlier. So I think most of the things that we have discussed. Yeah, protective assessment. Whether protective assessment can it be done during the course of search, search assessment, block assessment. Protective assessment is something not defined anywhere. What is protective assessment and all those things is not defined. It is something like this. The husband, he has acquired a property, 15 crores. While he has registered it for 5 crores, it's a different matter, but he comes and tells his wife, hey, you know what, 15 crores property declared. And possibly, out of that 5 crores, the wife he would have refiled the wife's return and said, some technical experience and all those things, and 1 crore he would have shown an income, and then that is taken as a source. his source 4 crores, 5 crores, another one, and then, but she would have gone around and told that it is a 15 crore property, and tomorrow when search party comes, what is that she will tell? She will tell it as a 15 crores only, right? So out of that 1 crore is she would have contributed, and that 1 crore when she has contributed, they will ask what is the technical qualification. She is not even cleared her 10th examination. So therefore that 1 crore, now the question is, it's declared in her hands. It belongs to husband. So therefore it is substantively it is taxed in the hands of the husband, protectively it is taxed in the hands of the wife. Because if on his own volition, if he takes it in husband's name, tomorrow it turns out to be her income, then he will lose, adding it in the hands of the husband. So therefore they do it in protective assessments, in substantive assessment in one assessee and protective assessment in another assessee. While 2 assessments are done, the taxes they collect only once. They will not collect 2 taxes. So that is what is the protective assessment. And the protective assessment, is it possible here? Very much it is possible as far as income tax, search assessments are concerned. So of course, filing of writ, we have discussed this earlier, and you have to take a call on this. What is the view, how you have to look into filing of the writs. And as I said, let me end my presentation with what I began. It is always better for an assessee to look into, or the consultants, not even assessee comes to us for advice. It is always better for us to look into what is the mentality of the assessee. Is he an aggressive sort of a person, and accordingly advise him aggressive methods of approaching the department, this particular matter, or is he a defensive sort of a person, so accordingly advise him on those things. Which is one simple example which I will end with Prashanth was mentioning. You don't have to give a password, which is what he mentioned. Let them ask, isn't it? That is what is a very aggressive approach. The question is which is right or not. We are not debating that. We are looking into only 2 approaches. Both are right. Both are sometimes wrong. It is for the assessee to take a call on this. So you don't have to give anything. You have to only answer. If you refuse to answer, then only you will have a penalty. You can answer yes, no. That is also an answer. So therefore, by saying just yes and no, are you cooperating with the department? That is no. Therefore, sort of it is an aggressive approach. So therefore, possibly saying, going to approaching the High Court, all those things, one aspect that you can look at it. The another aspect, as I was mentioning, is where you are in a defensive. You said they have asked for a password, you give the password. Because even in aggressive approach, what happened, when the court says you give it, you have to give it. Now the question is, when eventually you have to give it, why antagonize everyone to do it? And so might as well, why not I give it and get the things done, so that instead of taking it for 10 years, can I complete it in 1.5 years? That is a call assessee has to take, because if it is 10 years, possibly he can save on taxes. I'm not saying that is wrong. He may possibly end up saving taxes. In 1.5 years, possibly he may end up paying more taxes, but then with a peace of mind. So that is the decision which assessee has to take, and that is how I think, understanding him, we have to guide them. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to take. Thank you.
Is going to speak on inspection, search and seizure under GST and its practical aspects. Sir has graduated in 1989 from Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani in Electrical and Electronics Engineering, completed LLB from Andhra University in the year 2001 with a gold medal. Is a certified fraud examiner, worked in the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs from 1994 to 2008, worked in BSR & Co. Bangalore from 2008 to 2013. Worked in Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited, Bidadi from February 2013 to November 2016. Worked in Biocon Limited from November 2016 to June 21. Member of indirect tax committees of various trade bodies like BCCI, CII, FICCI, etc. Written articles in TIOM, Tax Sutra, VAT Infoline, Tax Guru, and blog in WP Digital on various tax issues. Speaker and panelist on various forums on indirect tax matters. Had more than 30 years of experience in the field of indirect taxes with exposure in government, consultancy, and industries like auto and pharma. Has hands-on experience in GST, customs, FTP, CIS, central and state excise, service tax, VAT, CST, entry tax, bonded warehouse, EOU, STPI areas in terms of regular compliance, investigations, audit, litigation, tax technology at all levels, business transaction structuring for tax optimization, and supported in securing industrial incentives from state central authorities. Currently practicing as indirect tax advocate, assisting clients on all aspects of indirect taxes at all levels. With this brief introduction, South Indian Regional Council welcomes the current session speaker, Advocate Akella Prakasa, and SIRC also thanking him to spare his valuable time with us. We would like to request C.A. Kumar to adorn this hall and present the memento to the speaker. Over to the speaker.
Good evening for all those people who are waiting even for the last session also, because last sessions are always difficult to handle because people will be in a hurry to book their ride to homes. And the second thing is that maybe that the CP hours, whatever is the requirement that is to be recorded, you must have recorded by now. Hence, normally it is treated as an appendix. Not much useful, but definitely if it is painful, maybe you have to endure with it. But I request that if people can come forward, then maybe it will be better that we can have some kind of an interaction, because I don't want to spend too much of a time on the slides because they are running near about 100 slides. But I thought that so much of thing is not required, because my earlier speakers have helped me a lot by covering most of the provisions that I wanted to cover. Because it being a CPE study circle meetings and all, I thought that maybe that we have to touch upon all the provisions also for the benefit of those present. But since they are all mostly covered and all, I don't want to go to that. But definitely there are some gaps which were left by my earlier speakers, so that maybe that I will be able to take up and close those things, so that you will not be having any kind of a doubt in your minds when you go back from this session that why such a differences are coming. So to address that, first I just wanted to tell you that there are different backgrounds that why income tax has been levied and why the central excise or the indirect taxes were levied in the country. And second thing, the way that they are administered and the way they are structured are also different. Hence, you can't say that whatever the provisions that are beneficial or detrimental to the interest of the SSEs that are there in the income tax, why such provisions are not available in the GST. You may be lamenting or wondering, but there are reasons for it. And there are very solid reasons also for it. Like in income tax, if you see that the DGIT has to authorize for a search. DGIT happens to be the highest authority in a state. But whereas in the GST, a joint commissioner can authorize. So if you see the difference between a joint commissioner and the DGIT, in the parallelly, above a joint commissioner, there will be additional commissioner, then there is a commissioner, then there is a principal commissioner, then there is a chief commissioner, then there is a principal chief commissioner who is equivalent in the rank with the DGIT. So why such a parity that the same powers are being exercised by a lower level authority in indirect taxes which are being given to a top dignitary in income tax? The reason being, partially the GST is administered by uniformed officers. CGST officers still wear their uniform. You may not be seeing them in uniform in their offices, but whenever they conduct the some of the protocols and some of the functions, that they still have the uniform and they continue to draw uniform allowance every year from the Government of India. They are supposed to wear those uniforms on ceremonial occasions, and there are certain designated times also when they have to do it. That is the reason a statement given before an income tax authority may not be binding, but whereas the statement given before a customs officer is binding. So how retraction can happen? Yes, there will be provisions which will differ from the income tax to the customs. That he was saying that if you can justify for the time lag, even if after 5 years also you can retract your statement. It all depends on the circumstances. So some of these things that we cannot take it in a sweeping manner. There are differences. The differences are because of the genesis. Unless we understand them, we will not be able to appreciate why at all a particular tax is being administered in a particular manner. And another thing also, what we need to always keep it in mind is, income tax is a tax on your income in a year. The income can be from any source. Ultimately, after deducting your allowable expenditure, whatever is coming to you will be offered to the tax. Whereas GST is a transaction tax. They are not bothered about whether you are gaining or losing. That is the reason you can buy at a higher price and you can sell it at a lower price also. And each transaction is subject to tax. So it is not on your overall annual performance that the appraisal is going to happen. It is a real time, every single transaction of you is going to be under the scrutiny. So there are bound to be differences between these two taxes and the way they are administered also. But what is the important point is that the subject under discussion, these are all governed under the IPC, CRPC and Indian Evidence Act. So those provisions are equally applicable as far as the GST is concerned or in the income tax. Hence there are some common points, but certainly wherever you find the difference has got a reason. That you need to keep it in mind. And another important point also that we need to take, as Sachin aptly summed up in his session, that it is not always that we go aggressive. Because you may be thinking that the position or that you wanted to experiment by taking a particular position. But what you need to also keep it in mind is whether the SSC is capable of withstanding the litigation till the end. It is not that you wanted to play, but he is not ready to foot your bill. So that is where the difference comes in. Because having been in the government, having been in the consultancy, and after that been in the corporate also, I have seen three sides of a life. So I know it exactly how. So I know how exactly the corporates or the SSCs behave. So it is not, there is no uniform formula that you can apply across the board. So depending on the circumstances only, we have to position ourselves, and always aggressive positions are not going to help. So if you don't want to reveal your password, ultimately the matter goes to the court and the court directs, then you want to give it. It is an aggressive stand you can say, but if your SSC is sport enough, then certainly such kind of positions we can take. So these are some of the things I just wanted to clarify from my end, that why there are differences that people will not be wondering, but there are reasons for it. with that introduction, I just wanted to go to today's session. So these are the topics that I thought that I will be covering, but most of them that they are covered by the other speakers. Hence, in all those cases that I will be rushing through, but only the important points maybe that I will just read out because that they will be useful for our discussions. So the legal provisions, inspection, search, seizure, and seizure other than in the case of search, and what are the steps in the search proceedings, and seizure and confiscation, what are the differences, and the show cause notice, and what are the GST authorities, and some of the case laws, and some real life experiences we can discuss. If time permits, then Q&A also that we can take it. So this is briefly that what I wanted to cover today. So, as far as the legal provisions are concerned, that these are the things that in the introduction that I told, that GST is an indirect tax, and it is a transaction tax and levied at multiple stages. Income tax is levied only at one point. For the entire year, only one incidence of tax for you. But this GST is every step of you is taxable. And then this is a destination based tax and subsumed several past indirect taxes and levied jointly by the state and center in a single instance. For each transaction in a single instance, not for the entire year in a single instance, but for it being a transaction tax, it is jointly administered by the center and the state now. And then it is a self-assessment tax as per section 59 of the CGST Act, and only in the case of ITC claim, the burden of proof is on the SSE as per section 155, and in all other cases, it is the responsibility of the authorities to bring a burden of proof onto the table. So, only in the case of your ITC claim, because that is the backbone for the entire GST, ITC, the entire war in the GST is about input tax credit. So, that is the only place where that you need to prove your responsibility that the credit in your hands is correct. But in all other cases, it is going to be the responsibility of the revenue to prove that why they wanted the additional tax from your end. Yeah, so this other thing that is the important section for you is section 67. Of course, it has got some 10 subsections in it. 12 subsections in it. So this entire thing sums up what is the topic for today, because this is coming out of the Act. So the power to inspect, search and seizure is defined under that. Subsection 1 says the proper officer happened to be the Joint Commissioner. So I told you the reason why it is a Joint Commissioner, being a uniformed service and all, that they have framed it in such a way. And then where the proper officer not below the rank of Joint Commissioner, either pursuant to an inspection carried out under subsection 1 or otherwise, has reasons to believe. Again, the important point is the reasons to believe, which has been elaborately discussed by the other speakers also. So unless you have a reason to believe, that you cannot commence the proceedings at all. And we will discuss further also that when these reasons to believe are to exist. And then it has got some provisions also, provided that way it is not practicable to seize any such goods, the proper officer or any officer authorized by him may serve on the owner or the custodian the goods in order that he shall not remove part with, which is akin to your prohibition order under the income tax, which was also discussed by the earlier speakers. And when the documents and books also can be seized, and of course there is a procedure when they are to be released. So these provisions I don't want to go in detail. So that is 67 of the Act is very much important for us to go through. So what are the other sections which are going to be relevant for this topic are 68, which talks about the inspection of the goods movement, and then 69, power to arrest, 70 is power to summon the persons to give evidence and to produce documents, 71, access to the business premises, 72 officers to assist the proper officer, and 74 determination of the tax not paid or short paid or erroneously refunded or input credit wrongly availed or utilized by reason of fraud or any willful misstatement or suppression of facts. These are the familiar sections which you will see normally in the show cause notices. And then 129, power to waiver of penalty or fee for both, and 132, punishment for certain offences. 137 is offences by the companies. 154 is power to take samples. 113, again these are the sections, and then comes to rule. Then 139 is inspection, search and seizure. The procedures are disclosed in this. And 140 is the bond and security for the release of the seized goods, which is not there in the income tax, but this provision is there because basically indirect taxes predominantly they were preceded by the customs. The customs is the earliest indirect tax, and in the customs this provisional release, bond, those facilities are there, which are copied into the central excise, and then they have transitioned into the GST also. 141, procedure in respect of seized goods. Then these are the various circulars, instructions and notifications issued. This PPT is going to be shared with you, sir. So there is no requirement for you to take any prints. They will share it. So these are the circulars, circular 65 of 88. I am covering the old circulars also for your benefit because the principles laid out in those old instructions are going to be helpful. I don't want to redo all those numbers and all. So you can keep it as a record, and at your leisure you can go through all of them. 3 pages of circulars are there. So these many instructions are issued because this is the sensitive area wherein the earlier speakers have told that it is breaching into the privacy and your fundamental rights are going to be violated and all that. But with these many instructions, the government has built-in provisions wherein your privacy is not encroached just like that, but there are reasons, and the reason to believe is the cardinal principle with which these proceedings are taking place. Then there are certain forms which you must know, because when you are talking to the SSEs, normally the SSE's mindset is if any letter comes from the department, they will say that, sir, I received a notice. So the word notice itself will send panic button for us. And what is this notice? All of a sudden, how you can receive a notice? Because by drop of hat, that the department is not going to issue a notice. So whatever is the communication that you receive, people have the habit to call them with various English words which connote a different sense. So at least being professionals, we should converse with right technical words. That is the reason we should be familiar even with the forms also. So there are some forms with the series INS in the GST. So this one is authorization for inspection or search, and INS 2 is order of seizure, and 3 is order of prohibition, 4 is bond for release of the goods, and 5 is order of release of the goods or things of perishable or hazardous nature. So these are the various forms that we will be dealing with. And in respect of conveyance, that when vehicle is inspected, stopped, en route, and then when it is searched, and then subsequently any proceedings take place, the series of forms are with the GST MOV series. So these are the various forms you have. One is a statement of the owner or a driver or person in charge. 2 is an order for physical verification. 3 is order of extension of the time for inspection. 4 is a physical verification report. 5 is a release order. 6 is order of detention. 7 is a notice. 8 is a bond. 9th is a demand of tax and penalty. 10 is notice for confiscation. And 11 is order of confiscation. So these are the various forms we should be careful about, because the minute you receive the form, not everything is actionable. Some things are only for communication, but some are you have to take action, and there is a time limit prescribed also. So we should be familiar with all these kind of technical terms and the forms also in order to effectively render our services to the clients. And some points which we need to take care, that inspection is not a search. As pointed out by the earlier speakers also, inspection is that they will come and do some kind of, in the income tax parlance, maybe that you are calling it as a survey or something. But in the GST, inspection means they will come and they will simply take your books, go through them, and maybe they will collect, gather some information. But beyond that, there is nothing more. But search is something serious, wherein that they are going to draw a panchnama. In an inspection, you normally don't get any kind of a communication, but as a result of a search, that you will get a receipt from the department in the form of panchnama. Because whenever a panchnama is drawn, then you are entitled for a copy of it. And no need to ask, but unfortunately, some of the officers behaving in a high-handed manner nowadays are not giving the panchnama copy at the time of completion of the panchnama proceedings. They will give it as part of the show cause notice, then the show cause notice is going to be issued. But it is unfortunate event. We cannot quarrel with them, but certainly you can make a humble request at the end of the proceedings when they will take your signature as one of the persons, because that your premises is being searched and they are going to collect some evidence and then they are going to record things. So in the presence of Panchas, that they will ask you to sign on the document that you have witnessed the entire proceedings and they were conducted in a peaceful manner. So at that time, you are entitled for a copy, so you can make a request. In case if they are not giving you, the best way is not to take up any kind of a battle with them at that point of a time, but certainly you can write to the next level authority saying that yesterday my premises has been searched with a valid search warrant and all that, but at the end of the thing that the panchnama was drawn and I was asked to sign on that, but I was not given a copy. So that the record will be there with the higher authorities that his subordinate officers have not done a good job. Rather than picking up a fight and immediately going to the police station or filing a writ and all are not the options. They all will come at a very high cost for you. I'll tell you that a simple example wherein that there was a gold seizure which has happened with a bullion merchant under the GST. Immediately after that, they did not issue the panchnama to him, and after that, the proceedings concluded. They have recorded his statements. 6 months' time got over. So this man thought that within 6 months, the law says that the show cause notice has to be issued within 6 months period, or the 6 months period can be extended by the commissioner on showing proper reasons by the officers and all that. But he is not aware what has transpired within the department. But after 180 days, when he did not get to hear from the department, that he straight away approached the writ in a high court. So the department has produced a letter saying that this man has agreed that there are reasons to believe for the commissioner to extend the time limit for issuance of the show cause notice because the investigation did not conclude at the end of the officers. On that reason, the commissioner is empowered to give extension. But the only thing is, it should be made known to the party also. Otherwise, after 180 days also, if you are not hearing anything and if you have not received a show cause notice to reply, then what is the remedy left out to you? Your goods are already seized. So the law says that you should be put on notice. But unfortunately, they have diluted this particular law while drafting the GST, wherein they said that should be kept on intimation, but they have not said that that intimation should be in which format and what kind of acknowledgement is to be collected and all. That is the reason nowadays the officers are taking it light, that they don't bother. But nevertheless, when the matter went into the court, they have produced a document wherein the signature was there. And the top matter that he never knew that such matter was there before his signature. So the party got a doubt and he referred it to a forensic lab, where that they gave a certificate that it is a forged document. The bullion merchant's signature has been forged. So I am not alleging anything against the department from which I also come from, but these kind of things do happen. Now the matter is being fought in the court. So we have to be very careful, and after that what has happened, that because of the court proceedings and all that, and because that the party has alleged that there is a forgery of my signature on the document, as if that I have consented to for the extension of the period for issuing of a show cause notice and all that, at the time of adjudication, he was levied with hefty penalties. In a 7 crores gold seizure, he received an order for absolute confiscation of the entire gold and 5 crores penalty. By any stretch of imagination, these percentages never set into our minds, because normally the penalties will not go to such levels and all. But because the department had got regret that this person had alleged against us, that this can go up to that. Now it is for him to fight it out, but for that you need to make a pre-deposit. So this kind of a problems will be there. So it is not better to take a battle with the officers, particularly in a search proceedings. When people come, there is an embarrassment, societal embarrassment is there. There are so many things which will be working on your mind. So it is better not to be aggressive, cooperate with them, but whatever your strategy, you have to silently work it out with your consultant and execute it, rather than directly fighting with them. It's not going to help you, because still the pen and power are there with the officers. That we need to keep it in our mind. But nevertheless, I am not saying that you accept whatever they say. Whatever your rights are, but within reasonable limits, that you have to weigh the chances, and accordingly only you have to play. And being a consultant, we should also give the advisors, taking all these consequences into mind, and not simply to aggravate, because it is not going to help the situation for us. Definitely when there is some problem only, the officers are going to come, because that they do not know you before you have taken a registration, or the officer is not going to be permanently there, that he is incidentally there during his tenure. Hence there is no rivalry as such. But if we have to create it, then certainly we can. So what is avoidable should be avoided. Then section 6710 brings into effect the IPC and CRPC. Now the IPC has been renamed as Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, and CRPC has been renamed as Bharatiya Nagarika Suraksha Samhita. But of course this particular section amendment is still not done. So they still show you the 47 of CRPC, 100 of CRPC and 165, all that and all. But now it is right time for them to do the amendment also. But through this particular section, the IPC, CRPC provisions were made applicable for GST proceedings also. Then the important concept of reason to believe. So the reason to believe must be about contraventions listed in section 67 that apply to taxable person. Places specified in form GST INS 0 alone may be inspected. So that is the reason while one of the speakers, while telling that, he told you that when you have inspected a premises and given a order, prohibition order, and left the premises, and next day when you come, then you cannot search the other premises. Only the premise which you have given prohibition orders only can be touched. So the INS 0 is always for one premises, and there is a single entry ticket. He rightly put it. So once you go there, you have to finish and come back only. Of course, subject to the principles of natural justice, that the children should be allowed to go to the schools and other things, whatever he told, that those things equally apply here. And the authorization can never be vague. So it cannot be a blank authorization, as one of the speakers was telling, that you cannot have a blank authorization and then suddenly fill the names and then show it. such a kind of a thing is not possible. But certainly there, that if the tick boxes are not checked, that one of the speakers was telling that in INS 01, make sure that 67.1 A, B or 67.2, whether it is properly ticked or not. Unfortunately, this copy will not be given to you, and by the time you raise the question, proper boxes get ticked. So you need to keep such kind of practical things also in mind. So you cannot take just a mobile photo of it when he shows it to you, because they will not allow you to do all that. So you need to be very practical when you are telling something, that theoretically there may be many ways in which you can protect your rights and all, but how far they are practical also we have to weigh. Then the reasons to believe is less than the evidence in possession, unlike the one referred to in section 64, but more than suspicion about potential tax evasion. These are very technical words, one needs to ponder a bit in order to understand, because the reasons to believe is less than evidence in possession. The word evidence itself is being defined under the Indian Evidence Act. What is evidence? So these are very technical words. So you spend time to go through. I am not spending too much of a time with you, unless you ask me anything, maybe that we can discuss in detail. Otherwise that I will be just rushing through the whole thing. And the powers under 67 cannot be exercised routinely, even if there is a suspicion, but one that can be regarded as reason to believe that evasion of tax has occurred. That is the reason I said that the reasons to believe is less than the evidence in possession. It is just one step below, then it should be concrete enough for you to proceed with the search and other steps like seizure or confiscation and all. Then reason to believe need not be disclosed to the taxpayer in the first instance, but must be the outcome of objective examination of the facts that arouse suspicion, and after further consideration leads to compelling conclusion that become the reason to believe sufficient to invoke exceptional powers under 67 to gather additional evidence about the evasion of tax. So reason must be pre-exist. This is very, very important thing, that the reason to suspect should pre-exist. It is not that you land there and then start digging for a reason. That is where the other speaker told that you have to insist on the INS 01, 67.1 A, B or 2, which is the box that you have to check, under which reasons that you have come here to search me. If the reason pre-exists, then certainly you will check the right box and then you can show it. But when you are in doubt, you will come and after that only you will tick it. So, but as per the law, it says the reason should pre-exist. It cannot be the case that you come there and then find a reason and then you tick the checkbox. And it should predate the grant of authorization. So the reason must exist also. Prior to your search warrant, the reason should exist also. It should predate the date of authorization. And question about valid reasons to believe touches the jurisdiction exercised by the Joint Commissioner and all consequent actions taken by the authorized officer in executing the authorization granted. Where there was no jurisdiction to authorize inspection, inspection will be illegal, and jurisdiction to authorize inspection but not inspection cum search and consequent seizure will also be illegal, and any discovery from such illegal seizure will also be tainted. But one of the speakers has said that even if it is a bad search proceedings, that if the outcome is that there is a discovery, then it can be defended by the revenue. But if the jurisdiction itself is questioned, then you are going to win. Because jurisdiction is very much important. And where there is no jurisdiction, that the jurisdiction is very important, and authorization issued to inspect under 67, being extraordinary power, must be exercised with great restraint and principles of natural justice that cannot be followed prior to exercise of powers in law, can be adhered to subsequently. See, this is also a very important sentence, that the principles of natural justice cannot be respected by you before execution of this search, but certainly after that. So what does it mean? because the search gives you power. When something is secreted, then you are having powers to break. You need not take his permission. You can simply break that almirah, or that you can seize the books, you can pull from his hands. So principles of natural justice don't apply. But once you have gathered your information, then principles of natural justice applies. So that is the reason that when that principles are going to be violated, when you have to respect them, so all this comes into the picture, and that is where when you want to really allege on violation of your fundamental rights, what you also need to keep it in mind is, this is a draconian legislation, no doubt about it, but there are enough safeguards in the law for the officers also, otherwise that they don't behave the way that they are behaving with you. So we need to understand that. Unless you are at fault, they never came to your premises. So what is that wrong that you have done to warrant such a kind of an action, that you have to keep it in mind and then you have to act accordingly. So acting smart is what is required. And then if the Joint Commissioner is unable to justify the reason to believe when called into the question, no demand will sustain out of such tainted proceedings, and without jurisdiction, even if there are legitimate dues, it cannot be exacted. So jurisdiction is very much important. And then there is a very famous case of the Supreme Court decided in an income tax matter. So PDIT versus Lalji Bhai, Kanji Bhai, Mandalia. In this, they have given 9 principles that where the reason to believe when it is going to be disputed and you are going to take up the matter in a court of law, whether the court of law is going to entertain your writ or the appeal or whatever that you file before them. So they have propounded 9 principles. Adhering to these principles only, your reason to believe allegation is going to be taken up by the court. I am not going to read all those 9, that you can go through at your leisure. Then, investigation and inspection. These are 2 different things that I told you. Inspection is less draconian. Investigation is slightly at a higher pedestal than that. So as per 67(1), proper officer should not below the rank of HAC. There are instructions, there is a circular assigned to the function of the proper officer for authorizing the inspection to the additional commissioner or the joint commissioner. The said proper officer can also authorize inspection of any place or business of any transporter or owner or operator or warehouse or a godown suspected of keeping the goods which have escaped the payment of tax. And then 67(1) read with 139(1) gives the complete procedure that how the proper officer shall issue an authorization in INS 1. And after that, the proper officer can authorize any other officer. So it is not that the person who is authorized only can do it, but he can subdelegate these powers and take the help of others also. That is where the other speakers are telling you that you can take the help of experts in order to come to a conclusion of your investigations. So this is the power through which, this is the section through which the powers are drawn. And then he can authorize a subordinate officer to carry the inspection. And then who are the persons? A taxable person or a non-taxable person but engaged in the business of transporting of the goods, owner or operator. And then what are the specified violations? Those are mentioned in 67(1). Suppression of a transaction relating to supply or service or both, suppressing the stock of the goods in hand, claiming of ITC in excess of entitlement, contravention of any other provisions, keeping the goods which have escaped the payment, or keeping his accounts in such a manner as likely to cause evasion of tax, and keeping the goods which have escaped the payment of tax, and keeping the accounts of the goods in such a manner likely to cause evasion of the tax. So these are the reasons for which a inspection can be undertaken. And what are the places that can be inspected? Any place of business of the person engaged in the transportation of the goods, or business of the owner or the operator where the goods are stored. So inspection in movement is also possible, because for 50,000 and more that you need a e-way bill. So in all such cases that GST laws apply. So on the conveyance also inspections can take place. Of course, that at the time of introduction of the GST, everybody has told that you are not going to have this roadside inspections and all that. But unfortunately, because of the kind of evasion that we are seeing, that they are in the same way. The only difference what we can see is that previously we know that where exactly the road checks are going to happen. But unfortunately now we don't know where it can happen. It can happen right in front of us on Mungambakam main road also. So the moving squads have come now. So that is what it is. And stage at which the search can be carried out. There are two stages where the search can be carried out. It can be carried out based on the inputs gathered during an inspection, which reveal the incriminating goods or documents or books or things that may be secreted in a place, or it can be carried out independently based on intelligence. So that is the reason I told you there is a certain difference between inspection and search. So inspection is the precursor for undertaking the search. During the inspection, if you have come across that certain incriminating documents are secreted in a place, then you can certainly undertake search. Because in the inspection, you can't break open any almirahs and all that. But as part of your search warrant, you can do all those things. So inspection is more informal, but search is very formal as per the law. And what are the powers to conduct the search? Officer authorized by the proper officer to conduct the search has been vested with vast powers under 67(4). So sealing of the premises, break opening of the doors of the premises, break opening of the almirahs and electronic devices, etc., with the help of the other people also. And since vast powers are placed at the disposal, certain safeguards are also there. And the safeguards ensure that search is carried out in a transparent manner and rights of individuals are not violated. So regarding the rights, in one of the speakers' slides that they are there, that if there are any, there is a house search and if there are ladies in the house, then certainly the search party should include one lady officer. Whatever may be the cadre of her, but one lady should be there from the revenue side also. Similarly, if the children have to go to the school and all, we should not be restraining them, because unnecessarily they will start getting doubts that how big is my father doing all these smuggling activities and all, whether he can be on the model of any famous film heroes and all. Because nowadays that all thinking and everything is getting molded through the movies only, and we have seen that the protagonist happens to be the villain also in some times. And we are breaking the records also by watching those films with huge monies. We are not against any, but the thing is that the trend is changing. So there, that the safeguards are also there for you, and your religious places and all, that many people have got the habit of secreting the things in the sacred places, and they say that no, that place you can't touch, all that and all. But certainly, by observing the due, by giving due respects to that and all, that you can encroach into that. There is no restriction for the officers. So we have to cooperate, and then the provisions, and then there is a preparation for the search also, that you have to prepare an intelligence report and you have to submit it. From the revenue side, there is a obligation. If it is an intelligence based search, then an intelligence report has to be prepared, wherein that the informer's role comes there only. If he is having any informer, then the informer's identity should not be disclosed even to his higher ups also. The informers have got certain rights. That is the reason that, as rightly pointed out by the earlier speaker, that the informer, if he is not getting the reward, he cannot go to a court and say that I am the reason for this case and all that, I am entitled for a refund. His life will be at risk. So the thing is that the informer's identity need not be revealed even to the higher the joint commissioners also while taking the search authorizations and all. But intelligence report should be intelligent enough to give the solid reasons to believe for the officer to issue INS 101. Such a kind of intelligence report has to be filed, and then subsequently the joint commissioner is going to issue the authorization. then you have to go to the search. So you have to offer yourself for the personal search. Like the other speaker was telling, that a simple pen drive can ruin the life. So the officers have to offer themselves for the search. And normally it so happens, the punch witnesses will never be able to see that. But that should not be the case. The proper identity of the punch witnesses also has to be established, and they should neither belong to the revenue department. Normally the drivers will be signing. They will come in a vehicle, the same driver will be signing with left hand, right hand, all that. But unfortunately now that Aadhaar card is becoming the base where that they are taking the Aadhaar numbers. If that is the case, then he cannot be the punch witness in all the proceedings, the same driver. So independent witnesses is what we need to insist on. So they will take somebody who is not going to raise much voice and all that, which we know it. It's a practical difficulty. You can't fight with the officers that they can't be my punch witnesses and all that. So the punch witnesses have to be there in the proceedings, and all other the things that need to be observed, like being a lady officer there and then allowing them for their natural cause. And if it is a night time and all, then the search should be stopped. And if you do not want to leave the premises because of the sensitivity of the search proceedings that you are having, that you can continue to be, but you should allow the inmates to take their proper sleep and all that. The Supreme Court decision, Baba Ramdev, after that and all, has given lot of scope for that. But of course, he will be restless, and officers also will be restless. So nobody is going to sleep during the search proceedings. But that's a different matter. Theoretically, that yes, these are the things that you have. So after that, once you have completed your search proceedings and all, normally that in films and all, we get to see that they'll start pulling out everything and they'll be throwing it everywhere. So it is, even if you make a mess, then you don't get the important documents and all. So search will be always done in a very systematic manner. They will pull out the things, they will search, and then they will keep it back. Not like what we see in the movies and all that. So systematically they will approach. If it is an intelligence-based search, immediately they know it, where the documents or the important information is secreted and all. But if it is not an intelligence-based research and all, maybe that entire thing will be subjected to some kind of discomfort. It will be there. But normally the procedure is that the way that you have seen the house, after the search again, you should help the inmates also to set them in the same manner. With a minimal disturbance, it is expected. But of course, that they will say that shall we help you in setting right again things and all. We normally say enough is enough, sir, you will leave, we will do all that and all. So that's the normal way. But in their proceedings that they will write that we did not disturb any other things, all that and all, which you have to, whether you like it or not, you have to agree. So let us not go into the deep and say that law provides me this, hence you have to again adjust all my newspapers, all my shoe rack, that this or that, you can't demand all that. It's no point. So these are some practical things. But at the end of the thing, then even the panchas again, once again, that they will offer you for a physical examination. Because the officer should not keep any valuables in their pockets and leave on the garb of search. So again, the physical examination that they have to offer, it is for you, whether you want to really do it. So it is business, hence you are doing your job, I want to do my job. It's an aggressive approach. If you want to take it, you take it. But the consequences will be, because that order has to come from him. So it is better that to the extent possible, that don't resort to that. And second thing is that normally what happens that even if you install the CCTV cameras and all, in order to record the entire search proceedings and all, the officers are smart enough. They will record one thing in the Panchnama that we observed that the CCTV is not functioning at the time of our search. They will write and they will break it. It happens, sir, because they are also smart enough. So you cannot say again, my fundamental right is violated, I will switch on, or otherwise I will record everything on my mobile and all that. It is taking it too much. So let us not resort to all that. To the extent possible, cooperate. If you are right, then you need not worry. If you are wrong, definitely you have to compromise. So there is no third way. you start talking about your fundamental rights violations and all that, and still doing something wrong. If you are 100% right, then you need not worry for anything, whether it is in camera or without camera. But if you have done mistake, then it is always safe for you also to switch on the CCTV. So nobody can question that the entire recording can happen to CCTV and all. It's very fancy to say to the public, everybody will praise. But is it really practical is something that we have to take it with a pinch of salt. I leave it to you. And then premises cannot be searched on the authority of a search authorization. The same person, and then officers conducting the search should identify themselves by showing their cards. Lady officers should be there and should be executed before they start, and at the end of the search also the signatures are to be taken, and search should be made in presence of 2 independent witnesses. Complete proceedings are to be, see, normally what happens, that it is not that 2 punch witnesses will be carrying a pen and paper and start writing that yes, we have entered the premises, one line. No. Entire search completes, then 2 search witnesses will come. Till that time they will be nowhere. So they will come and they will be there only to sign. They don't know anything what has happened. The officer only will explain that yes, 2 days ago we came to this house and we have done all this and all. Then you sign and go. He will go. And nobody is going to question all that. But if you want to be very particular, you can ask that among you that who is the punch witnesses and who are the officers and all, and then the proceedings. But the proceedings are not going to be recorded in real time. They will be recorded only at the end of the entire thing. Sometimes it so happens that routinely the searches are happening and for the same cause, based on some intelligence and all, then pre-printed the Panchnama also will be there with the officer. So only the name and place and time they will change, but the rest of the things will be the same. So all these things you can't simply question. If you want to, you can, but it is taking panga with them. It's of no use. And then the complete search proceedings should be recorded, copy should be given. After the search is over, then it should be returned to the proper officer who has issued the search warrant, but search warrant will never be handed over to you after the thing that they have to collect it back, they say, but they will always keep it in their pockets only. So during the search proceedings, those so and so instructions of the CBEC are going to be. So what are the steps? Gathering intelligence, then filing a note, then the steps are that any suppression is there, suppression of stocks and all these reasons, and then based on that the inspection and the search, and then subsequently the seizure will be taking place. All this that you can read it at your leisure. I am just rushing through. See, then based on the GNS, the authorized officer not below the rank of so and so will be searching. The personal search, acknowledgement, presence of lady officers, all this say the same. Then officer at arriving the location, disclosing his identity, conducting the inspection in the limited area only, and then reasons to believe. Then there is a discussion about it, and the search is to be what are the goods that can be confiscated or what is secretion. All these things are given here. So all this I am rushing, and then during the search, if the party is not cooperating or access is denied, then breaking open permission is also there. And once inspection is extended to a search, there is a discovery of secreted articles. The authorized officer proceeds with the seizure. So that is the next step, that once you have conducted the inspection, then you have come to a stage where that there is a something which is secreted, then you have converted into the search, and then you have brought out that evidence also. Then evidence has to be secured by the revenue officer by way of a seizure. So it can be, the seizure can be of goods, it can be of documents, or it can be for anything. And once that seizure memo has to be prepared, and then it also has to be, a copy has to be given to the party. But in seizure also, there are ways that the seized goods can be taken back to their office. If they are portable books and all, that normally they will take. But like the way the earlier speaker told, that CR coils are there. So they will occupy so much of a place and they are heavy that you cannot. So in all such cases, the seizure memo will be prepared, and again the safe custody of these goods will be given to the party only, and they will say a nominal 1 rupee rent will be given. Then another funny thing is this 1 rupee will never be paid to you. But it is a nominal thing. But actually in some of the court proceedings, even these also have come for a discussion that this rent, whatever they told the nominal rent was never paid. So whether it is a violation. Of course, technically you have a point to go for a litigation, but to what extent it is going to help, again I leave it to you. But it is a normal procedure that when the seized goods are given for safe custody, that there should be a nominal rent that they will mention, the 1 rupee. And sometimes that the prohibitory order will be there that he should not be dealing with those goods, hence he cannot move or he cannot transact in those goods. In anticipation of a future release also, he cannot offer them for sale. Those goods should not be transacted till the time the proceedings get over. So once the seizure under the seizure memo is prepared and the copy is handed over, then the details of the witnesses and all, and then the order of prohibition. The order of prohibition will be given that one should not be dealing with those goods and all that. And the provisional release is a concept which is there in the customs, that the goods will be given on provisional release. Actually, there is no point, sir, in taking a provisional release of the goods. If you are not in a position to transact with these goods, provisional release is useless. If you are in a position to transact with the goods, the provisional release makes sense. So in the customs, that option is there. Once you have executed the bond and the proceedings are over and it is time right for a provisional release, in the provisional release that you can transact with the goods. But whatever happens subsequently, your bond and bank guarantee will take care of the duties. So in such cases, provisional release makes sense. But if the provisional release comes with a caveat that you cannot transact with the goods, which normally happens in the GST, then the seeking a provisional release is a useless exercise. Just for the sake of it that I have won something that a consultant can show that no sir, I have got your provisional release also. What for? So the provisional release doesn't make much sense unless you are in a position to transact it. If you can make a sale and all that, and after that the sale proceeds, if they are going to demand in the form of a tax and penalty, is a different matter. But at least you are able to run the business. So the provisional release should not have any kind of a condition that you should not transact with the goods. Such a kind of a provisional release makes sense. Then execution of bond, and then there are bank guarantee also, that it depends that officer's satisfaction that he may ask, and the amount also that they will. And after all these things, that they may collect some kind of a evidence from you in the form of recording your statement. So even for recording the statement, that they have to give you summons, they have to tell you at what exact time that you should appear where, and with what kind of documents. In case if they are, see, summons can be issued in 3 ways. The first thing is that they will simply ask you for some information. So there that you can transact the information by way of mail also. So summons doesn't mean that always that you have to go and appear. So if a summons is for information, you share that information, then you have answered the summons, end of it. But sometimes summons can be for interrogating you. So they will ask you, they will make you to sit, and then they will ask you to write a statement. So that is completely comes under interrogation. The third way is that you will be giving evidence for somebody else's offense, because you are in the knowledge of it, hence they may call you. In such cases also, the summons can be issued. And when summons are issued, that you cannot say that my advocate or my consultant or a chartered accountant will also be there with me. Normally it is not allowed. So as per the Supreme Court decision, that your counsel can be present in a visible distance, but not in a hearing distance. He can't hear what is the conversation, but he can see how you are. Why? Because the officer should not be beating him. Third degree should not be applied on him. So that much only the consultant or the advocate can ensure for you in a seeing distance, but not in a hearing distance where the questions cannot be answered by you, or that he cannot send you messages on the WhatsApp or SMS saying that you reply like this, all that. That's not possible. So, but he can see you when the proceedings are happening, so that you are not manhandled, only to that extent. So the statement will be recorded. In the statement, normally, in order to threaten you only, they will unnecessarily seek all your information. That what is your Aadhaar card, what is your PAN card, what is your passport, things like that and all. But normally, those are all not relevant. Of course, that if the person cannot be traced at a later point of a time, then all these credentials are going to be useful for the officers, and they will take. And then they, in order to create a psychological mindset for you or to break you, that they'll ask you what is your qualification, where are you working, what is your salary, that kind of a things and all. So all this information, when you are sharing it, your mind slowly gets into such a kind of a mood where that you feel not very effective. So once you are yielded, then whatever information, maybe it will be easy. It is just interrogation technique only, but otherwise not mandated under the law to collect all this information. So as part of that they have to ask you the relevant questions. Of course, you have got every right whether to answer it or not to answer it and all. It is your mindset. But the copy of the statement will not be given after completion of the proceedings, because unless that is being used as one of the points to allege any tax evasion against you and becomes part of relied upon documents in the show cause notice, at the time of issuance of a show cause notice, the copy of your statement will be given to you. Till that point of a time, the statement copy that you are not entitled to. And as explained by the earlier speakers also, after the conclusion of the proceedings, when the show cause notice is issued, after 30 days, that all unrelied upon documents are to be returned back to you. All relied upon documents will come to you as part of your show cause notice bundle. Unrelied documents will be returned back to you in their original form. Relied upon documents, only copies will be given. Unrelied upon documents, originals will be returned back to you after 30 days of issuance of the show cause notice. So once the show cause notice is issued, you know it, that you have chances to appear in person, that you can give your written reply and then attend the personal hearing as per the principles of natural justice, that whatever you say, that it gets recorded in the form of a personal hearing thing, and then summary of the personal hearing, and after that the officer will use his discretion and then he will pass an order. And you know it, after that what happens, that it can be a result in a absolute confiscation, levying of penalties on you, where that you have got the appeal mechanism. But simultaneously, what you also need to keep it in mind, depending on the gravity of the offence and the amount involved in the crime, that the officers have got the powers to initiate prosecution proceedings against you. Of course, because of the paucity of time that I did not cover, otherwise this presentation would have gone into 200 slides, that the arrest provisions are very elaborately discussed in the GST law also, and there is a procedure for initiation of the prosecutions, that they have to take the permission from the commissioner and then they have to apply in the court, and the court has to get convinced that this offence mandates the person to be put behind bars. And depending on the gravity and the amount involved, as I told you, that the sentence will be given. And after that, you have got the appellate remedies, that you can go for a this one anticipatory bail, and then bail bond conditions, all that and all there. So that is one part of it, that arrest provisions and then subsequent prosecutions and all that. But if it is a incorrigible offender that repeatedly he does, or the crime is such that it is of grave nature, then there is a draconian provision called kafir posa. So normally direct tax people will not be invoking the Kafaposa provisions much, but Enforcement Directorate does, and mostly Customs does. For repeated offenders who are causing grave loss to the country, that Kafaposa also will be initiated, wherein the person will be unheard for 6 months. If the Kafaposa board approves the arrest, then for 6 months he can't be heard by anybody. It is a kind of a worse than a solitary confinement. But to defend a Kafaposa proceedings, the revenue officers have to struggle a lot. So there is a completely a proceeding, those proceedings are different. But why I am bringing all these is, now that you are seeing in the newspapers also that there are repeated offenders, cyclic trading, circular trading and all, input credit, inflated input credit claims and false refund claims and all that, wherein if the amounts are warranting that, then definitely the authorities are going to resort to this arrest and the subsequent proceedings also. So we should keep all such kind of things in mind. And moreover, even the professional bodies have also come out with some rules and regulations on how to conduct our profession in order to protect the professionals. So within those parameters only, we should be advising the clients, but we should never go overboard and take adventurous positions just to test the waters. At the cost of the SSE, we should not be doing an experiment. It should be a cost-effective and a quick solution to the extent possible. So these are the things that I have covered, maybe at your leisure that you can go through. There is an elaborate procedure that how the Panchanama should be and what are the ingredients of a Panchanama also that I have given it here. And then how samples can be drawn. And sometimes it so happens that you need to draw some samples in order to verify whether you have seized the rolled gold or original gold. Gold of foreign origin or the 22 carat or 18 carat. So in all such cases the samples can be drawn. Sometimes even in the coal also, what is the moisture content, depending on that its value will be there. So there are many reasons why at all a sample has to be drawn. So what is the procedure for drawing the samples and how the samples again are to be sent for a testing. So recording of the statement also that there are steps that I have given it here, and how the seizure proceedings and how the seized goods are to be handled. If they are perishable in nature, then we have to keep the SSE informed, and then perishable goods are to be disposed of within their life cycle. Otherwise, it is a loss for the SSE as well as for the revenue. God knows when the case is going to be decided, but the goods will perish in between. Hence, the perishable goods, whenever they are seized, if the proceedings are going to take too much of a time, that there are powers given under the law that the revenue can dispose of, and the proceeds will be kept in account in abeyance, that the government is not going to appropriate that money. It is like, just like the provisional bond, whatever duty that you pay, provisional duties, they are not appropriated by the government. So, whenever that you give any letter saying that this payment needs to be considered as provisional, immediately the government will issue a notice to you that why I should not go ahead with the final assessment and appropriate the money that you have deposited on the provisional basis as final. So principles of natural justice are to be provided to you in order to appropriate the money. So whatever is the provisional deposits made, that it is not going to the government kitty. But unfortunately, that we come across some cases where the officers are demanding provisionally you pay this much, we will see at the time of final adjustment. They want to simply show to their political bosses that I have collected so much of revenue. But I do not know which political bosses are idiots nowadays that they will consider this provisional collections as a tax revenue accrued to them. Of course, one good thing after the introduction of the GST is not all the revenue officers are behind the revenue numbers. Otherwise, March month used to be the last week, particularly the nightmarish time. People used to give offers to you that, sir, you clear so much, so that at least that after April that I will return, I will allow you to take back these goods and things like that and cancel. But of course, after the introduction of GST, such kind of a nonsense is not there. Any sale by an invoice, if you have already crossed your 5 crores limit, you are bound to issue an electronic invoice also, and whatever invoice you have raised electronically, then it should go to the e-way bill portal within the stipulated time, otherwise that it will lose its relevance also. So once you have the e-way bill is there, means that the goods have gone out of you. The physical position is not there with you. So after the introduction of GST, the revenue drive is not there for us. Otherwise, that we have to cater to the demands of the revenue drives also. The fortunately, such kind of things are not there now. So how the return of seized goods and books are to be given, which I have told you, and then provisional release and the final release and the final disposal of these goods, and how to handle the perishable goods, and seizure proceedings other than the search, that there are some occasions, and then how to confiscate a vehicle. So what are the steps to be taken by the taxpayer? When the officers arrive at the POB for the inspection and ask the INS, and also ask for the identity, personal search, extend the cooperation, permit the officers to carry out the proceedings, where any articles are to be seized, ask for the INS 02, correctness, completeness and independent punch witnesses attest, don't make any spot payment, do not assume any concessional treatment will be allowed in later proceedings, and without summons, don't record any statement, make written request for provisional release of the seized goods, wait for the show cause notice with DRC 01, don't omit to make 67-ton application to the Joint Commissioner and await for the reply, and then conduct cross-examination, conduct cross-examination, theoretically we can say, but see, there are two kinds of witnesses, prosecution witnesses and then defense witnesses. Allowing these witnesses during the adjudication proceedings is the discretion of the adjudicating authority. You cannot claim it as a right. You can bring that discussion, saying that I want to cross-examine the punch witnesses, whether the proceedings recorded in the Panchnama are true or not, I want to do a cross-examination. You can make a request, but it is for the officer, and he has to record it, why he has agreed or why he has disagreed. Because as per the principles of natural justice, it should be a speaking order, what you are going to receive. So speaking order attributes says that he has to discuss all the points brought before him, all the case laws cited by you, whether they are relevant or not, in the order, in the reasoned order, he has to discuss that this case law is irrelevant. He has quoted this, but it is pertains to income tax, and I am dealing with the GST. He can give his reason. Whether it is valid or not is for the next level authority to see, but it should be a reasoned order. Hence, the asking for cross-examination of the witnesses is that something that you have a right. So, just to tell you that you have a right, I am telling, but whether to pursue for it or not depends on the case facts. Then you have to give the reply, and then what are the steps that you need to observe, and search versus the seizure versus confiscation. I told you, seizure means that the goods are going to be returned to you at some point of a time, but a confiscation means they will vest with the government. So ownership shifts from seizure to confiscation. Ownership of the goods shifts to the revenue. So confiscation means you can't get the goods back. In a seizure, that by paying redemption fine, which is the most popular thing in the customs proceedings, that any goods which are seized, if they are allowed in the country, then on payment of the redemption fine, that you can claim back the goods, even though the seizure was given, but the redemption option is there under the customs. But in a confiscated goods, that you can't have any kind of a redemption. So they invest with the government. And then some of the provisions under the law, that which section governs and what are the provisions and all. So show cause notice, that there is a procedure, and then who are the various GST authorities as part of the subject that we will be dealing with, and then who is an adjudicating authority, who is an appellate authority, and what it means. Appellate authority means what, and who is a commissioner, who is a commissioner in the board, and who is a competent authority, who is a designated authority. All these things that I have given, all these sections and the provisions and some discussion. Of course, some case laws, just to conclude, that in the case of Napin Impex versus Commissioner DGST Delhi, the respondent visited the premises of the petitioner. Since the petitioner was not in possession of the books of documents, he requested the respondents to grant him 24 hours to produce the same. Premises was temporarily sealed. On the next day, the respondent has completely sealed the premises. The court held that authorization issued to the respondent only employed him to search the premises and break the locks if restricted. Therefore, sealing of the premises is bad and illegal, and respondents were directed to remove the seal and hand over the premises. So, just to tell you that there are limitations on the powers given to the officers under section 67, and courts are rightly intervening if you take up the issue with that. And similarly, in the case of Deepak Logistics, that the petitioner was transporting the ready-mix plaster from one state to the other. GST authority has confiscated the goods, considering them as sand, but collector had issued the instructions wherein he has instructed the authorities to prevent illegal transport of minor minerals, and sand is included in that list. Here the collector is not the GST and all, the district collector, because the sand is being a minor mineral and all, it is under the control of the district administration. So therefore, the conveyance of the petitioner along with the goods was confiscated by the respondents. Aggrieved by the same, the petitioner has filed the present petition. Revenue has never contended that the ready-mix plaster is not allowed to be transported. Further, ready-mix plaster attracts 18% GST and sand doesn't attract any GST. Petitioner has already paid the 18% GST, and the respondent has not complied with the mandatory requirement of producing attached vehicle before the collector within 48 hours. So, the Honorable Mumbai Court directed the respondents to release the goods along with the conveyance. So, in all such kind of cases, the courts are intervening, rightly so. Recently, you might have seen in the newspapers that there was a seizure of rice which is purported to be exported out of India in Kakinada port by AP state government. Of course, nothing to do with the GST and all that, but what the customs are saying that they are not responsible to know from which source the rice was procured. Once it is presented for export, what they will see, as per the provisions of the customs law and the DGFT and the provisions applicable during that point of a time, if it is allowable, they will allow it. It is not allowable, then they will stop. But simply because it is pertaining to something or political reasons, that the customs officers cannot exercise the jurisdiction beyond their calling. So that is where the dispute has happened, and there are some clarifications issued by both the sides, you might have seen. And another important case law which was discussed by the previous speakers also, that cash can be seized during the proceedings or not. So whether cash is things or goods, that is a discussion which is happening, because in several of the GST seizures we see that whatever cash is there also the officers are going to seize. Income tax cash seizure is justiciable, because income tax talks all about income undisclosed or disclosed income and all that, and cash is part of it. But as far as GST is concerned, unless you establish that it is a result of an illegal transaction under the GST or escape your self-assessment, then only the cash can be touched, otherwise not. So this is going to be decided by the two-member bench that they have just 2 days ago, they have issued notices. In the Supreme Court issued notice regarding the seizure of cash due to the conflicting decisions by Delhi High Court and Madhya Pradesh High Court during some proceedings. So this is the diary number that I am giving just for your reference, that you can watch this case, that what is going to be the decision. The issue is whether the cash seized is goods liable for confiscation, but as things which can be seized if they are useful for any proceedings under this act. So this is the only point that is going to be decided, which is of interest for the future, that you can watch this. So real life experiences, so there are many, some that maybe that during the course of this presentation I might have shared it, but if you have got any things that to discuss, that I can take it up. I don't want to bring some more examples now due to the constraint on the time. So if there are any questions also, I am more than happy. Otherwise, that's the end of my presentation. Thanks for your patience hearing and the time that you have devoted to me. And I should thank SIRC and Sachin also to invite me for this presentation. Thanks from my end. Any questions? I am open.
late fee and penalty, so-called notice can be issued under section 73, 74 only for late fee and penalty.
So 74 definitely you cannot issue.
And 73?
73 depends, sir. With the late fee and all, are there any other allegations? Simply that you have not filed the return on time.
That's it.
So for that, why 73 notice and all that? But 74 is completely ruled out because there is no intention of doing, because you have already filed it. So if you have got an intention, you will never file it. But when you have filed it, that means you do not have any bad intentions, so mens rea cannot be established. Hence, section 74 is completely ruled out. But 73, if they have given, that they might have justified it also, because whatever section or provision that you invoke in the show cause notice, as per the P&J, that you have to justify why at all that particular section is applicable in your case. They cannot simply invoke that under section 73 I am demanding. Because late fee, that there is a special provision, no, that under that they can levy a penalty for you, that's it. Why 73 again? Peculiar case, sir. It's a return, GST 3B return late filing, right? Annual return, even then also not required.
So legally we can fight and get it out of it.
See, sir, first of all, when you are replying to the show cause notice, first and foremost thing what you have to see is whether the officer who had issued the show cause notice is competent enough to issue a notice to you or not. Jurisdiction is to be tested first. Once you are okay that he is competent enough to issue a show cause notice to you, that's all. So once that is taken care, the second point what you have to see is whether the sections are relevant in your case or not. Then the third aspect is whether the facts are taken into consideration or not. Normally, people have the habit of peppering a show cause notice reply with a lot of case laws, whether relevant or irrelevant, in order to impress the SSC, saying that, oh, I have come out with a 100-page document. It doesn't make any sense. Ultimately, what makes sense to the SSC in the end is whether you won the case or lost. Whether you have presented 100 pages or not is not the question. Of course, sometimes the commercial negotiations may go on those lines, saying that I have to do a lot of research, a lot of time I need to spend, hence my charges are so much, in order to justify the fee that you may build up the book. But it's of no use. Because these are the primary things that you have to see whether the officer is competent enough, then whether the sections invoked against you are really relevant or not to the case facts. The third one is whether the facts are correctly appreciated or not. After that, whatever is the omissions are there, that we will discuss. That is a separate matter. But at least the facts should not be omitted to your detriment. So these three things, if we take care, no need of peppering with any case laws and all that. Your reply is over. Let us not give too much of a scope for the officers, because you might have quoted a tribunal decision, but you might not have seen that the decision is being appealed against and some other court is holding it back. It has happened in one of our cases that we thought that a case has come to a conclusion, this is the final decision, hence it is squarely, cubely, circularly applicable, all that and all. And suddenly, to our surprise, by the time we went with that appeal and the hearing is taking place, the previous day only the appeal has been filed against it. So it becomes a problem. He said that a sub judice matter he is quoting, hence I am not taking into cognizance. He doesn't want to go by that. So these kind of things happen. Unless you complete your research, then it is difficult. Even nowadays, Supreme Court decisions also, we can't go. The classic case is safari retreats. We don't know where we are. We started with the litigation. Now also we are in the same state. For each and every immovable property, now you have to justify whether it constitutes the factory or whatever it is in order to be eligible for credit. So what is the Supreme Court has decided? Some of the arguing counsels, after the decision was made public, that they again came on webinars and all that. Some of the webinars are paid also. So I happened to attend a couple of them with some of the prominent arguing counsels, where they are saying, I should have argued by taking this kind of a point. What are you doing? I have paid you. thinking that you will do a good job, and now in a webinar you are saying that I should have taken this position. Should I say that professionally that you are admitting your own guilt now? Or should I say that you are simply covering up for your lapse? So it's of no use, sir. So one wise man was telling that courts are just like a horse. You ride and have a control, the horse will take you to the destination. Otherwise, wherever the horse takes you, you have to end up there. So it is all in you. The court has to be guided in a way. And successfully of late that we are able to see one of our astute ASGs is able to guide the court in a manner in which revenue is winning in many cases. Of course, we really hats off to his acumen that he is able to manage it. That's a hats off, that's it. It is not to ridicule him, that he is putting his hard efforts in molding the court's opinion to concur with his views. Of course, there are some decisions which we have seen that it is a sugar-coated thing, that they will start with an opening statement, questions are framed very beautifully, and after that discussion happens, and suddenly some twist that you don't see, and in the end result will be pure surprise. And those who are just reading the entire case law also, oh, a beautiful discussion is there, that how it has to be handled, all that and all is there, but in the end it is not the result of what you are expecting. So conveniently, it's all depends, sir. Once they are there in that seat, that they are gods, so whatever they say. I'm not saying that every decision is bad, but some decisions are not giving us the clarity that we actually seek, and for that we have waited for ages. No? Safari retreats is one such case. There are lakhs of people who are eagerly waiting to hear whether immovable property input credit is going to be allowed or not, because it is going to drastically change the entire business transactions that we are today thinking of. But now we are where we started. Each and every case now has to go to the court in order to test whether our position is right or wrong. So that is unfortunate state of it. Any other questions, sir? Then in that case, I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you once again to all of you. Thank you, sir. Thanks for this opportunity.